Good morning and welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and I'm joined by my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Allie. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. Hey, y'all.
So, big weekend. Birthdays, Father's Days, all the goodness. Yes?
Yes, yes. And we got Father's Day off because
We
because of the way the tournament's kind of lined up.
yeah. They didn't make the final cut there, so we ended up getting bounced from the tournament, which was sad, but it did open the day up, which was nice because otherwise, the better part of the day would have been spent out at the field, which would have been fun too. But we did get to see our beautiful little granddaughter as well, so that was a huge bonus. Just a delightful bonus.
For sure.
And did you think about the case at all over the weekend?
I did. I couldn't help but not.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I mean, I
Yeah,
thought about all the things that Hank said that were like not true, like his little moments of gaslighting, like sprinkled throughout his freaking closing.
yeah. It's
And I thought about the point that you made, which was that, yes, we're all complaining about the jury instruction. I mean, the jury verdict sheet for count 2, the one that has multiple lesser includeds. And Bob says to me, how, like the problem with this, obviously, the not guilty, not having not guilty options a problem. But Bob points out, how does the jury, if they end up hung on the standalone OUI, how in the hell do they let the judge know that's the only one they're hung on? That they're like all saying no to manslaughter, but they're hung on standalone OUI, and there is no way. So Bob reached out to Yanetti. Yanetti agreed it's an issue, right?
yeah. Well,
And they hope to re-raise it if it comes.
yeah, actually, who brought it up initially to me, and we knew there were some issues with it, but Joe Flipperhead had messaged me, and he's like, "Yo, it's like, is this thing just? Am I insane, or is this thing impossible for a jury to be hung on one count?"
Well,
And
way to go, Joe Flipperhead.
yeah, yeah. So I did. I messaged David, and he got back to me. They know it's an issue. What he said, frankly, is that the case law is against them. But it sounds like they're going to be trying to re-raise it today. So, whether or not that's going to be successful is one thing, but they have to make the record. I mean, that
Oh yeah,
was
Joe, if you're listening, if you're out there, it's a huge point because it would make me rethink adding the standalone OUI. If there's no way under the law for it to be considered any different than second degree, I mean than manslaughter, because they can't distinguish what they're hung on if they end up hung on the OUI. Then
there's no option for them. They have no way to indicate to the
but what
court.
it sounds like what from his response, what Yanetti is conveying is that under the law, it's no different. It's considered a lesser included. So if they can't come to a decision on manslaughter or all unanimously on the lesser includeds, that under the law, the manslaughter is still there. Like, so that's why they don't get the option. Is what it's sounding like to me. You see what I'm saying, babe?
I see exactly what you're
Like,
saying.
that's the way they want it, and they're like, "Well, we don't they didn't compromise, they didn't do anything, so the damn original charge still stands, even though they were not guilty on that."
Okay, let me pull it up.
I keep picking up an old water. What? You don't have OnlyFan ready?
I have OnlyFan ready, but it's hold on, let me pull it up. I'm gonna pull it
All
up.
right, guys. So here's what I got to tell you. I think we've got most of the emails for those of you who donated to come on to the live stream. Oh, good. Tracy and Mandy or Bob, I don't know. Somebody put down a a thing there for you to email us. We're going to send out the links. And I mean, just either let us know what time works for you or kind of be, you know, paying attention to the live. Plus you can pop on and, sit backstage. We'll try to keep it where we've got, only 3 people backstage at a time, so you're kinda, like, queued up, or you can, let me know if there's a certain time that works for you. We'll make it. Let's see what's going on in the program. You blooped. I mean, you're
Well, I mean, she just did her 3.
Jurors exit the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, so Mr. McDermott handed me something that I'm going to go read. All right, and we'll see you. Court officers will give you instructions on where to be and no more than 10 minutes away, okay?
Your Honor, with regard to the version that was sent to the court.
I don't, the version of whatever I have not yet read?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I want to flag for the court. We'd like to replace that. We noticed some errors. There were different versions that were circulating amongst our team, and we believe the incorrect version got filed. So we would, if you have 10 minutes, we can file the correct version.
Okay. Has the Commonwealth seen whatever it is that Mr. Yanetti's talking about?
she's trying to be vague, like,
They may have sent it
we don't know
earlier.
what
I
it
just
is.
looked at it a couple minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated version as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm
All right.
feeling kind of certain it's a verdict sheet. She's
mean-
like, she cuts him off before he can say, you mean whatever it is that I haven't read yet? And then she said, has the state seen whatever this is we're talking about?
Yeah,
I mean, it's obviously just a sheer guess, but it seems like that's what it is.
all right. So yeah, the jury's back, and I think and we were on with Mel and just a huge cast of amazing characters over on Friday, over on our channel and Mel's channel. We were streaming all over the place, but it was a great collaborative effort. We had a lot of lawyers in there, and Tom, who's a Boston attorney, was really very enlightening in a lot of different ways. We were able to, it was nice. It was really nice to have a Boston Mass guy, just a Massachusetts attorney in general, who we could ask like all the questions to, because it's just different. It's different. It's different than Illinois. It's different than New York. It's like they're in a world of their own there, legally speaking, in terms of how they handle things. And it was cool to be able to have him on in order to to answer some of our questions that I know you and I specifically have been wondering for a long time.
Pennsylvania is a Commonwealth, and they don't do it even like Boston. You'd think some of those Commonwealths might have some overlapping things, but
Yeah, and they don't. And I don't want to belabor this point about the count 2 instruction, but it's the way that it reads. And let me see if I can pull it up. I'm pretty sure we've got it. I think Tracy sent it to me.
while you're pulling it up, I'll just let people know we do have time slotted for today for our 4, because we decided it's just too many when you've got like 6, 7, 8 lawyers. We'd like everyone to get to hear from all the people they want to hear. So we've got 4 set up today for us, Mel, and Andrea. And then Bob, you're supposed to reach out to Runkle because we want to have him on with just the 2 of us. So people can get their fill of Runkle.
Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to Peter too, lawyer, see if I can drag him on. He's been on with us before. He's always great.
So that will weave in with you guys here on. So we're gonna make it all happen today. We're gonna make it all work.
Let's see. Trace, did you get me the final? Did you get me the final jury instructions? I'm trying to. I know we had the proposed ones. I'm not sure if we had.
So even while you're trying to figure that out, I'll just kind of explain to people there's like 2 different issues. Sort of like the issue, the way Yanetti raised it, whether he was thinking along the final lines of what I'm now calling the Joe issue. Just that, there's 7 guilties and one not guilty spot. It seems overwhelming. Da, 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 da. But it sounds like because they picked these lessers, unless the jury, under the law in Massachusetts, the way at least the judge is treating the verdict sheet, and maybe we'll hear some more about this once if that is what in fact the defense has filed today. And again, what Yanetti explained to the judge is like, we've had a lot of versions of this document back and forth. We think the one we sent you is not our final like version we wanted to present to you. We're going to get you the right one. So she's waiting for that. But assuming that document is the verdict sheet on count 2, the other issue that Joe and Bob talked about, that Joe pointed out, was that the jury cannot indicate if they end up hung just on a standalone OUI or DUI, whatever you want to call it. It's driving under the influence or driving while intoxicated, or operating under the influence, which is the OUI. So whatever you want to call it, it's considered the same as the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle. It's the very same because it's included as a lesser. So because of that, if they don't come to a unanimous verdict, either yay or nay on that, they end up hung on that. There's no way for the jury to indicate that. So it's the equivalent to being undecided and hung on the full manslaughter charge.
Right.
Right?
Exactly. So we've got it pulled up here and you can see this time, at least she added as option number 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. All right. So
that solves problem 1, technically.
right. In season 1, that was not even an option. She was just like, oh, well, by inference, if they don't select any of the guilties, then we know that they found her not guilty on those. Now we saw.
I remember if she changed something. Sorry, babe. There was a not guilty option, but I don't think it said.
I don't. It was
the charged offense or any lesser included offense.
Right. I think she just added maybe not guilty. So, but as Allie was saying, as you kind of go through it, so you've got 2 guilty of offenses charged, which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And then there's check 1 or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. So they could,
I was sorry. I was just going to explain the difference between that. It's not illegal to drive after having something to drink. It's illegal to drive either when it's 0.08 or greater, or when you're not able to safely drive. So when it says under the influence of alcohol, that means the influence to the point that you're not able to safely drive, that it is impairing your ability to drive in some way.
Okay. And then you've got 3, which is guilty of a lesser included, just straight up involuntary manslaughter.
So let's say in their minds, they scratch off number 1 and they move on to number 2. I mean, they say, all right, we don't think she's guilty of manslaughter operating a motor vehicle. And they move on to 2. They think she's 3. They think she's not guilty there. They move on to 4. So tell them about 4.
So 4 is guilty of a lesser included offense: motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Check 1 or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Okay. So you've got those 4.
And on that one, that's where it can be negligence instead of, intentionally, doing it. So, but it still requires your vehicle to touch her vehicle to have touched John O'Keefe.
Right. And so 4 and 5, and 5 is guilty of a lesser included offense, operating under the influence of liquor. Now, this is the one that the standalone OUI that was requested by the defense to be put in. I don't even know if it had to have been requested, but I mean,
It
they
didn't.
did. Yeah, they requested it to be put in. I think and this is one of the things that Tom had a concept on, that maybe because of Victoria George, who was one of the alternate jurors that didn't deliberate, that she had long thoughts on it in terms of kind of giving some inside baseball tips
And
to the team and to Karen about what was going on during the deliberations.
well, not during deliberation. She didn't deliberate. And Randy,
Well, but
she would have thought would have been going on. Right.
well,
Is it Randy? No, I called him Randy. What was the other guy's name?
Ronnie, but
Ronnie.
here, she might have known what was going on because she was friendly with some of the jurors, and she might have had discussions after the fact.
That's true.
I can almost guarantee it.
Huh?
Like if you sit there for a trial like this and you get snubbed and you're not one of the jurors,
Yeah, they're talking to you.
you're talking. So like I happen to think she probably had quite a bit of information about what was going on back there and what they were stuck on and what the issues were.
So it makes sense that they wanted to give the jury something.
Right, as opposed to another mistrial,
Right.
because they are, I mean, some people think that Karen would rather be found guilty of the OUI, not guilty of everything else. Problem is with OUI is twofold in Massachusetts. One, it looks to me to be the harshest penalty anywhere in the United States for a first DUI or OUI. Here in Illinois, if we get a client with their first alleged DUI and they come back and they blew and they came back over 0.08, I mean, when you do that, and you guys have probably all heard it throughout the course of your adult lives where you talk to attorneys, they're like, don't blow, don't blow, don't blow. What states started doing is they started creating, in Illinois, we call it a summary suspension, wherein your license, before you've been tried, before you've been convicted, is just by way of refusing to blow, they have the right to suspend your license.
It gets automatically.
It's an automatic trigger. So, and if you blow, it's 6 months. If you don't blow in Illinois, it's a year.
Right. You have a way to there's a mechanism to fight it, obviously, because you could get a ticket for no reason. But
if there's no probable cause to have pulled you over, I mean, there's ways to fight it.
But anyway, how much time do you get? Worst case, if you don't get supervision and nothing, I think it's how many days?
What's the rush? We've got hours to kill.
Oh,
I want to talk about it a little more. So, you were really pushing me along. Do we have something that you want to do real quick?
No.
Okay. All right. So in Illinois, again, you can fight it on the front end, but what they require, the reason that they're able to do this is there has to be this thing called a sworn statement by the arresting cop. Okay. And it's a document that they fill out. And that document basically is where they lay out the evidence that they have. And you'll read them and they're always the same. It's every single one of them is strong smell of alcohol, slurred speech, glassy eyes. And they'll always put that language in there because basically what they're saying is like, look, this person hasn't been convicted yet, but this is a sworn statement, the equivalent of an affidavit from a sworn peace officer who's saying that all of these things had taken place. So that's what kind of like is skirting the due process issue for the Secretary of State in Illinois. And I'm sure in other states where they have an automatic trigger if you blow or refuse to blow, either way. But the carrot is for you to blow, that you get 6 months less on that summary suspension, that automatic suspension, right? So, I mean, ultimately in Illinois, it's a misdemeanor. If you do a plea deal, like typically Allie and I have found that most jurisdictions, aside from probably one that I could think of offhand, the prosecutors, the state's attorneys will offer you what they call supervision, which is you plead guilty, they stay the case for whatever that period of supervision is, whether it be 8 months, 12 months, 16 months, whatever the case may be. And if you do that supervision and you handle all the things that you have to go and do a drug and alcohol eval, and whatever level you come back, you got to do the aftercare, you got to do a victim impact panel, you got to pay the fines. If you do all that before the time runs on the supervision, they then dismiss the case. So you don't have a DUI conviction or an OUI conviction. Here in Massachusetts, on a first, it's and the most that they can give you on a misdemeanor in Illinois is 1 day shy of a year. Otherwise, that triggers it into a felony. So in Massachusetts, you're talking about on a first DUI, they can go up to 2.5 years on a standalone OUI, which is insane. Just absolutely insane. Well, Ray doesn't like information. Ray, I don't want to have to scold you publicly, but I just did. So if to me, you've got a judge that's running hot in Canoni. And I mean, I think everyone agreed on Friday that if Karen were to be found guilty on that.
Do you have your, I don't see OnlyFans at the bottom here.
Honey, I think they're out.
I'm going to just put it up.
I mean, I've got it. It's
all right. So circle back to the.
I mean, we're on verdict watch.
Sheet.
How much do you think they're going to be in court?
Well, she's got to come back on this thing. I got it up, guys. Don't worry. She needed 10 minutes.
Is that what you said? That you think? So you think they're going to come back and discuss something in 10?
Yes, but I have it up, so we're good.
I thought she said don't be more than 10 minutes away, but I don't know. Maybe
She did say that. She did say
Okay.
that, but she's going to look that thing over, and I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, she should be dealing with it. She should be dealing with it. Like, you can't have the jurors back there with that sheet. But all of us, I'm pretty sure of the mindset she's not going to do shit about it.
All right. So anyway, in Illinois, technically you can get up to a year, but in Massachusetts, technically you get up to 2.5. So the problem with the jury sheet is if everybody gets hung, like if there's people that don't want to even find her guilty of a standalone OUI, and they end up hung on just that one last lesser count. Technically, they're hung on all of count 2, and manslaughter would still be on the table for retrial. And that's
yeah. I mean, exactly that therein lies the problem. I mean, because here's what it boils down to. There is no way for the jury to be able to indicate to the court we're hung on 2, 3, and 4. Or no, we've gone not guilty 2, 3, and 4, but we're hung on 5. So if they're back there like, okay, she's not guilty on 2, 3, and 4, they can't select 1 because 1 talks about all lesser included. It's all encompassing. You can't cherry pick anything. So it's 2, 3, and 4. We're not guilty on that, but we're hung on 5. There is no way for them to indicate to the court other than going rogue and saying, all right,
scratching them off.
Right. We're not guilty, writing instead of checking or putting an X next to the guilty. They write not guilty, not guilty, not guilty on 2, 3, and 4. And then on 5,
leave it blank.
Well, I would just write we're hung.
Right.
We're hung. I mean, short of them going completely rogue, which I don't know what effect that has on the verdict slip. Like if they don't follow the directions of the verdict slip, is it invalid? You know, they said, but if you're the jurors and you have no other way to do it. And you're like, well, tough shit. I'm sending this thing out. Like if I were the foreperson, I'm like, and we were hung, if that situation arises, if they're like, she's not guilty on the manslaughter stuff. None of us are finding her guilty on that. But we are hung on this OUI, like, I don't know. It's like if she was,
You know what?
barely looked like she
do.
was sipping it to me. I don't care how many shots she dropped in there. It looked like she took like 4 sips over hours to me. I didn't see her drink shit.
And the friend said she was perfectly fine, and the people saw her drive fine, and the ways showed she was driving fine. Let's get the opinion of one of our very generous viewers. Might be a member, I'm pretty sure. Little Miss Velvet.
Well, hello there, guys. Hi, Bob. Hi, Ali. How you
Hey.
doing?
Hi.
Welcome.
You can speak on anything, but what are your thoughts this morning?
Well, greetings from the UK, first of all. And thanks to you guys, I now have a ball to bounce on, and also have bought a laptop table. So Amazon have done great out of me.
We love the balls.
Just my thoughts on it, though. Thanks very much for covering it. It's been great to join your channel. It's really refreshing. You're doing a great job.
Well, we love having you.
My thoughts on the whole thing coming from the UK. We have a very different system here, as you know, in the UK as far as justice. So watching trials like this from the US do shock me at times. I've watched a few, but this one has got me so invested since last year. And some of it I can't get past. I mean, the investigation for a start with the solo cups and the all of the things that went on with the investigation with Proctor, but also Jen McCabe not going in that house. I can't get past her not going in that house. That is her sister. The first thing you would be doing, surely, is going and banging and hammering on that door and screaming to Nicole to get up and screaming to Brian Albert to come out and help.
So that part of the closing you connected with. That was
absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. And the way Alan Jackson tells the story with facts, and he emphasizes, and if you're in the jury and you're watching that, you're listening to what he's saying. For me, everything he's saying. I'm a note taker. I've got 5 notebooks from last year, believe it or not. I take notes and I listen to lots of different opinions. And yes, we've got defense, defense lawyers, but we've also got to listen to 2 sides, because you have to listen to what I agree with you, Bob, when you talk about Hank Brennan. None of us like him. None of us like the way style of what he does, but he did land some points. And if you're sitting on a jury and you don't know the story like we all do, and you don't know all the information that we all have, then you're listening to all of it. Well, some of it with Hank, to be honest, but you don't know. And 12 jurors are going to make this decision. We're not going to make it. The lawyers are not going to make it. The 12 jurors are going to make it. So we have to go by what evidence is there and presented to them, what they can look at. And what gets me from the UK is I never knew that you could keep evidence out as much as you can. I didn't realize that you sat in your court and you all the evidence that can and can't come in.
Yeah,
I don't get that, Bob. Ali, do you explain why that is? Is that the case across states?
Yeah, that's the case across states, and it's for the most part, it's a strong defense mechanism, because if the police violate the Constitution, they don't do things by the book. That's one reason evidence is out, and that's a penalty to the state. But obviously, what you're also seeing is the evidentiary rules keep out evidence that should be heard by the jury, but there are reasons that it can't be for more technical reasons, and sometimes that does hurt the defense. But I have to say, for the most part, I think that those rules are important and helpful to our justice system. Sometimes they bite against you, and sometimes you don't think they're applied correctly, but we need it. We need it sometimes, because think about all the crap that the state would want to get in if there were no, mechanism to keep it out. But I
I mean,
see your point that there's a lot of things maybe you're saying that you don't understand. Well, that makes no sense not to go to the jury. The jury's not getting the right picture. The jury's not being told. Like, for instance, in this case, the entire thing with ARCA, like that was, I think, and I think a lot of lawyers think, and lay people, I know Bob does as well, that was a huge mistake on Canoni's part, and that was not necessary, and that was not needed under the rules. But the judges get a lot of discretion and leeway in making those evidentiary decisions, because the way that the rules of evidence are set up. And she found that that would confuse or prejudice the jury in some way. Ridiculous ruling, but that's the kind of ruling I can see you sitting at the UK thinking, what in the hell is going on here? Why is the jury not being told the whole truth? But overall, I do think that those rules are a benefit in our system to the most part, except when they bite you.
I have a friend that mentioned to me about the FBI, a friend in the States, and he said that when they say the word agent, this particular FBI agent said that people normally link it in with the FBI or
Absolutely.
one of the agencies. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
And when they're saying an independent agency, everyone there now knows that those words mean the FBI, because it's been made clear through all the witnesses. But even when they started using the word agents instead of law enforcement, that was definitely a signal, and everyone knows now, oh, now they mean either DEA, FBI, some sort of federal law enforcement. In the US, if you call them an agent, that's a federal law enforcement.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say one thing that really got me was their behavior. I mean, the way Alan Jackson did it in the closing, and he talked about all their behavior with getting rid of phones in dumpsters and a military base, with getting rid of the phones just before the order came through, with all of the things that it did, their behavior did not add up to people. There wasn't something going on there. It didn't add up. It was strange behavior.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that didn't make it in this second go around.
Yeah, I mean, they tried that the first time. That all made it in the first time, and I was of the mindset, and I get why people wanted in, globally, but when you kind of get down to the nuts and bolts of it, and Tom brought it up too. Like, I just loved having a Massachusetts lawyer on there, and especially because he was thinking about the case the same way that I was during trial one. You're creating, as a defense attorney, you're creating this kind of quasi burden for yourself, a de facto burden, when you are trying to sell this conspiracy concept or this frame up job. And if you can't land it, it's a problem. And the problem is that we have a lot of smoke, right? We have all the things that you just talked about, and more. There's much, much more. However, I don't think in terms of what they were able to get in last trial was enough. And the proof of that was that whatever the count was, and none of us really know what it was. We've heard rumor and speculation, 9, 3, 8, 4, whatever it was. It sounds like they had more guilty votes than they did not guilty. So if you're the attorney on that thing, you have to be like, all right, we can't go full throat into that thing again. Like that's not something we're going to do. So I was frankly thrilled about how they tried this case. I thought it was tried brilliantly. I thought they did exactly what they were supposed to do. And I thought that Alan Jackson wrapped it up like a champion.
But to your point, Bob, and to Little Miss Velvet's point, don't forget, we have this piece here where Higgins, it doesn't have to be third party culprit, why he hid his phone or we have this whole issue of him and the chief in that with that vehicle for a wildly long time being weird. So I still think they could have gotten that in, not with the necessary focus on third party, so it still keeps them on track, but for something else shady that could be directly tied to the taillight. We need the taillight to be planted for this entire story. So I still, in my mind, even believe, fully believing or that your point is a great one, to make it more about the science, make it more about reasonable doubt, not to put a burden on yourself with a third party. But to Little Miss Velvet's point, I do think that Higgins information, especially Higgins, even if we don't mention Albert, Higgins destroying his phone could have been tied back to just in closings, just in the jury's mind, to something shady that happened in that Sally Port with Kenny Berkowitz, or the planting of the tail light or something like that, and not even be about the murder.
I agree, and I think for me, the smoking gun this time around totally for me was Arca. Those two professional expert witnesses against the blue man.
Professional? What are you talking about, Little Miss Velvet? Eating ham sandwiches, lying about being in a corner? Are you shitting me? No. He used Signal, for God's sakes. Who does that, Little Miss Velvet?
Versus the blue man, with the paint on his arm that got paid 400 grand. That's a worry that they're paying taxpayers' money. I thought that was a great point that hit home from Alan Jackson when he made the point of saying taxpayers' money, because all those jurors sitting there on that jury are, taxpayers. So hopefully all of this will be hit home. One question I just wanted to ask you was about the foreman, because in the UK, again, the foreman is picked by the jury. It's not picked by the judge. So the fact that Judge Canoni is picking the foreman, and that she picked the one and she switched him round, and they're saying that it's the one that didn't take any notes. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, Tom had a really good point, Tom, so that's the Boston lawyer. And he gave us some insider information. He said in all of his career, he cannot think of a time where the judge selected the foreman before they used their little randomizing pick to find out who are going to be the alternates, and remove the alternates. So that leaves that she took what appears to be an unusual move of handpicking her foreman before they pulled out 6 alternates, and that way her pick wasn't in. Now, I've also heard that the foreman's a person of color. I don't know how many people of color there are on the jury. In my mind, people of color are always great to have in a foreman, because it's a voice that's usually tends to be in our system and in our just in the US a more silenced voice by the masses, as far as but it's also, but in any event, also that I saw on X that he might have laughed at something, like scoff laughed when McCabe said something. So, maybe she always picks person in seat 1. Maybe that's like just her go-to. I don't know if anyone remembers who she picked last time.
But does that not? That was the ex-cop she picked last time, didn't she? Does that not go towards bias?
Well, it depends if she's picking the seat 1 all the time, or if she's really literally, like, if we could go into her mind and she was saying, all right, I'm going to look for the person that I think really has it out for Karen Reed. I'm going to look for that person who wasn't taking notes, and I'm going to look for that person who I thought rolled his eyes when the defense talked. I mean, if she was doing that, obviously that would show bias.
Yeah, that's a big problem. And as far as,
but we would never know that.
If you're the defense team and you're going through voir dire and you're picking your jurors and you're like, all right, we got a cop. We got a former cop that's sitting here. Do we use one of our challenges to get rid of him? And, that's like a real heavy duty discussion, because in this case where you've got a heavy Bowden defense going, where you've got, and I'm going to be very kind here and call it unorthodox investigation in terms of leaf blowers and solo cups, no chains of custody, no mapping out of the
that goes
degree
beyond
field.
unorthodox, though, babe. The chain of custody shit.
Huh?
That goes beyond just unorthodox. The chain of custody shit.
I was fucking kidding.
No, I know, but I know you were kidding. I'm just saying.
Didn't you see the air quotes?
Yeah.
Yeah. My point being is that when you're sitting there with a cop as a potential juror and you've got this shit show of an investigation, the argument between the defense team is going to be like, all right, like typically you're like, launch that motherfucker. We're not keeping a cop on the jury. No way, no how. But in this case, where you've got just this nightmare of an investigation, you hope that you've got a good cop, a good former cop that's in that box who's going to be disgusted. Like we've had plenty of people, starting with Joe Jackalone and all kinds of experts from law enforcement side that have just been disgusted by what this investigation was. That's who you're hoping your juror is, right? And you're hoping that that person's going to be like, you can't trust anything. I did this for a living. You can't trust anything about this investigation because it was hot garbage. So, and whether or not that ended up shaking out, who knows? You know, because it was like the same thing when my dad and Sam Amoranti were picking the Gacy jury, and they had a Marine, and Sam was a former Marine, my dad's partner on that trial, and my dad adamantly wanted the Marine gone, and Sam was like, no, we need somebody that's kind of accustomed to the concept of death, and a Marine's going to understand that. It turned out my dad was right, and because that was an insanity defense case. That wasn't like, I mean, that in a case where you've got an insanity defense by operation of law, the defendant is saying, I did it. I didn't have any ability to control my compulsions. Like that was the Gacy thing, that he was insane and that his compulsions were something that he couldn't control, blah, 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 blah. So they picked the guy, the Marine, and the guy becomes the foreperson. And, you know, in that case is a terrible example because when you end 33 kids' lives, you're going down, and you're going down hard, you know. So, but the concept is the same in terms of when you're picking a juror, and it's somebody that you typically would not pick. Like I've told that story before about where I picked that former prosecutor in the county that I was trying that case in, who was no longer a prosecutor, who I thought could explain the law because I was using a novel defense to the other jurors. And of course that came back and bit me in my ass because she turned out to be the foreperson. And even though there was long deliberation, she, you know, ultimately.
So you never know.
I did that. So you never know. You never know. But
we had a show here in the UK that was fictional. That was, they picked 24 people and they split them into two sets of 12 jurors with the same murder trial. And they did the murder trial, they did all the evidence, and they all went to deliberate. And they showed them deliberating in the room. And believe it or not, one came back with guilty and one came back with not guilty. And when you watch them deliberating in the room, they were all bringing in lots of their own experiences or their family's experiences or things that had happened to them into the deliberation, which, you know, they say not to, but they were doing exactly that. And there was one that was very vocal and very strong, and he elected himself as the foreman and kept inserting his opinion into the deliberations. So it was fictional, but it was quite interesting to see what they came to two different, well, one not guilty and one guilty verdict on the same murder trial.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the point about having people from different backgrounds and different life experiences. And that's why picking a jury is so important. All right. So before we let Miss Velvet go, because her time with us is up, I do want to know. Now, obviously, you're a trial watcher. You've got some background. If you were on this jury, is there any chance, and I know you were backstage, so you probably saw the verdict sheet, that with that verdict sheet, you would say, you guys, I think we should X off the ones we know, or I think we should write not guilty. Is there any chance that you'd come up with some suggestion like that if you were faced with all of you agreed not guilty on everything that involved a car, but you were hung on like the DUI?
I would try and break it down. Into small chunks as much as I could, but to get to the verdict.
You guys got there and you've stuck with this sheet that doesn't give you the option to write not guilty on all the ones that you've decided not guilty. Is there a chance that you'd suggest, guys, maybe we just put an X over it? Or you'd be like, well, we're not allowed to do that. That's not something the judge said we're allowed to do.
If the judges said we're not allowed to do it, you're not allowed to do it, are you? I mean, can you put a note back to the judge and say this is where we're at? Can we do X, Y, and Z?
That's what they'll do
I
first.
would do that. I would do that. I would go back to the judge and I would say, this is where we're at. What can we do now? Tell us what we can do now. I would go back and say, can we do X, Y, or Z?
All the
All right.
judge is going to do in that situation is tell you follow the law, follow
Maybe,
the norm.
maybe. Well, thanks for joining us, Little Miss Velvet.
No
That's
problem.
what
Great
We
to meet you
we love
both.
ya. And I love getting your daily information emails. I got yours today. They're always great. You always have great concept.
You're brilliant.
I love your concept. I want you to flesh it out because
Yeah, I am
talk
doing
about.
it. I've started to write it. So, but listen, you guys, you're brilliant. I'm so pleased I found your channel and came to watch you this year. Keep doing what you're doing. This channel's going places.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. We love you.
bye. So I think if one of the jurors did what Little Miss Velvet was saying, like, all right, let's say we're hung on it. We send a note out to the judge and it says, Your Honor, on count 2, we have made decisions on all but one count. Can we indicate which somehow? Just like that.
Right.
I mean, it's possible that might work.
I mean, you would like, and it's so weird to sit here in a world in which sometimes in the courtroom, common sense does not seem to rule the day because commonsensically, you would think that the judge would immediately be like, all right, defense, you were right. This thing is confusing. They've obviously come up with something that this verdict slip cannot accommodate. They've run into a situation that cannot be accommodated for them to be able to tell us, me, the judge, you, the lawyers, exactly what's going on in terms of their decisions they've made back there, and that she would do the appropriate thing. I just have zero faith that she'll do it. In the direct conflict with common sense, right? I mean, common sense dictates, of course, she'll do something. I mean, the judge, and that's everybody's going to be screaming about how biased she is. I mean, she's just not doing herself any favors when she pulls shit like this, because to me, the answer is simple. You just add not guilty to all the other lessers. You just add that option.
But here's the thing, though. If we go back to what we said originally, that's the law in Massachusetts, that the OUI is considered the exact same as the manslaughter because it's on the lesser included. And if they can't come to a decision, then they all remain undecided. And that's the way the law wants it intentionally. It's not supposed to work another way. If that's what we're saying, if that's what it ends up being, and I'm not so sure it is. I mean, I haven't done the research myself, but that's the sense I got from Yanetti's response. Like that's the seems like the way Massachusetts wants it kind of thing. Like that's the law. Then it's one of those situations where, as much as we're usually dying for jurors not to split the baby, not to compromise their final thing. It's like, all right, guys, just compromise on that, because otherwise the manslaughter is still there for a third go at this. God forbid. I mean, it's just surprising. And I've just got to go back and relook at it because I remember we read the law the last time around, and there was something different that I thought that I had read, and I haven't done the research this time around. Maybe I've got to think
All
about
right. Can you let the guy in? He's down there scratching.
Yes. All right, guys. Here's the new
reading
motion.
this.
All right. Well, I want to hear it. I'll wait. Let me put it on while I go so I can listen to you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So this was filed this morning. It's the defendant's motion to amend the verdict slip. Now comes the defendant, Karen Reed, to request that the court modify its jury verdict slip from its current form. Ms. Reed submits that the proposed amended verdict slip improves clarity for the jury in understanding its task and reporting its verdict. Now, the current verdict slip, particularly the slip for count 2, risk confusing the jury and thus causing errors. Argument. Respectfully, the verdict slip is unclear and otherwise confusing. This lack of clarity and resultant risk of confusion and error can easily be minimized by tailoring and clarifying the verdict slip to better aid the jury in memorializing its verdict. Indeed, there is no compelling reason not to do so. I mean, that's it. So specifically, Ms. Reed proposes that the court use the verdict slip attached as Exhibit A, which presents formatting changes, not substantive changes, to the court's verdict slip. That the jury has started deliberation does not preclude the amendment. See Commonwealth v. Liccardi or Lisa Iardi. God damn it, it's an Italian name. I should be able to pronounce it. Lisa Ciardi. Lisa, if I say it in my Italian accent, then I can pronounce it. Lisa Ciardi. Indeed, the court amended the jury verdict slip in Miss Reed's first trial while the jury was deliberating. A verdict slip is a tool designed to aid the jury. Quote, a recognized means of reducing errors in the rendering and announcing of verdicts. Commonwealth v. Powers. Thank you, Powers. It is well established that verdict slips are of no binding legal significance, and that is Reed versus Commonwealth. And that was obviously from, that sounds like that was from the dicta from their appeal. And, quote, a verdict as a matter of law requires a public announcement in open court. No verdict exists if none was announced. End quote. Because the verdict slip tool are tools to aid the jury, their primary goal, in addition to ensuring a defendant's rights, should be clarity for the jury in both understanding its charge and reporting its verdict. And that's Commonwealth v. Clark. Quote, crucially finding that, quote, the verdict slips only serve to confuse the jury, end quote. The current jury verdict slip has the real potential to confuse the jury and cause errors, particularly with respect to count 2, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and its lesser included charges. The form does not explain the process the jury should follow while completing it. Although the court instructed the jury that the form should be completed from top down, the form itself does not provide instructions to stop after the jury has selected a given box. Moreover, the form presents the jury with only a single, quote, not guilty option applicable to count 2 in its entirety, juxtaposed with four guilty options, one for each charge. This imbalanced presentation visually favors the guilty options and risks creating bias towards a guilty verdict and degradation of Miss Reed's rights, in addition to creating the risks of confusion and errors. In furtherance of the salutary goals of maximizing clarity and avoiding error, Miss Reed proposes the verdict slip attached as Exhibit A. The proposed verdict slip has several benefits. First, the form includes clear step-by-step instructions explaining to the jury whether they should stop or continue based on their findings for a given charge. Although Massachusetts law does not dictate how or in what order a jury must deliberate, the jury must return a verdict of the highest crime that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's Commonwealth v. Ross. The proposed verdict slips clear instructions aid the jury in complying with that mandate. Additionally, the proposed verdict slip makes clear the jury's choice between guilty or not guilty for each separate charge, instead of presenting only a single option or a single not guilty option encompassing each and every charge that is part of count 2. This balanced presentation gives equal weight to both possible outcomes for each charge and avoids any implicit bias towards a guilty verdict. Providing the jury with a clear choice between guilty or not guilty for each charge while following step-by-step instructions also minimizes the risk of confusion for the jury. It is beyond cavil that the proposed verdict slip is clearer than the current jury verdict slip. Ms. Reed, in conclusion, respectfully requests that the court now substitute the attached verdict slip for the court's existing verdict slip for use in the case. Now, I don't think we got there. Maybe they didn't attach the exhibit for the
They did
filing?
not make a focus of this, the inability to indicate which is hung, correct?
Right,
So
correct.
that goes back to what I read from that, and again, what I read from Yanetti's response to you, is that under Massachusetts law, if they don't agree on them all, the same the largest count remains, even if they can't even agree on a lesser included. So I wonder if technically, if that were the case, if technically writing not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, guilty on the last one would still allow them to come back and go for the highest charge. I don't know.
I don't know either.
But that's what it says to me, is that they're reading this to mean that if they can't agree, it's the same as them not agreeing on, if they can't agree on OUI, it's the same as them not agreeing on manslaughter, which is frightening.
Yeah, it's
When
It's
we've
con-
got another one of our members back here that can discuss this with us.
all right. Bring him on.
All right. And we have the Spitfire Dragon.
Megan, what's up, girl?
Hi, Bob and Allie. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Happy
Doing well.
Monday. Happy
Yes,
Monday.
happy Monday. Happy Father's Day to you, Bob, and happy birthday
you.
to Scout. I hope she had a really good one. We also had other birthdays. Let me see who had a birthday. Oh, well, right there, history and homicide.
We'll sing it
But
when you're gone.
Daisy, the corgi's mom, had a birthday on Friday.
All
And then
right.
Melissa
Nice.
from Montana had a birthday on Sunday.
Happy birthday to all.
Happy
our
birthday
day
to ya.
ya.
Happy birthday to ya.
ya.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, you
We were
guys.
so on point last night. In
Yeah.
real life, we nail it.
That's
On
weird.
the interwebs,
It's not good.
brutal. It's
No good.
brutal.
You guys are adorable. You did great this time.
I mean, the first portion of it was pretty good. Then we lost the lead there.
All right, Megan, what most connected with you in the closings, or what about the case at all, or do you want to talk about?
So the science, there was no collision. Like, we're done. There we go. Also, everybody was drinking. That's ridiculous. They should probably work on that in Massachusetts. But okay, this was a bunch of nonsense. There was all sorts of shenanigans from the Commonwealth. Let's just let that OUI go and hope she learned her lesson.
I mean, that would be the easiest if they found not guilty on everything and just signed that top line. And then this whole issue goes away with the crazy, verdict sheet.
That's nuts. It's the same thing as last time. I mean, I'm like, is this Bizarro world? Is this the upside down? This is the exact same thing as last time. You would think she would want to avoid that, but no, apparently. It's like,
I mean,
all right then.
It sounds like that I've got to reread the ruling in the Supreme Judicial Court, the appeal for Karen. And I know I read a case last time. It's sounding to me like that it's not Judge Cannoni, it's Massachusetts
In general,
law that if you put the lesser included and they don't reach a verdict, it's like the main charge still remains. So we have to hope that they come to a verdict.
That's so concerning. So I wanted to mention, I saw somebody had a great idea in the chat last week, and somebody said, this was during the amazing panel that you had on Friday. Somebody was like, hey, you guys should do a calendar that's like LawTubers and their dogs. No, you should do a calendar, LawTubers and their pets. Like, I want to see, like, that little George Clooney cat, the little cat that Josh Schiffer has. Like, there's some adorable
Justice Kitty.
Like, it would be so easy to do, and then you could like put part of the money towards some sort of advocacy organization.
Yeah. We could try to coordinate
great
something.
concept.
But
When I started, when the
Bob's
YouTube
will have his shirt off with the Nook next to him.
when YouTube created like the community page and they switched it around so that you guys could post in there, that was like one of the things I really wanted you guys to throw up there was all your your little pet babies, and because people love to brag on their pet babies because they're so adorable and we all love them so much. So that's a really good concept because I think people would really love that because we all love our pets so much.
It's true.
I
It's
wish
true.
if Manook wasn't so huge, I'd have him come like sit on my lap so much, but he's a big guy.
It's like, yeah, it's like he would like dwarf you on your
Yeah.
little ball.
and he's all knees and elbows. That guy, he's got kind of the body of a greyhound, like where he's very lean and very athletic, and he's like, if I pick him up off the ground, he hates it. like he's fine when he's leaping on his own, but if I pick him up off the ground, it is like panic it ensues, and he's like flailing, and it's not good. Yeah, he's but he's the sweetest guy ever.
So
yeah,
Bob,
I mean, the
go
Alberts
ahead.
love their pets.
I was going to say I did a little bit of research on your coyote theory,
Oh, thank
and
you.
it is not as crazy as people would have you believe.
I know that.
Because not only are coyotes in the area, and they were having a problem with them at the time, but they are becoming bolder and attacking more people. It used to be, over a handful of years, you would have 5 or 6 incidents of coyotes attacking people, whereas now it's several incidents a year. And they think that part of that is because they are they've been as packs preying on moose, so they are used to bigger prey now. And so it's entirely possible that they might come up and be like, this looks like a fun, delicious piece of something laying here.
None of it makes any sense without like a trip to the house in a Faraday bag, a trip to the garage in the Faraday bag, or something completely different that none of us know. Because even the throwing the cup, the falling back, and then a coyote, for God's sakes, or whatever, doesn't explain how the hell the glass is back at his body. I think honestly, she pulled away, somebody pulled up, did something, almost ran him over. Maybe he runs out of the way from another car, and then that's associated with the house, maybe, and then they move him to the. I don't know, because none of it makes sense. None of the moving of the phone makes sense. None of the healthcare data makes sense. It doesn't seem to make enough sense to get in the house and then back to the flagpole. It doesn't seem enough to get into the garage and then back to the flagpole. It doesn't make any sense. There was clearly planting because of the random glass, and the taillight. There's no convincing me that all of that taillight, even the inner parts, I mean, that was like a point that I almost wish he'd focus on even more in the closing, was like, you've got whatever the hell they call that, whatever the thing that be in trouble took, like, how in the hell does that part of the taillight come the fuck out? So there's clearly some planting, but I just don't think any of the theories postured are actually what happened. Not any of them. None of it makes any sense, because.
Well, I mean, it's what you say all the time, Allie. It's like, no matter what the theory is, there's always got to be the planting of the taillight
And the glass. And then how's the glass in the glass in his nose, unless the glass broke, had some, like, breaking glass was involved. What are there, 2 glasses? He kept his glass in his hand and someone else with the glass punched him. None of it makes any sense. None of it makes any sense.
I know, it's ridiculous. I have to ask you, I didn't realize until partway through Brennan's closing that he thought that Karen hit John because she was backing up to have the last word in the argument.
I mean, it was like his
I was like, whoa,
metaphor
oh,
kind of thing.
this whole time, that was the thing. It's like he didn't make that clear until partway through the closing.
Yeah, but it was like he was making his last word running him down, even though he tried to act like she didn't run him down on purpose. I mean,
Yeah, he was very inconsistent with
Yeah.
whether it was intentional or not.
Yeah.
But whenever, it's like intentional, I have to think of Sarah Boone with her. It's not intentional.
right.
I didn't mean to zip him up in the suitcase.
Yeah, I didn't
Didn't
mean
mean
to
to keep him
clearly
in
murder
there
him.
after he was begging for, the motion for OnlyFans granted. I'll allow it.
And when we're done with Spitfire, we got another email with Yanetti's affidavit. So what else? Anything about the closings that you would have wanted to hear that you didn't hear? Or what connected with you the most?
I actually think they did a really good job. I watched Jackson's closing again this weekend, and it was really, really on point. And I think the things that we were talking about on Friday that should have been in there, and I'm sure they were those cards that got pulled out for time, as we saw in the HBO doc. I was like, I'm sure those were things he had in there and had to sacrifice to fit the time. But he's such a great orator. He's fantastic.
But the other thing that Tom, the local lawyer, said in our large panel was that he thought that a lot of the jurors might find him a little pompous, or his language a little pompous, and they connect better with Yanetti.
That's true. Yanetti's a lot more down to earth.
Right.
But it was an amazing closing. He is a phenomenal storyteller. He knows when to. It was, it could have been written for the movies. The whole presentation, excluding the things that I think, could have been in there as well, or whatever, just the way that he told it. He definitely did. Motion's been denied, no hearing.
Yeah, Christina Rex is reporting it, I guess, on Twitter.
Yeah.
And the thing, Bob,
and that's, guys, goes to the jury changing the verdict sheet we just went over.
I don't dislike Brennan because he's effective. I dislike him because he's playing to win instead of trying to seek justice.
Right.
Well, and he's lying.
Yes,
he's lying.
I have a big problem with,
what about when he told the jury
and things based on lies?
Right.
So
like,
this is
yeah, he told the jury, just as one example, I should have been taking notes of all his little gaslighting moments. He's like, sequestration orders matter. No, who gets an order from a judge to preserve your text messages and then destroys them? Those are the experts they want you to believe. Excuse me, Brennan, he destroyed those long before there was an order.
Exactly.
Long before. And one thing you saw with these closings is you saw two defense attorneys, because you don't object during closing. There was things I thought Brennan did enough lies. I honestly do think there should have been a couple of objections. And I also think there should have been an objection because they were getting really close to burden shifting. Brennan was in saying things like they presented no evidence of this, they presented no evidence of that. But you didn't hear Brennan object the entire time, and you didn't hear the defense object the entire time. And that's more typical. And if I remember correctly, I think I heard Lally objecting last time. I could be wrong, but he did little things like that. And I can't think of some other examples right now, but just like, it was just lies and little shiftings of truth and
little shiftings of truth. The man held up a hoodie.
No, I meant in the closing.
Yeah. Like he is.
There were probably lots of shiftings of truths, but there were little ones all over the place.
Here's
I like
my
reflective
problem with
evidence.
Yeah, right. I mean, look, the government in general has all the advantages. And when you've got a prosecutor that pulls the shit that he pulled in this trial, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. It like, you have all the advantages. This is supposed to be about the search for truth. It's not supposed to be about wins.
Hmm.
And when he does the things that he did, it's
Extras,
not only should it
extra.
disgust people, it should terrify people. This isn't a by any means necessary type situation.
And this
That's
is with the
not
world
what it is.
watching. The world watching.
He doesn't care. Like I said it before, I'll say it again. I mean, he went in scorched earth. He doesn't give a shit. He's not the elected prosecutor. He's just not. You know, he's got nothing to lose other
Right,
than
to
to
your
go in and
point.
burn it down.
If you're willing to do that with the whole world watching, what's going on behind the scenes that we the people never see? It's not pretty,
Exactly.
people. It's not. All right, let's give Spitfire. She's got a minute left with us. What else you got to say, Spitfire?
I just wanted to mention the Tamla Horsford case because it has so many parallels to this one, even though it's almost a completely different case. It involves a late night house party where people were drinking heavily. The person who owned the house was connected to law enforcement. Somebody died, and their injuries don't match the state's story. And all of these little things. I'll make a list and send it to you, Bob. It's pretty interesting.
All right,
Awesome.
we'll
Yeah, I'll
look into
definitely
that
check
one.
it out.
Well, thank you so much, guys. And thank you to Giggle Glimmer because I won her spot and I appreciate it.
That was very
Uh,
generous.
And
Glitter
we're
Glimmer.
thrilled to have you on.
Great
we
to
love
have
you,
you,
Megan.
Spitfire.
You're a great member of the community.
Love you guys.
Thanks, Megan.
Love you back.
All right, so Steffers asked about Jay. I have put word out to both Jay and Shannon. I asked for them both to join us. They are both working. I was like, what about a lunch break? Find 15 minutes anywhere, anytime. We'd just, we'd love to have you. Think about it. So that's kind of where we left it.
Yeah. I mean, Jay's got a full-time job, so it would have to be on his lunch break. But yeah, we'd love to get him on. I mean, if you've been following Jay's Twitter, Jay's been highly ambiguous in terms of where he's at on this.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get him on and lock him down. What are you saying, Jay?
Jay might shock the world and say Karen Reed guilty. I mean, you never know. You never
I
know.
feel like after the defense's case, if he was on the fence, maybe he's back off it. I don't know though. I don't know.
Tony Bruschi was not swayed. Tony Bruschi's like hardcore Karen guilty, and it's like I put some pretty compelling shit at him, and he never puts anything compelling at me other than Karen's clips. I mean, it's like talking to Hank Brennan. I'm like, all right, well, where's the evidence though, bro? I'm like, there's got to be evidence. Yeah, the more people talk about the phone thing, the more I worry about the fact that, like, under any circumstance, the phone not moving after a certain point is potentially a huge problem in terms of the minds of the jurors.
Yeah.
Like how
I'll tell you, babe, I still think that I don't think everyone's going to discount Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts like some people may think. A lot of people may think they deserve to be discounted. And that whole, I think he was hit by a plow first thing in the morning. That to me is something. But I think at the end of the day, even with all the little things, there were little things, that might be compelling. Like somebody might be like, why was she looking right in that very spot where no one could see it? And she spotted him and, but that they're going to have to, I think I would have to, of trying to be as independent as I can, still say they honestly didn't prove to me the car hit the guy. And I feel like I would keep coming back to that because there, like his whole thing at the end, his Brennan whole thing at the end, like, oh, they're putting up their video and saying it shows that he'd have no bottom injuries. The jury's not going to forget how completely macerated the arm would have been. Like
right.
It's you can't break the taillight like that without the injury to the arm. And if you're trying to say it's the glass with the hand, your hand is on that glass, right? It's getting hit. Your fingers are just gone.
Well, the
They're
whole
at least cut
concept
up.
of if you've got your hand wrapped around a rocks glass like this, I mean, your knuckles are right here. Like that was such an important point because I mean, there's no other. If your arms like this, that's where your knuckles are. Your knuckles are getting smashed
Or at
by
least your hands
back
cut
of
up
the
with glass.
like 100%. There's like 3 different things that would have happened. Like your hand would have been cut up by glass, your knuckles would have been crushed, and you know, like there would have been actual glass theoretically, probably on the bumper instead of some shit that Proctor planted. You know,
Hey.
that whole thing with that mystery piece of glass on the bumper, like it's that kind of stuff that really can only bring the jury to reasonable doubt. It's
Yeah.
like you worry about the phone concept in terms of like, well, like how do you explain that? But then you balance it.
Right.
The fact that there's this piece of glass that has no reason to be there other than it was
Proctor.
planted.
And
you
they
know?
did a great job of that in their closing. And we said it like while it was going on, when he would pause and give the jury time to say the answer in their head before he spoke the words. I mean, sometimes he went right out and said, if we could say it all together, we would, you know, but his pausing and waiting and repeating the question is all to give the jury the chance to say it in their own heads first. That's a psychological thing. That is very, very compelling when the jury is putting it in their head before you say it, even if they're only guessing what you're about to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was a very strong thing to do. And they sprinkled that throughout the case when they were like, would ask the questions and who took that piece of evidence, and they're hoping the jury's like, oh, they're about to say Michael Proctor, you know?
Right.
And Cristobal Mateo, I love your name. It's a great name. Member for 1 month, local Illinois resident here.
Aw, family hug to
Yeah.
another fellow Illinoisan.
Ray 5690 said he was just teasing Bob. Love you guys.
Or she, he or she.
Yeah, sorry.
I knew,
Thanks.
I knew.
Just south of history. Thanks for letting us know. Motion by the defense denied. On new slip is out. Yep. Nola's adventure. Oh, got another New Orleans girl. I assume girl just from the picture of a woman, but oh well, wait. But you've got Czar, so maybe that's just different, not New Orleans.
Maybe Nola's her name.
Yeah, Nola, because it's not all caps. Okay, sorry. I got New Orleans on the mind always. She did the same last time. Seat 1 chosen before alternates. So, you know, look, let's give her the benefit of the doubt right there. She might just pick seat 1 all the time.
I think the issue came up when there was some kind of switching of seats. I
Were we able to confirm that for
No.
sure by someone?
no.
I know that everyone's saying that, but I don't think, like, we had a panel of 8 and I asked all 8 and no one knew for sure whether or not that person had ever been moved or seat 1 had been moved or anything like that. But if Judge Cannoni always chooses seat 1 and always chooses before alternates or always chooses before alternates, it's not as
It's a nothing burger then.
It's a
like
nothing
if
burger.
that's her habit, if that's what she does, then it's not nefarious. If it's not, or if she positioned juror number 6, who I think it is, into seat number 1 at some point towards the end of the case for whatever reason.
How is,
And it's
I don't
kinda
understand
weird.
who was reporting that. Where is it coming from?
I don't
Why
know.
would she have moved a juror's seat?
I don't know. It was all the rage on Twitter. Like people were posting all kinds of shit about it. So it's like,
Huh.
you know, like the only people that I can trust on that are people that were in the courtroom and that were in the courtroom the day that might have occurred. Otherwise, it's all rank speculation. So if there were people that were reporting that, then that's a pretty reliable source if they were in the courtroom, you know, and if that's the case, then it's weird.
Well, that's definitely an issue. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, 100%. That's something that
because if you're going to move a juror's seat for some reason, we're about to have someone join us. But if you're going to move a juror's seat for a reason and your habit is this seat 1, yeah, you know what? Don't put them in seat 1.
right.
Got to move a juror somewhere, any other seat than seat 1. Grin
That's
for me
weird.
says,
That's weird. That's weird.
Just gonna jump. That's the one I wanted.
Oh, you wanted that suspicious? Did you want that one?
Grin for me.
Oh,
I
Cardi
would
B.
rather an ex-officer jury member than a family member of an officer in this case, to be honest. Yeah. Yep. Thanks. Grin for me. Hashtag feed Bob. All right.
Always.
We are joined by John Miller.
Hey, and John is showing his beautiful face. What's up, man?
Yes.
All right, how are
I like that.
We're awesome.
I figured I am shy, but I don't know how to work this thing, so it just put me on camera. So it's fine with me. I don't care.
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. I love to put a face to a name. So that's
And we love
great.
all your comments. You've had a lot to say, and we're happy to hear from you and excited to have you. So tell us what you're thinking.
I'm thinking hopefully today's the day. I mean, poor Karen Reed and her family have suffered long enough. I mean, I can't believe I'm here because I'm not a law and crime person. But I found that this story, I was on Barstool Sports and Turtle Boy went on a show in the winter of 2023, and that's how I got involved. So
I think a lot of men who otherwise wouldn't be paying attention to this got involved like that.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
So you've been
John,
following
did
it
you
since
watch?
then?
Did you watch Trial 1?
Oh yeah, I saw some pre-trial of Trial 1 too. Actually, after that,
Yeah.
and I just can't believe it. And then after watching that, I went from that to watching. I went in the YSL in the middle of that,
Yeah.
and that was just even more bananas. So I mean, I guess these are two of the things that are not normal. And then I've heard some things about what you said, what happened in Indiana about that other case. But there was no cameras there, so I followed it just from hearing what you said, Bob.
Yeah.
Well, they're microcosms of what is happening everywhere, not to the same scale, but
Yeah.
there's versions of this happening
Sure.
in every courtroom all over the United States.
Right.
I agree.
That's the thing. And it's like that's from a shining a light perspective. I'm glad that this case has gotten so much notoriety in terms of coverage because it is a real issue with our criminal justice system in this country, man. It's just, look, I'll die on this hill. It is the best that's out there from what I see.
Sure.
But it's got a massive amount of warts. Hey, look, anytime that you have human beings running some shit, there's going to be issues because we're all human. We all make mistakes. The problem with the criminal justice system and when mistakes are made, the damage that done is life ruining. You know what I mean? So it's
Exactly.
like there's a lot of weight to it. And, and the answers into how we can fix it are not super evident. You know what I
No.
mean? And like, frankly, the most powerful way is through doing what we do, doing what you do, John, and taking an interest enough to where you're like, you know what? I'm going to dig into this thing. You know what? It's making me feel a certain way about it. And, it goes to that thing that Alice and I have talked about a few times where, if you live in a state where you elect your judges, take a peek at who you're voting for. Just don't vote party line. Take a look at the person, the human being that you're putting up on that bench. If you're in a state where you're voting for your prosecutors, take a peek at that person. See, because both of those positions have huge amounts of power. And when people are just clicking a name and don't know jack shit about who they're putting on the bench or who they're putting in that incredibly powerful office of prosecutor, this is the kind of shit you can end up with. And, it really is a cautionary tale. So, I mean,
And you got to have
it
people.
starts from, the ground floor and work your way up. And it starts with who we're voting in to
Right.
these
And getting the word out to, local representatives, to your representatives saying, what's important to me? Law reform. We need to reform the system. What are you going to do to improve our system? What checks and balances are you going to put in for wrongful convictions? And are you open to reform? Because the more people asking for it, and yeah, I mean, obviously we're all busy, but there are people in your communities and all of our communities who are active in that kind of shit. So you get that person to be pushing that agenda and to be bringing that agenda to light so that local representatives are hearing it, senators, House of Representatives, they're all hearing it from their constituents, then it's going to become, something important. Like everybody, people want to talk about how difficult it is. Here's just a horrible example, but sex offender registration requirements, things like that. Everybody wants to make a law that makes it harder for be able to say, I crack down on sex offenders. Why? Because they know that people care about that. Like that guy did some good shit. So if they think people care about reform, about preventing wrongful convictions, about correcting wrongful convictions, about, shining a light on this stuff and holding our judges and our prosecutors up to a certain standard, eventually it'll take hold. But like Bob's saying, I mean, it's the law game is a long process to change in general,
Really is.
and there's tons of warts. I mean, just from even thinking of about, the number of minorities and laws that were put in place to populate our jails with minorities and getting out, people who've got weed convictions and for life and things like that. I mean, there's a lot of shit, but yeah. So what'd you think about the closings, John?
Obviously I haven't heard many, but from what everybody has said, I mean, I've already watched Alan Jackson 4 times because it's just that good. And I don't know about you, but you miss things or you forget things that he said, until you watch it a couple of times, and it's just unbelievable how he picks things in. And this is what I've learned. Now I understand why you put someone on the stand and why you ask a certain question, because then you can tie it together in summation. I never knew that before, but listening to you guys, your great knowledge, I mean, I understand that now. So that the process is, like, why did he do that? Why did he put Deaver on the stand? So he could do that in summation, tie him and Barrows together, good, bad, good. I mean, that's what I feel from it. But
yeah, it's huge. And I think the $1 million question for me to you, John, is, do we have you hooked on trial watching? Because I'm telling you, man, it doesn't matter what trial you're watching. If you get into the minutia, every case is fascinating, because what we're doing, we all love trial watching for different reasons, but the core of it is we all love the examination of the human condition. And there is nowhere on earth that you're seeing it more exposed than in a court of law, especially in a criminal case. You're seeing all of it. Every element of what it is to be a human being is getting exposed during a trial, from witnesses being on the stand. Do you judge them in terms of their credibility in a positive way or a negative way? It's like there's just so many elements of it that it's always fascinating. So do we have you hooked, man?
So I'll tell you that I would said no, but I found your channel for the second trial. Nothing against Melanie Little. I love her too, but you guys figured a way to boost the sound, and I could hear the testimony so much better on your channel. And I even use an extra speaker. And I still love Melanie. Don't get me wrong, but I love this chat that you guys have. So I love interacting with you. So yes, I will watch your next case that you guys cover. I enjoy this channel, and it just gets me away from. I do horse racing. I love horse racing. That's my job and everything. I cover that. But this gives me another thing to like follow and enjoy and learn about. Like I said, it's always good to learn new stuff, and I'm learning every day about stuff, about the justice system, about what the lawyers are thinking, like inside baseball, I guess is what I would say.
Well, what I'm going to say is I thought that part of the closing that you pointed out, the juxtaposition of Dever and what was his name again?
Barrows.
That was a great little aspect of his closing. I also loved the way he did that. And then I thought, looking at what Hank tried to do with Barrows at the end, I feel like the jurors had to hate that. It didn't have it could not have connected with anyone. It just felt, I thought, so desperate.
Absolutely. Can I ask you guys a question about Barrows?
Yeah.
And I think Betterow checked on it too. And this is before he even said it. I think he met with Lally before the first trial, and they showed him that picture. And I think that's where he got confused. Do you guys have any thoughts about that? Because he seems so 100% that he saw that picture and told them that it did not look like that, but that wasn't at trial. Do you think it could have been when he met with them before the trial one?
I think it could have been, but I remember he said 3 times before Brennan kept pushing, I don't think I was asked that question. I don't think I was asked that question. And then the way Brennan kept asking it, I think he got convinced he must have been asked that question. And I think he knew.
Well, you knew that he was asked that question the way that Brennan was pushing it.
But he wasn't asked the question.
Okay.
He was never actually asked it, but I think he got convinced that he did. And he knew if he did, he would have said it didn't look like that.
Okay, so then here's my next question, because I watch YSL. How come we got, I know they couldn't say the reason of objection, asked and answered. That was happening a ton in the YSL, but Brennan asked the same question numerous times and got away with it.
And I think it's just that the defense did, there's that mentality of thinking object less and don't look like you're the one trying to keep anything from the juror. But I agree. I was definitely screaming it a lot too. And Bob was too, especially on his recrosses.
Oh, yes, that drove me crazy.
I mean, his recrosses were literally just his cross being repeated, and it's like, that's not what it's for. A recross is obviously supposed to address what was handled on redirect, and that's it. I mean, and it's like, but that's the thing that Allie was saying, where you have to think about it strategically in terms of, is the jury going to think you're trying to hide the ball? Like, I'm always saying it when Hank is just repeatedly objecting, like the takeaway, you like, we always hope as defense attorneys, like, all right, the state's objecting like ad nauseum, and that has to appear to the jury at some point, like, what doesn't this guy want us to hear? Right. But you never know if that's what's resonating with the jurors, because if they don't understand what the concept or the reason for objections is, then that might be completely lost on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Wait, now I want to move back out of, I want to hear, so what do you do in the horse racing industry?
Okay, so I'm a chart caller. I work for a company called Equibase. So like the comments you see in the racing form of the program, the running lines, the odds the horse went off, the equipment the horse carried, the amount of weight the horse carried, and then I'll write a synopsis of each race. So all in a timely manner before the next race. So, and I got to cover the Belmont Stakes a week ago. So it was awesome, man. So it was my first time ever covering a Triple Crown race. So
that's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah. And I could tell you, my family, starting with my grandfather and then going to my uncle and my father, and then to me, were all huge racing fans. And, it was sad.
Arlington.
Illinois had a pinnacle, man, like Arlington Park.
Oh, sad.
Beautiful, beautiful track. And Churchill bought it. And then, the problem for them is that the industry was taking a beating financially. And the original owner of Arlington Heights, or the track out in Arlington Heights, was Dick Duchessois. And he was forever, before Illinois was allowing gambling, he was forever trying to get slots in there because he wanted to have a draw, and they just wouldn't give it to him.
It would have been huge.
Yeah, it would have been huge. It would have saved it in Illinois, because I think we're down to one track, and it's
Hawthorne.
Yeah,
Hawthorne. Yep. That's why when you said Jim Miller is big in horse racing in Illinois. So I don't know if you remember in the chat, I said, "Oh, is it that Jim Miller?" But I don't think it is. But it's funny.
It was probably Jim Miller, the Bears quarterback. So.
Oh yeah, yep, okay. And they were going to say they were going to build the Bears' new stadium at Arlington at one point too.
Well, they bought it. The Bears bought the land, so that could be a blessing. I have no problem with them moving the stadium out of Chicago. There's tons of stadiums that aren't in the city. Like, Dallas isn't in Dallas. Obviously, the Patriots aren't in Boston, or they're up in Foxborough. So. And it would just, like, to have the land and the ability to have better parking and all the accoutrement in a world-class stadium would be nice for the third biggest or fourth biggest city in the country. So
absolutely.
All right. So what do you think's going to happen, man? Like, what's your prediction here?
Well, I'm obviously, I'm 95% is going to be not guilty all the way across. Now, obviously, I have in the back of my head Ronnie, the bow tie guy. That scares me. And then, how far will Norfolk County go? You always have that in the back of your head. Obviously, they will go as far as they want. So, I don't know. That's what scares me. That's the only thing that scares me. If it was all on the up and up, I would have no worries at all.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, juries are scary, man.
Yeah.
Like, they just are. It's like Allie and I have tried cases for a long time, and you can go in as confident as all get out, after you're done with the trial, and you're like, man, we crushed that. And then they come back and you're just stunned with their verdicts. And it's just like, it happens over and over and over again, both ways. To where we're like, wow, like we're concerned, and they come back with an NG, and you're like, sweet, and it's like,
yeah,
you never know what a jury's gonna do. You just
All
never
right.
know.
And then before I go, I've started this too when I have time on the weekends, and there's nothing on. I've gone back and started to watch some of your old stuff. It's very got a lot of good stuff on this channel.
Oh, thanks, John.
Yeah.
We appreciate you, brother. And we're so happy you're here. And look, you're allowed to love all kinds of creators, man. They're
No, I know that.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we love having you here. We're glad you found us, and keep keeping on. And I expect to see you in chat from here on in.
Will do.
All
Yep.
right,
Thank you for having me.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you for your generosity.
Oh, I cut him off.
Wow.
Sorry, I cut you off.
It's okay.
All right. Bye.
Itchy trigger finger. That's
right.
what we call her. That's what we call her.
All right. Well, we got another one lined up for y'all. Introducing Shaboogies.
Hi.
Not afraid of the camera either. We love it.
Hey.
Yeah.
How's my mic volume? We good?
Good. Sounds
All
great.
right.
I can hear you.
Hi guys.
What's
Hi.
up, girl?
Nothing. Oh my god, this is amazing. Allie, you look stunning.
Thanks.
Aw.
But yeah, I'm swooping your job up.
Hey, I'm all about it. I'll go eat breakfast. You guys can co-host for a bit. I got no problem with that.
So the jury verdict thing, I think everyone's a little too worried. I really feel like they're just going to go not guilty up at the top and not even worry about it. Because here's the thing, like, they were all so drunk. So if I'm a juror and seeing the video and they're all out partying, you know what I'm thinking? I'm like, why am I going to bother giving her this when I know for a fact they were all driving back to that house drunk?
Right.
I'd be
True.
surprised, because I feel like if they're convinced that she was drunk, there's going to be people that want it. But then if you've got people like you who are like dead set against it, that's where we might actually run into a bigger problem than we ever could have anticipated. That someone's going to dig their heels in on an OUI and actually leave the whole charge on the table.
But we did anticipate it. We just anticipated it today.
Well, no, I mean,
It's like, it's a distinct possibility. The problem is you really can't argue hung jury in any kind of way, shape, or form. Like, you can't. I mean, I think David could have given the example, because that's like literally what I messaged him. I'm like, look, man, it's what Flipper had said. I'm like, this is an issue. Like, if they're hung on the OUI and they're not guilty on the other lesser includeds, there's no way for them to indicate that to the court. And then you're stuck with the exact same thing that happened with the murder 2 charge, which she should not have been tried for that again. There's no doubt in my mind. I think it's completely evident that everybody on that juror or on that jury found her not guilty on that, and they just didn't know how to get that, articulate that to the court.
Well, that one she screwed up. She did let them know you can.
But I get that, but that's not the point. The point is now she's created a new problem.
Confusion. Right. Except it sounds like, especially given that the defense didn't make that very exact point in their motion, that's the way the law is set up, and the choice of the OUI, it makes it the same as manslaughter. Either they're going to agree on all of them, or manslaughter's still on the table, and that's the way Massachusetts wants it.
All right, Spoogs. Now, I know you've been a ride or die over here, so I know you've heard my theories on this shit and how I would try the case. What would you have liked to have seen more of from the defense side? If you were trying the case, would you have dug deep into the conspiracy? Like, how would you have tried this case?
So it's a lot like Richard Allen's, right? Attack the timeline. So even though Ian Whiffen, so first when Ian Whiffen got off, I was like, okay, clearly he was still alive after the point they said they hit him. So what are we doing here? And then they flip it and they move it or what have you. But they should have focused more on the fact that she connected at 12:36 because that also combats that.
I thought
so.
that would have been highlighted a little more too. Yeah.
Yeah, that the data, like Hank is always saying, it exonerates her any way you look at it. So that's just kind of what I would focus more on. I think he's done a great job. I think Alan Jackson is literally the best lawyer I've ever seen. God help me if I ever get tried for murder. I'm calling you first and then I'm calling him. You might say conflict of interest, so I'll go.
Hey, listen, my advice to you, don't get arrested for murder.
Right.
Right. But I do want to say, I want to post something to you guys because I didn't watch the first trial, so I'm like all in on this one.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I just read some information that John had reported drug activity in the neighborhood of 34 Fairview, and that Colin was part of that, like dealing, and that they knew John had reported it and that they caught wind of it. And that they wanted to get John there to teach him a lesson, to like beat him up. And then
have you heard that before, babe?
I have. I've heard that. I don't know if it was substantiated though. You know what I mean? It's like because
I saw a clip that it was.
That's clearly a theory that fits, right? I mean, if you got a Boston cop's nephew and or because I mean, you could see a world in which something like that might go down. You know, I mean, it's not crazy.
Yeah. There was a clip I just watched of a cop. God, I wish I knew where it was. It was some kind of town meeting or whatever. But she was saying that John O'Keefe absolutely was investigating criminal activity there. So here's my thought then. If this was all a setup, I don't think maybe they wanted to kill him. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they wanted to teach him a lesson. But if it was a whole plan, then why not put his phone in a fairway bag right when he got there?
And I can't remember if a fairway bag would affect everything. Because there was something I remember from oh no, but that might have been the outlet. I mean, I think it would have stopped the health data.
What, a Faraday bag? I think essentially what it does is it blocks any kind of signal. So anything that.
But the internal phone might have been still able to track itself.
I don't know if it's still going to track steps if it's in a Faraday bag. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, so chat's saying it was Helena Rafferty and it was at a town select board meeting.
Oh, so it was on the record somewhere.
Yes.
Really? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, somebody sent me over on Insta. They sent me a DM and they're like, this is what my potential theory was. And I kind of thought it was a pretty interesting concept and doable, but it still has the phone moving issue. And because
the Faraday bag, by the way, it would not block internal movement, things that rely on the phone internally and not an outside.
Just affects the signal.
But I think steps requires GPS. Like that's how it tracks.
Yeah,
steps.
But right.
It's like so. I don't think.
But motion, orientation, those kind of things, that would still be.
Yeah, like what do they call it? The pocket, whatever.
Right, or the movement, or the
or whatever. Yeah. So, at any rate, this concept was that you know, Chloe was not great with strangers, and that they were having this party, and we know that certain people got back to the house ahead of time to clean up, and that theoretically they could have put Chloe in the garage, and that like, and this kind of lines up with what's his face, Tedman and the wheel, the measurement like leading up to 80 feet is directly, or 78 feet is directly into the garage. And John didn't know which door to come in, accidentally goes into the garage. Chloe pounces on him, knocks him down, cracks his skull open. They end up finding him out there at some point later, because it also deals with, it kind of handles the temperature side of it too, because a garage is certainly going to be colder than the house, but warmer than outside. But so that was a really interesting theory to me, like potentially that maybe he ran into Chloe in the garage thinking that he was going into the house because he wasn't familiar with it. Chloe takes him down, cracks his head. They then discover John and then drag him out there. But we still have the phone moving.
Here's my thing with that, though. I don't think that could be it, because if Chloe accidentally killed John, I think they would call it in. They wouldn't cover it up, right? Like, so
That's
the only way,
that's a
the only way I'm
lawsuit.
looking at it is like,
Not if
why
she's
would they cover it up?
right. That's
They would
too
cover
much.
it up to protect Colin, if anybody.
If it's the first time the dog's attacked a human, you get that. I think they wouldn't go through all that if it was just somehow accidentally the dog got out and killed him. The only thing I can think
It
of
wasn't that he got out, it was John went into the house. I mean, you guys are kind of dismissing the liability aspect of that in terms of potentially financial ruins, because your homeowner's insurance will cover a certain amount. But in a case like that, you know, I mean, what's to say that they're not getting an excess verdict in that? And I mean, who knows? Who knows?
Right.
I think that the financial ruin aspect of it is a little more heavy than you guys are tending to think that it might be. And in a moment when you're not necessarily thinking straight because you've been drinking all day, you know, you guys are sitting around like this is like rational thinking time. This is like everybody's shit face time. So, you know, and you're trying to come up with what to do in a moment, and you've got people. Who knows? It's like,
I know.
that's what this.
But
case
I think part of what makes it look so set up too is that Jen was trying to get what was she getting Karen away from John, and then like someone was trying to get John to separate from Karen to go to the house separately, right?
I mean, that's what they say, but you know, who knows?
That's weird.
If they're, you know, she tries to play it like, oh, I just wanted, you know, the girls to drive together and then the boys could drive together. I mean,
okay, everyone's freaking out in your chat. I just want to say, okay, I see that Karen Reed debunked the drug thing. I just want to say that out loud because everyone keeps freaking out about that.
Oh, she did. So Karen debunked the drug thing. All right.
Calm down, everyone. I am not the judge.
that's what I was saying. This sounds like a bunch of rumors. I'm not sure about all this. So thanks, chat. Thanks, chat, for keeping everything on track.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in verdict watch, guys. Sue me. Like the story is already out there.
You're fine. No.
Yeah. And look, I mean, this is one of those cases where, you know, whenever somebody comes up with a concept that seems plausible, you know, it's easy to kind of latch onto it and follow it down the rabbit hole, you know, and sometimes you can't necessarily even fact check it because, you know, only one person may know. And in some situations that may be John, and obviously he's not here. So, you know, I mean, but it's like with this case, you've heard all kinds of shit. I mean, the stuff with the alternate juror and the moving and the ball being paid. I mean, that was like insane on X this weekend. You know, it was like that. Like everybody was like, I don't think every aspect of this case is some kind of grand conspiracy. I just don't. You know, like I think that Canoni's biased is all get out. I don't think that she's in cahoots. I just don't. I think that she's just a super state biased judge. And I think that every ruling that she's made has been pretty much in the favor of the state. And I think that her biggest, has she made decisions that were defense sided? Yes. But in terms of the biggest things that she's ruled on, like, I think keeping Michael Easter out of this case low key was one of the biggest blows. And you saw that in closing because they barely touched on Bowden.
Well, you saw it with that they didn't want or we saw it with one of the instructions, like she didn't let them prove it, and then they had to prove it, but their witnesses denied it. It was all crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let's Shabu's got our last minute here. What else you got to say? What are you thinking?
Oh, anybody who doesn't hate me suddenly for throwing out rumors.
No.
Anybody out there listening, please go pay attention to the wrongful conviction of Richard Allen. Please go look into the Delphi case. It's got a lot of parallels, and I just really want Richard Allen out.
We've been covering it for 2+ years. I mean, there were latecomers to the game, but like Allie and I have been covering, we have every single thing that was filed. We went through every filing, whether it was defense or state. Learn about that case, because that case is scarier than this one, believe it or not.
Yep. Hashtag free Richard Allen. And thank you guys.
Thanks.
Love you, Spooks. Thank you.
Love you. Bye, Mom and Dad.
Bye. So I want to go over some of these chats, and I don't know, everybody wants OnlyFans? Is that what's happening?
I think it's a very calming force. People like to see OnlyFans. It makes them feel calm, and they know that we're not missing anything. Like, why give anybody even a iota of more anxiety than they may already be feeling by not having OnlyFans up? So
not that Mickey says, my favorite duo, much love from South Africa. I don't think I realized Not That Mickey was from South Africa.
I think I knew that. I knew that.
Oh, all right. Well, hi. And thanks for being a member for 3 months.
Yeah, we love you.
Diamonds and doggies. Didn't some of the Albert adults' kids live at home? Why weren't they asked about what they heard outside? I think the daughter.
What about Junior? Did he live at the house still? Like, they were celebrating his birthday there.
Yeah, I think he did.
I don't know definitively. I don't know. I don't want to get. You know what I can guarantee is that people in our chat know.
Yeah,
so
somebody knows.
Answer the question, Chad. I know some of you know this.
All right.
Thank you so much, Diamond and Doggies. Michiganality. Thank you, DD, for your unwavering dedication and hard work in covering these complex cases. Your insight analysis are deeply appreciated by us, the public, who rely on competent lawyers to keep us informed. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. The one thing I could say about our channel is I call a spade. It's like, I just do. And Allie does too. It's like and when we get resistance from the other side on a case that we're trying, and if we've formed an opinion and we've taken a position and they come at us, trying to say we always do this or we always do that, that's bullshit. I never always do anything. I call it like I see it. I am going to take grief on Kohberger. The defense in that case has a very, very high hurdle overcoming that sheath, and then like the rest of it, I get it. They're like, every investigation's fucked up, y'all. There is no such thing as a perfect police investigation. They do not exist on the planet. So anytime you're looking in any case, there's always going to be elements of the investigation that are whack. I mean, that's the world that we live in. Allie and I are constantly filing motions in every case because there's always fuck ups in investigations. That's why we file motions to quash warrants and arrests. It's why we file motions to suppress evidence, because they always make mistakes. Now, whether or not the mistakes are so grievous that the judge is going to hammer them with the most powerful tool that we have in our belt as defense attorneys, which is, suppression of evidence. It's tough. It's tough to get there. But, in terms of that case, I'll take heed on it. And I haven't reached any final conclusion on that. But leading into that case, that sheath is a real fucking problem. I'm here to tell you. Like you could talk about all the other shit you want. You could talk about how Dylan's statement is whack, and it doesn't make any sense. And there were kids in there, before the cops, and they didn't call them until noon. And all of that is true. And none of it mitigates the fact that they found the sheath with his DNA on it under the girls. It's like, as a defense attorney, Allison and I would be mortified trying to battle that piece of evidence, because it's just that powerful. It just is. So, and every case is different. Every single case is different. All of them. I take great exception to when people are comparing Kohberger and Richard Allen. They're completely different. Completely different. They had zero evidence against Richard Allen. That unspent casing that they found in between the girls at some point, that's not real evidence. That's junk science. And that's all they had, other than his mere presence at the bridge, which he volunteered to them the day after he was there, and that turned 5 years later. All of a sudden they come in and arrest a guy who's never been arrested for anything. He's been married 36 years, who served in the military, had no criminal background. And just, there's no red flags about who he was. And to think that on a lark, he's just going to go out and kill 2 girls one day when he's 48 years old, with nothing indicating that was building up to that. Like, nothing in his electronic data, nothing. It's an insane case. If you have not followed that case, you really should look into it, because you'll be just as pissed. And then the kind of the thing that happened with Richard Allen, and we got time to kill, so I'm going to get into it a little bit. Ultimately he makes confessions, like they say 40, whatever, 50 confessions. It's like, oh, I did it. I killed a girl. So this is after he's been held in solitary confinement in a prison, not in a jail. And if you guys don't know, typically pretrial detainees are always kept in a county jail, not in a prison. Prison is for convicted felons. That's where they're held. So they decided to move Richard Allen under cover of darkness. Talk about shady shit. Like, Richard Allen wasn't even represented at this hearing where they went in front of Judge Gull. And it might have been Diener at that point. I think it was Gull, but it might have been Diener. No, I think it was Gull. I think she'd already been appointed, because the original judge recused himself because he said he was talking about the bloodlust in the case, who was the local guy in Delphi, which is a very small town in Indiana. And ultimately, Richard Allen's not represented in that hearing at all. And it was called a safekeeping hearing, and they ship him off to a prison. They stop his communications for months with his wife. They finally, after months, start letting him communicate via tablet, but they won't allow Kathy to come visit Richard Allen. Richard Allen went in with various mental health issues. He had been lifelong battling depression, and he had super high anxiety issues. And this is all way, way before the crime took place. This has been going on since, like I said, since childhood. So he was like a fragile eggshell going in there, and they cracked him. They held him in solitary. He literally went psychotic. They started involuntarily administering Haldol. And, it's like, in that type of situation, if you're trying to extract, and when they had the shit evidence that they had in that case, I can assure you that it came up from on high that they needed to get this guy to confess. And in that type of situation, all you're saying is, hey, you want to see your wife? You want to get the hell out of this prison? Just tell us you did it. Just tell us. And like, those are the kind of confessions they are. It like that whole case, I could talk about it for 10 hours, but should really look into it. It's a highly disturbing case. It's one of those cases, much like Karen, where you should be really, really concerned that this is what the government's up to. Like, it's the whole purpose. And that judge just refused. She tried that case in the dark. Like, so like imagine if Canoni had said, nah, I'm not going to allow streaming of this trial. Everybody had been like, oh my God, she's trying to like hide shit. Like what, like, why are they trying this case in the dark in that little closet of a courtroom so that 15, 20, 30 people can go in and watch this thing instead of the world having their eyes on it? That was Richard Allen's trial. Like, I guarantee you, had that case been streamed, everybody would have been watching that case because it was that fucking insane. That case was absolutely insane and hard fought from the defense. And she denied every single motion that the defense filed in that case. It was brutal. It was that, oh, OnlyFans now a guest. Welcome, OnlyFan. Oh, I've been dying to ask OnlyFans some questions. So, what model are you? OnlyFan. Allie was just like, I have to make us bigger. Was that you working real hard back there, figuring that out?
Yeah,
you did great work.
Well, OnlyFans just OnlyFan, they can see it and still see us. Did we read Barbara Ellison's comment?
No, I like Spooks got me on the Richard Allen train. So once I get on the Richard Allen train, it's
hard to get off. So Barbara asks, isn't it possible that Aperture conducted multiple tests for 350, but the tests would help the defense? It's not supposed to be possible. The prosecution's not allowed to do that. If they run a test and it's helpful for the defense, the rules, you always hear about Brady violations, anything that is helpful to the defense, but it has to be turned over to the defense. So if that happened, it would only happen illegally.
Yeah.
So, but on the other side, the defense doesn't have the same burden. They can't do it with their experts. They can't have their experts run. If their expert ran something and it ended up being beneficial for the prosecution, they'd have to just strike that expert, move on to a new one, and have that one not do this other, whatever that other test was.
Yeah, Rexy, I agree. I know Allie agrees. I think almost everybody agrees that it would have been prudent to probably bring up the Higgins Jeep being parked out front, limiting like it's not only limiting it makes it so that if it went down the way they said it went down, she would have plowed into his goddamn Jeep.
Yep.
There's no way, like, especially considering that the roads were slick. I mean, like, it just so, I mean, there has to be a reason as to why they didn't dig into it. I don't know if it's the Nagel and I forget what the driver's name was, Ricky, maybe, like that whole crew that was out there. Maybe they were worried that somehow that wasn't going to play well because they all came off as pretty credible. I don't know. I'm going to try really hard to get some of the lawyers on, David, Bob, Alan. We'll see. I'm going to try, because those are like a million questions that I'd love to ask from a strategic standpoint. Yeah. Well, it's more than on steroids. It's like, Richard Allen is canting on crack, steroids, heroin. It's like everything. It's insane. And Andrea was there with me in the trial. So she, like, we were both in there, and lawyer Lee was there as well. And they were a little later to the game. Like, we had been covering it for 2 years, but I was so thankful to have other lawyers in there, because it was like literally we were the court reporters, and Andrea she writes faster than anybody I've ever seen. Like, she can literally write down every word that was said. So it was really nice to be able to hit her up and be like, yo, like, I was trying to keep up. Cause like, I missed huge chunks of the trial because I was sitting there writing, trying to like literally transcribe the entire trial. because it wasn't streamed, and we were trying to get all the information out to the public as accurately as humanly possible.
And that's why juror number 1 not taking notes. That might be why he didn't take a lot of notes. He might get
True.
distracted by that. He might want to just pay attention. Amy asks if the email, and I'm assuming that's for the coming on live with us, if you've donated the $50, it's scrolling at the bottom here, a true crime pod at Gmail. If you send your email, then Tracy's going to email you the link to get on with us. Not that Mickey says, I put a picture of John O'Keefe's arm into Chat GPT and asked what caused the injury. And Chat GPT said an animal/dog. Yeah, we've heard that from others as well. That's very interesting.
I saw this DoorDash driver's past in Idaho 4. I mean, it's a she, right? Like I saw.
I thought the DoorDash person was a she.
I don't know. Like I saw Lana had on. She was covering that last night over on Truth and Transparency, and it was like it was related to alcohol and driving. I was falling asleep, so I don't remember what it was, but yeah, I don't know. That's not real compelling to me. Sorry, it's just not. You know what? It's not more compelling than a sheath with his DNA being found under the bodies. I'm just like people that are. Like anybody who's willing to ignore that, like where have you been all of our lives trying cases because we want you as jurors? like it's like, man, where were these people when we were trying cases and we had some really bad evidence?
Well, we don't know yet. We got to see it all play out, obviously.
Wait, what I know is it was his DNA because the defense
conceded it.
They conceded it. Like, I mean, there's no question as to that anymore. I mean, and if it comes back accurate about the Google or the Amazon search and the purchase, I'm sorry, I hate to tell you, doesn't matter. They're going to convict him. If those two things are proven beyond a reasonable doubt, it's done.
Babe, check your email because it's possible that Amy's Positive Pathways sent it to like the insider email, if that's what's on YouTube. So Chris K says, Bob and Allie, I know we don't always agree, especially about Bryan Kohberger, but can we agree Lori Vallow's green chicken enchiladas rock? Thanks for the coverage. I mean, she might have been overstating those green chicken enchiladas. You never, her brother didn't seem to think they weren't very memorable to her brother.
No, I mean, she cooks like shit. You know that. Yeah, Chris, like, so when this is done, we're going to be dipping heavy into Kohberger, and you all know I'm not afraid of the debate. I'm going to have Lana on because she's big. Like, I don't know if I call her a pro burger per se, but she's a digger, and she has theories, and she's raising reasonable doubt. I will debate anybody on those cases, like based on what we know. See, that therein lies the rub that I think that people tend to forget. That's why I'm always saying, even for me, like especially for me, I always wait until trial because the evidence hasn't been vetted. That's the only time we can know if evidence is worth a shit after it's been vetted. And that only happens at trial. So everything that we're hearing about evidentiary wise, we don't know whether or not it's legit or not until it's brought out at trial, it's introduced, and it's taken into evidence. And once it's, just fully vetted, then we can feel comfortable about whether or not a piece of evidence is powerful. So, but like in terms of the exercise of debating what we know now, which is limited, I'm all about it. And I'm especially all about it once trial starts. It's like, my mind's always open to anything. I mean, we're defense attorneys. It's our nature. We're extremely objective until I'm not, until I become, once I am convinced on a case, that's it. but I'll still listen to the other side all day. All day. It's like literally what we do for a living. You know, it's like I will never shut somebody down. I'll never start name calling. It's not like that. We love the debate over here. It's like why our channel exists and to educate y'all on having an open mind.
Yep.
Keeping your eyes open on what the hell is going on out there.
Yep. We put this one up. Thanks, Kaylee. Motion denied. No hearing.
So where did Melanie find the scribbles?
I don't know. I saw someone put that up, and then I asked Tracy, and I'm not sure if
Just text Melanie. Like it's not like she's
she's busy. I mean, she knows we're waiting to
how
pick
busy
the time.
can she be? She's killing time like we
She's
are.
on alive.
I know, but like like we're killing time.
I know. I'm waiting to hear back on what time we're going with Andrea, so I'm going to leave that one sit for now.
Okay.
Girl Ryan says the Matas. Hank Brennan really reinforces the squirrely defense attorney stereotypes, even when he's playing dress up as a prosecutor. It's kind of gross. Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, he did some good things. He's a good lawyer in the sense of the way he can attack or present a case, but he did a lot of slimy shit, and there's no denying it. And everybody who wants to deny it and just be like, he's great, like all the anti Karen Reed people, you know, like he's lied so many times trying to fool the jury. It's like, what are you guys talking about? You're saying that we're like not willing to look at what's, you know, at things objectively. And it's like, are we living in the same world sometimes? It's like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. Agreed, girl Ryan. Thank you. Michelle says, hey guys, I'm behind, but I want to let you know that FYI, it was confirmed the foreman was not the juror that switched seats.
Nothing burger then.
Right.
That's what
Someone else put up something about Turtle Boy talking about two different jurors, I think, that changed seats. You know, I don't know. I just know that we were unable to confirm anything like that.
Yeah,
So,
I took that as that was a couple of jurors that were chatting a little too much. And like you know, because that'll happen with jurors. You'll see it. You'll see it all the time, especially in a longer trial where people develop friendships. I mean, especially in a case where they've sequestered jurors in the same hotel. You know, I mean,
they haven't here. They're all going home, right?
Yeah, they're all going home,
Yeah.
but still, you're hanging with them every day.
Right.
You know, you're eating lunch with them. You know, I mean, you're
Yeah.
spending a lot of time with these people. You're
All right,
going.
Greg says, in my opinion, I can see why she would want the straight OUI, but opposing the dropping of the lesser includeds was a real mistake. Having just guilty, not guilty on count 2 would go a long way towards ending the confusion. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, kind of all or nothing. Like it's not that simple of an evaluation from a strategic standpoint. It's just not, because if you do drop all the lesser includeds, that's a real scary all or nothing proposition. Just is. I mean, like there have been plenty of times where Allie and I
struggle over it
because you sometimes want like lesser included, like that lesser part of that phrase is important. It means you're convicting them of a crime that's not nearly as significant as the main crime. It's a lesser crime. It's going to carry less time. You know, it's a pretty heavy evaluation that you can't, you know, every part of this thing that we're watching in all trials, you think about all of it. It's like 3D, 4D chess, you know, it just is. And it's like, there are no off the cuff decisions. You just don't do that when people's lives are at stake.
Right.
You know, you have to think it all through. You have to debate it. That's the nice thing about having a team. You've got a lot of minds in there, and they're debating all the pros and cons of all of it. Always.
Right. For sure. Thanks. Shauna gifted 1 Defense Diary membership. Well, thank you very much. The virtual juror. Okay, so we're getting some more confirmation. It was not seat 1. Mikado or Carney confirmed it was juror in seat 4 that moved from 9, I believe. Yeah, so we're hearing enough of this to hear. Most people are saying it's been confirmed that it was not the juror that was moved into seat 1. I just think if the judge has a, like a kind of fallback to go with seat 1, if you're moving a seat, you're not going to do it to the seat that you're going to pick for the foreman.
TP, I could not disagree more with your entire assessment there. It does matter. Yes, him being further away from his attorneys absolutely was devastating, but he's also further away from his wife. And the fact that they use these companions, these suicide companions who were all convicted murdering rapists,
right? You don't
sit outside of his cell. That's not happening there, dude.
Right. But I mean, he is right that, or
she,
that in the jail, he would have been segregated to 23-hour lockdown.
It's just a different circumstance.
Right. I know. I'm just saying that is a valid point, because it would have been for sure.
Well, he said, but it's a valid point, but he said it doesn't matter. And that's just wrong. Just is. It just is. It's like, I don't know if TP, if you work in the system, but if you've ever been in a county jail as opposed to a prison, they are very different beasts.
Right. The sound and the
all of it.
And
all of it. All of it's different. They're very different.
Yeah.
Because like this isn't a federal spot.
Right.
Like, people, federal prisons are probably, if you had to pick, you'd pick federal prisons because they're much nicer.
Hey, we've got some. Well, first, let's say hello to Jolene, new member.
Hey, Jolene has been a long time member. She must have lapsed and came back.
All right. Well, welcome back. And we are joined by Amy.
Hey, Amy, and her positive pathways joined us. Welcome. We're so glad to have you on.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Loud and clear.
Okay.
So tell us, what do you think? What do you think about all this?
I think it's crazy, especially as a Massachusetts resident.
All right. So
it's
where do you live? Do you live in the general area? What?
I probably live about 45 minutes an hour north. I live closer to New Hampshire. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Hampton Beach in New Hampshire. A lot of people have. I live in the Massachusetts beach right next to it.
All right.
So
do a lot of your neighbors follow the case all the way out there? Like, is it as popular, in people's faces there as it is closer to Boston?
I go to the dog park. Well, I haven't been there for a while, but last year during the trial, everyone there was talking about this case. So I don't think there's very many people that don't know about the case. Some of the older people, maybe not, or people that aren't on social media, but unfortunately, I have friends that don't live around here that have only paid attention to mainstream media and think that she's guilty based on what mainstream media has, reported. But
and let me ask you that. So in terms of mainstream media in Boston, like what is
Massachusetts?
Or anywhere really in Massachusetts, what is the slant? Like, do they seem to be more guilty as opposed to not guilty? Like, what is, because I don't see that coverage.
I feel like it's very biased towards the prosecution. Like in the beginning, I heard the news on the whatever in 2022. I was getting married that year, so I wasn't heavily paying attention to it all. But I heard on the news that girlfriend struck her boyfriend. I just assumed it was a tragic. She was drunk, hit him, and then crime writers on Rebecca and Kevin. I don't know. I follow them. I've been following them since Adnan Syed. So, and also Bob Ruff, which I think I've seen you post on there before.
So Bob a bunch of times.
So I have been invested in true crime since Adnan, and so I really didn't follow anything. And then Rebecca posted on her page about the Karen Reed trial, and the first day I watched it originally before I back watched it was Proctor's testimony, and I was like, what? And then I went back and watched it all of it. Like, I was binge watching the trial. And after hearing the first trial's prosecution, before we even got to defense, I'm like, yeah, there's too many reasonable doubt, too much holes, too much. And I feel like people don't understand reasonable doubt, or the first jury didn't anyways.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we know they didn't. I mean, we heard it directly from one of the jurors, that they just didn't understand the concept. That's why, I was screaming and yelling, as was every other attorney that is of the mindset that Karen Reed is factually innocent, that they have to pound the jurors over the head with that concept and let them see with their own eyes. That's why I love the Post-it, kind of like the Post-it note, sticky note graphic that they kept putting up, where they just kept piling the reasonable doubt up one after another, and then not only indicating what the concept means generally, but giving them specific examples. In this case, this is reasonable doubt. This is reasonable doubt. This is so. Hopefully, that's not going to be the issue. Like, I think ultimately, it's either going to be that, like, because and I thought that Ian, like, if you watched we did like the Hollywood, what was that game, Hollywood Squares or whatever, like where there were 8 of us on there, but Ian, I thought, nailed it with respect to, like, I think Hank in his closing just decided, look, I've got to connect with one juror here, maybe 2 jurors on the emotional side of this, because that's where I'm going to live, because I don't think they're ever convincing 12 people that she did this. And I think for him, he would consider a mistrial, him personally, professionally, would consider that to be a win for him. He's like, look, I made a shit ton of money. I went in and I tried the case, and at least I didn't lose.
Yeah, I thought Runkle made a good point on that.
Yeah, me too.
That to him, that's a win. It's much better than not on, on all counts. That's for damn sure. So, Amy, did you connect with their stronger reasonable doubt closing this time? Do you feel, if you were a juror, do you feel like the safer thinking the jurors this time are going to have a better understanding just because the way the closing went down?
I think the closing, this trial was way more masterful. I mean, I think the first one was good too, but there wasn't a lot of touching on reasonable doubt, and I think that's the problem. And I don't understand why a lot of people don't see the solo cups and the lack of chain of custody as reasonable doubt. I mean, that should be reasonable doubt from the get-go. And on a personal note, years ago, in my 20s, I had a boyfriend that was arrested, and he died in police custody. He died in the police station, whatever, where they hold them before they go to trial. And the Mass State Police came and searched my apartment because that's where he was arrested from. They searched my apartment. They didn't go to a place where he was heading to for an after party. They did not go in and investigate. Yet they investigated my house, which he didn't live there. He happened to be there when he got arrested, but like, I don't understand that. Like, I'm like, what do you mean they didn't go into the house? They didn't. I mean, I didn't have a search warrant or anything. They just asked if they could see. Now I've learned a lot more that I should say, do you have a search warrant? But back then I was like 22. I didn't know better. My parents are like, yeah, let them see. You don't have nothing to hide. Thank God nothing was planted or anything, But all the Mass State troopers were
Did I do that somehow? Sorry. Yeah. I was trying to put up a border, and somehow clicked on music playing.
Wizardry at its finest.
Sorry.
I thought you ended the live. I'm like, oh,
I was like, what'd I do?
But anyways, all the Mass State troopers were bald that came to my house that day. They were all bald. It must be something they'd like to do. I don't know. And the other thing is, I'm a social worker. I'm a medical social worker, so I work with different health centers and hospitals or whatever, and like every nurse, every doctor are like, those injuries are not consistent with being hit by a vehicle. No way, no how. And then as someone who works as a mental health therapist as well, the trauma response, or as Dr. Russell said, acute grief. That's so true. People try to figure out what happened. Did I do that? Did I bump him? I don't think she ever thought that she like reversed into him at a high rate. I think she thought maybe she bumped into him, if she even thought that at all.
Right, like when she's trying to put it together.
Since there's no record of her saying that, like no recordings, no documentation, and if you work in social work, hospitals or anything, you're supposed to note. If you don't note it, it did not happen.
Right. And that shit came out on Hank Brennan's cross-examination. He brought out a lot of gold in various places.
And I still don't know why he even took this case. I don't understand it. Like, it makes no sense to me. If he's so against corruption, why is he...
Cash.
Wouldn't he make more money working as a defense attorney in...
Not necessarily. I mean, it's hard.
Yeah, he would, but he's probably hoping to get more more seen for more.
The guy was fucking Whitey Bulger's defending me, Allie.
Yeah, that's true.
The point is that there just aren't that many high-profile cases, and more importantly, there's not that many people in this country that can afford to pay $500,000 to a lawyer to defend them. That's the facts. Like, I mean, defense work is a grind. I mean, you got to go out there and grind and grind and grind and grind because you're just not getting. I mean, about how many like cases that you can think of, and it's probably like two handfuls. Like over the last 20 years, where that's a case I know, that's a case I've heard of, and like in terms of where the people are coming up with the money. Like $500,000's a big nut, it's like where's the person coming up with that kind of money? So it's one of those things where if Hank's getting paid by the government, he knows he's going to get his check. And I mean, maybe he does have lines on running for PA. I don't know. I mean, like anything. There could be other motivations, but the first one was going to be the cash. And like Allie said, I mean, it's certainly, I don't think it helps his profile as a criminal defense attorney being a turncoat. What I mean?
Well, it depends.
I don't see how that works.
But with the like mafia type, they don't like that.
If you go onto his web page for his firm, it says that he does dog bites. Like that's one of the things he does, like for defending whatever civil dog bites.
Litigation. Yeah.
Oh my Lord, that's
the irony. The irony.
I'm thinking that's where the book come from voir dire with Dr. Russell that he like. And do you know about this book or whatever the heck he said back then? Maybe that's what he uses for his whatever civil cases or whatever. Also, I'm hoping to catch the crime thing in Boston that you guys will be hoping to. I don't know if I can or not. It's.
If we see you there, it'll be good. Was there any part of Hank Brennan's closing that you did connect with, that you did find compelling?
The only thing I can think of, I think it's kind of like what Runkle said, is he was trying to do the emotional thing with the jurors. Like, I think if I didn't know anything that I already know, and I was in there, I think my sister was killed by a drunk driver, so I hate the whole drunk driving. I can see they're all a bunch of drunk drivers, and I can see I don't believe that he was hit by a car, therefore she shouldn't be found guilty. But I personally wouldn't be offended if she was found guilty of the
OUI.
And that wouldn't bother me. So if I was on a jury and I was a hard not guilty person and they're like, but she was driving drunk, and that's what they wanted to vote for. I think I might have been swayed for that, even though
let's hope that that's, I mean, it's almost better that if that's what they're hung on, somebody just gives in and caves, because otherwise she's got the whole count 2 on the table still. So we got to hope that if it comes down to that, that people will say, all right, fine, I'll give you the OUI at this point.
and they're horrible. They keep retrying people over and over here in Massachusetts. It doesn't matter what anyone says.
400,000 a pop just for, that's just one group of experts. That's not the lawyer, the exhibit, all the other things that they need to be doing. It's insane. As a Massachusetts resident, I'm sure you're outraged. All right, what last thoughts do you got for us?
I just hope it's not guilty all across the board. But if not, I think just like Karen, I would take the OUI. And I think that if she does get the OUI and they appeal it, that it would be, I mean, she's already had no license for, 3 years now? And that's usually what the OUIs, you want to know something? I know a ton of people that have had OUI. I don't drink when I barely drink. So I have never, since my sister was killed by a drunk driver, I've never drove even after having a sip of alcohol. But I know tons of people who have had OUIs on the first charge, and they didn't get any jail time. They maybe lost their license for 6 months. I know one who was on a third offense.
Probation for a year of probation is what's typical.
Third offense is usually 3 strikes, you're out, and then you might get some jail time, but usually it's a loss of your license for 10 years. So it's just ridiculous. But
all right, well,
I'm glad I figured out the email to get on here.
I did. You did send it to Insider, I think, so because we got it. So nice.
Yeah, it's just that Tracy and Mandy aren't monitoring that, so that's why I was like, babe.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. I'm blind. I didn't see it.
All right.
Well, we adore you, Amy. We're so glad you're part of the community, and this is fun. Thank you for being so generous, and thanks for hanging with us.
Thanks for coming in.
Oh yeah, and happy belated Father's Day.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye.
See you, Amy.
All right. So Joey says Joey C was a foreman in federal court for criminal case in Boston last year. Judge, not Bev, chose me because I was in seat 1 prior to evidence. So maybe a seat 1 is like typical. Thanks for the intel there.
I like in Murdoch, Judge Newman also. I don't know if he picked seat 1, but he just ran. He's like, I'm just picking a seat. I can't remember if it was 1 or not. Like,
what I do want to know about Joey, does he remember? Were there alternates in yours? Because not everyone, they choose an alternate. Usually,
I gotta put socks on. My feet are freezing. I'll be right back.
All right, at least choose 1 or 2. I've always had some alternates in our jury trials. Do you remember? And we'll try to look out for it in the regular chat. Do you remember if they picked the alternates randomly through the thing first before the judge chose you as the foreman? And Trace, if you see it, highlight it for me because I'm looking over here at the super chats. Marge, probably. Marg. My dad was a trainer at Arlington. I grew up there. I worked there. And at Hawthorne, my dad's name was Jerry McGrath. Bob, that probably means something to Bob. I'll have to put this back up when he comes on. I mean, that we always did that with his dad. Big Arlington and Hawthorne people. It's a shame it's gone now. So I'll come back to that when Bob's on, see if he knows your dad's name. Kathy Simmons, member for 6 months. Thank you for your continued support. I saw a video of Judge signaling Hank to object. Assuming it's the same one, we have, that has been the subject of conversation. And it looked strange. That's for sure. Definitely looked strange. Thanks, Kathy. Oh, babe. My dad was a trainer at Arlington. I grew up there. I worked there and at Hawthorne. My dad's name was Jerry McGrath. I didn't know if maybe you knew that name.
You know who would have definitely known, who's deceased now, is my uncle. Like
yeah,
he like
too.
Yeah, but my uncle was really the guy who
Yep.
had the form every day, who was like, he was a real track rat. So he was like, my dad, not quite as much, but quite a bit. But like in terms of trainers, like they were always trying to come up with systems to try to beat beat the ponies. You
Yeah.
know, I got the Z pattern. I'll always remember. I was like, what the hell's a Z pattern? It was like, yeah. So, but like if he knew all the trainers at all the tracks, so I assure you that my uncle definitely knew your dad.
So
Cool.
John Miller came back and says, forgot to congratulate you on 50,000 subscribers. Thanks again for making me feel welcomed. Well, thanks for
Aw,
coming on.
thanks, John.
We
Thank you.
appreciate that. I'm going to go to one more before we bring.
And I wrote a love note
Yes.
to y'all in the community page. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. If you guys have not seen that, we wanted to thank all of you guys. And I like to do it in writing. So if you don't catch it on a live, you see it there in written form. So go check that out.
Mike says, appreciate your coverage. The only thing that worries me is the defense case. The only thing that worries me is the defense case is so strong. Effectively, the burden may have shifted towards them. Weasel Hank was raising reasonable doubt on his own case, master gaslighter. And let's bring on our guest to discuss Mike's comment here. And we are joined by Joe Schmo.
Oh, what's up?
Bob, Allie, what's going on? How are you?
What's up,
Good.
Joe?
What's going on with you?
What's going on with me? I can take a deep sigh of relief now that Lori Daybell is done and over.
Yeah,
with.
Done and
Joe,
over.
you were boots on the ground for Lori Vello, yeah?
I was, yes. I was
Yeah.
at every single day of both trials.
Yep.
Wow.
So is she as crazy in person as she looks to be on TV?
That's by the end of the second trial, yes. When I first started going to the pretrial hearings back last December, she seemed like fairly normal, you know?
Yeah.
And she was found competent by 2 different doctors, and Judge Bereski granted her the right to go pro per, which is the same as pro se. They just call it pro per in Arizona. And I think he regrets that now.
Yeah.
I think he
Well,
deeply regrets it.
she had her right to do it. So let me ask you, Joe, did you think the defense case created a burden this time around, put some burden on themselves as far as burden shifting
And in which trial?
in Karen Reed 2.0?
So I haven't been able to follow it as closely as I did the first one, and I watched that with you guys, the first one. I mean, that's one of the biggest, cases that I really started following with you guys. Any time that you bring in a third party defense, you do kind of shift the burden to yourself. You've got to kind of prove that there are some legitimate candidates out there for third parties who could have done this instead of the defendant.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they did it less this time. So hopefully that's not as big of a problem.
Way less.
What else happened exciting on your boots on the ground then there in Arizona? Were you in Arizona or was this?
Yes. Yeah. Maricopa County Superior Court is in downtown Phoenix. She likes to make eye contact with people in the gallery. She just has this bizarre thing where she'll look into the gallery and give this, I'm not going to call it a flirtatious smile. It's just like, hey, I'm a bright, shiny object. Look at me, smile. And she made eye contact with me multiple times, and I survived.
I think that
you didn't turn to stone.
I think that's like the way she is, and she like can't even help it. She still sees herself as the shiny object and will want to portray herself as the shiny object. That was like the way that she used her wiles, with all of this. So I'm not surprised to hear that.
Yeah. And if you listen to the juror interviews after the fact, for the most part, they saw right through that.
Yeah.
They were not seduced at all by her wiles.
Yeah. I mean, nobody was seduced quite as much as Chad Dumbbell was. I mean, like Allie, when we covered the first trial, and obviously there was the sound only thing in Idaho, and I'm sure you remember how that went, and it was like Allie would listen to the sound because they would drop it at 6 o'clock every night or around that, and she would listen on 2.5 times speed. like plucking out the pertinent parts of the testimony. And it was like that case was tried much differently in terms of the amount of background into, you know, that form of kind of bastardized Mormonism that they were involved with. And like, I just found that case was fascinating, you know, and it was like, I was dead set that she was the puppet master, you know, because like people are like, Chad. I'm like, fuck Chad. Chad was an idiot. I'm like Lori was running that game.
Chad said, but Chad said the kids were dark. Chad, and he said that God was giving him that message.
He manipulated whatever his concept was into whatever she needed it to be. He may have said it in his stupid ass books, but once she found Chad, she locked into him immediately. She's like, this is the guy. He writes books. He's a good front man for me.
My whole point was like that there's no way that I believe that he believed that God was telling him that her kids were dark. So he was making all that shit up.
Well, but at her behest.
So funny. It's so funny you two are having this debate because I have friends and family that are LDS that have the exact same debate. She's like, Chad's responsible. So my sister-in-law is like, Chad's responsible. And my brother's like, no, it's Lori. Lori's responsible.
They're both responsible.
Yeah,
Man,
absolutely.
No, I mean, ultimately, Chad did the dirty work along with her brother. But in terms of the mastermind, no one's ever convinced me it wasn't her. She's just like, I mean, those were her kids.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, like it's just like I
well,
give her.
But if you look at
the doubt.
Yeah, if you look at text messages though, and if you look at interviews with the police, she was always complaining about Tylee and JJ. JJ especially was such a burden to her, and he was adopted, you know.
Yeah.
He wasn't biologically hers, and she was always complaining about it. And oh, woe is me, what a burdensome life I have to raise this.
Well, you're making my point.
Yeah.
Right.
It's entirely my point. And she used her feminine wiles, you know, and like
to manipulate everyone. That clearly from top to bottom.
And no one is going to be more manipulated than a guy that wants to get in her pants, and that was all that Chad could think about with
all right, fine. They were both doing their fair share of manipulating.
How do you think he manipulated her?
The whole your kids are dark. God
that
told
wasn't
me.
Dude, no. I'll never agree with you on that. I will never ever agree with that. That guy is a fucking moron. Did you watch any of his trial?
No, I just watched hers.
You listen to him speak, babe. I assure you, you will not be sitting here saying that. That guy is like a box of rocks.
Yeah, there was a point in the first trial. There was a point in the first trial that was Charles Vallow's assassination by Alex, where she found out eventually that the life insurance policy benefactor had been changed to his sister Kay. And Chad texted her back and said, "Ooh, wouldn't that be interesting if that changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest?" How is he changing it after he's dead?
Yeah,
I mean, dude,
I agree. He was,
like that was our
so compelling on his like
that debate that we just had a little bit of. It was like kind of like the background of our entire coverage of that case. It was Allie and I. Like I was like, because when I had
guys, got to go to the podcast.
I forget who created our cover art. It might have been Alex. My now son-in-law, our son-in-law. And I'm like, all right, I want Lori as a puppet master, and I want her to have like the marionette strings. Cause like Allie had no input on that because like she wasn't dealing with like the pod at all at that point. Like the Lori Vallow case, if y'all want to see like kind of the beginnings of Allie and I together on the podcast before the YouTube channel, that was it. That was the first case that I dragged Allie in. I'm like, you're covering this case with me. It'll be awesome. And it was like the first 2 episodes, like Allie was interrupting me constantly. And people were like, Bob won't let Allison talk. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, this is like it was driving me nuts. I'm like,
they could have seen behind the scenes.
You're saying it's me interrupting you, and constantly interrupting me. I'm like, you have to wait your turn.
We edited out all my shit, and then Bob just came off as the one that was.
Yeah, they're like, he's a misogynist. You won't let her talk. I'm like, Allie, when Allie wants to talk, Allie talks. Nobody stops Allie from talking. So yeah, but it was like a great way for us to start, and it was such a fascinating case because it was like just the connection between like religion and the First Amendment right to believe what you want to believe, in the law, and the concept that they didn't have insanity defense out there, and she wouldn't have allowed them to employ it anyway because she didn't think she was insane. She actually believes, I believe wholeheartedly, that she's got like the bat phone to God. Like she thinks that
She can't still think that. She's rotten in a cell. I mean,
she doesn't give a shit. She still thinks the end of days is coming and that it's all going to work out just.
And she and Chad are going to be exonerated.
Yeah.
She said that in one of her recent interviews.
Crazy.
She still believes
all
that.
right.
She's batshit crazy, dude.
So did you watch the closings, Joe?
I did. Yes, I was able to while I was waiting to get into the courtroom in Phoenix. Yes, I did.
All right. So tell us what you connected with on both sides.
I can't connect with Hank Brennan at all in any way, shape, or form. He just annoys the crap out of me, and I can't put a finger on it. He's just one of the most obnoxious individuals that I've ever seen prosecute a case. Imagine, so he's a defense attorney, right? So imagine if when he's doing his defense attorney thing, he's probably equally obnoxious, but I haven't seen any of them. But I think Alan Jackson did a really good job. Like, I was impressed with his closing, super impressed. I mean, he connected points A to B to C to D, and he had a harder job of it than Trina K did and Lori Vallow. I mean, she did a really good job, but she also asked a lot of leading questions that never got objected to by lawyer Lori.
Yeah, that was.
Like, if we lived in a parallel universe, I think about this all the time, and if Hank was actually one of the lawyers defending Karen, I wonder what people would think about him then. Like it's just,
well,
like,
if
the
he
dude
was
can cross-examine, and I mean, I think all of us agree that the Commonwealth just has a really, really shitty case. So, like, I'm curious to know, in a parallel universe, in a world in which Lally was still trying the case for the Commonwealth, and Brennan reached out to David Yanetti and said, "Hey man, I'd like to throw my hat in the ring. Y'all need some help." And he came on board. If people would still hate him as much.
But if he told a bunch of sleazy shit, they would not like that he was losing the trust of the defense team. I still think it would be an issue for him. I think that's got to be an issue for him in all of his trials. If he's willing to do it there.
Well, that's the scary part of it, because I think that there's a general thought out there, something that we've been trying to like just decimate for the last 2.5 years or 3 years since we've been doing the podcast, that like people just have a misconception of what defense attorneys are and what we do and what we mean to the system and how critical we are to our rights as citizens in this country, because we're the last line of defense. And like, we've made a lot of headway in that. And in terms of Hank going to the other side of it and employing, I think, what a lot of people would consider some fucking dirty pool, for sure. You know, that they're like, oh, see, that's the defense attorney side of Hank Brennan coming out while he's supposed to be wearing the white hat. And I'm curious to see what people's reactions would have been in a parallel universe and bizarro world where Hank was one of Karen's attorneys. I'd love to see what the reactions were, because it's like always like that in every case I watch, you know, like, and I'll see it in the chat, and I love watching the chat when we're watching trials, all different trials, you know, in terms of like how people are feeling about how an attorney is with a certain witness. Like, why is that attorney being so rude to that person on cross-examination? And I'll sit there and chuckle to myself. I'm like, it's cross. Like it is like a confrontation. It's literally what it is. Like you use your cross-examination, that's how you challenge the case. So so, it's like for me, I guess it always will boil down to tact, and tone. And like, if you have aggressive, and like every single lawyer is different. Every single lawyer is going to handle, and you saw it even with Brennan, like he was, I didn't find him to be over the top dickish to La Posada at all. Like, I thought he handled her with a certain amount of reverence. I think he understood, and it didn't hurt from his perspective that he consulted her a few times. So he knew she was legit, and then he attacks real hard on the people that he knew were the most damaging to him, which were Wolf and Rentschler. I mean, that's what you expect when you have a damaging witness going into it. And you can't pretend like strategically that these lawyers don't know exactly what they're dealing with going into trial. They know exactly what people are going to be testifying to. You're trying to craft your questions to get them caught up on shit. You're trying to discredit them, and with certain witnesses that you have to, and sometimes you have to go about it in just in an aggressive type of way. So it's like I wasn't even sweating Hank for that shit. I mean, granted, his voice is just annoying because it's so monotone and nasal, but in terms of kind of his strategies, and I'm talking on the up and up shit. I'm just talking about in terms of crossings. I'm not talking about the dirty tricks. I'm not talking about that. That's a whole different thing. I'm talking about just his approach to witnesses and his tone and his tenor and his aggressiveness, whether he'd ramp it up or, reel it in. I knew why he was doing what he was doing with all the different witnesses. But yeah, it just is kind of like a strictly kind of educational thing I would like to have seen, and no one can answer it now. Like, you can't, like, anybody in the chat, and I haven't gotten to it yet. People are like, no way, I fucking hate that. You can't answer it now because the damage is done. He's already tried the case with the Commonwealth. You already have all your feelings about him. So if you can't like separate that and like, all right, let me think about like, would I have hated him if he was fighting as hard for Karen as he was to try to convict her?
Yeah, I think that kind of speaks to the phenomenon that is social media and trial watching, because people get in their camps and they view that kind of behavior, a prosecutor crossing a defense witness, in the lens of, I've already decided if Karen Read is guilty or not.
100%.
So if he's coming at a witness that is helping to prove her innocence, then he's a bad guy.
100%. And it's usually the opposite, Joe. It's usually you're watching a trial and people are like, oh, I can't stand the defense attorney because he's such an asshole to the witnesses. That's like out of 8 out of 10, maybe 9 out of 10 trials that we cover, I'm usually, and you're on a defense attorney's channel when you're in our chat. So, I'm going to be, and it's like, I'm not admonishing people. I'm just trying to remind people. I'm like, look, cross-examination, it comes from the confrontation clause of the United States Constitution. The word confrontation is literally in there. So that's what it's supposed to be. I mean, if you don't have the ability to challenge a witness, and it's not a tea party, you're not sitting there, having a nice little cup of tea and having a nice little chat. You're going after a witness that is purportedly going to be supplying some pretty heavy duty damage to your client's case. So, you got to do what you can in order to try to mitigate it.
So, Allie, when you went to law school, did you guys practice in law school these types of confrontations between not necessarily a hostile witness, but the other side's witness?
I mean, we did like mock trials, but I don't remember like specifically, getting into like the tone and tenor of when you're doing like a cross-examination. I mean, it was pretty, so other than mock trials, that was
and we had
trial advocacy.
Trial ad, because that was and that was with that federal court judge. Because remember, we were doing it at the Dirksen,
so
but
we did like back and forths and we took different witnesses. But Joe, give us some last words?
Well, first of all, Bob, you gave me a shout out for my brand new channel last summer when I had
Shout it, baby. Shout it from the rooftops.
when I had like 10 subscribers, and I just passed 3K. So
Wow.
I appreciate your support.
Of course, bro. Always.
It took me 7 months to get my first 1,000. It took me 2 months to get my next 1,000. It took me 2 weeks to get my next.
I love it.
1,000.
I love
So
it.
what's your channel again? Remind me. Remind us
Joe
all.
Schmo 88, all one word.
On YouTube.
Yeah, we love you, Joe, and we'll always support your channel and all your endeavors. I think you do great work.
Yes, he does.
I love a man who's boots on the ground, brother. It's nothing better than that. You know, it's just like being there because you're just going to be able to, you know, make observations that you can't make anywhere else, but being in that goddamn courtroom, man. So, and you do a great job of it. And like I've been watching, and I think that, you know, I love seeing the growth. You know, it's all comfort level. You know what I'm saying? Because it's weird. It's weird to get on here at first, and you're kind of talking to the ether.
It is. I'm naturally shy. I'm naturally an introvert. What the hell am I doing on YouTube with my own channel? I have no idea.
Great.
Oh, you guys know I didn't like it when it was just me. I used to make Jay come on, anybody come on with me. I can't sit there just talking to you, but talking to myself. I'm like, oh, Bob's coming back soon.
Yeah, I'm just a total like psychopath. I could just talk to myself for hours, man. Like, yeah, you guys know I'm a talker, but no, man, I'm super proud of you. I think you're doing a great job on your channel. We will always,
check him out.
Support you, man. Throw it in the links for my boy Joe. Go over and sub to him. What's your next thing, man? What are you thinking on next?
Well, I got to go back to Indiana for a family reunion, so I may do like a Flora 4 update because we haven't talked about Flora 4 for a while.
I love that. I love that. Please do that. That is a case that needs a massive light shined upon it because tragic case. A lot of there's a lot of folks out there that think that there could be some kind of connection between Richard Allen and the Flora 4. So I will 100% be viewing that. I will be more than happy to jump on with you if you want to talk about it. You want to come on here? I'm a big proponent of you shining a light on that case because it really needs it, brother.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Bob.
All right,
I appreciate
man.
it.
All right,
take
brother.
care.
Be good.
Babe, check your text, and then we'll bring on our next guest. I just want to do a couple more comments. Rexy and I know it. My continental giant bunny, Rexy, is Team Karen. Sweet. Thank you. Sean, I'm not going to forget now. Thanks for your super. Appreciate it.
Sean was telling me I need to dig deeper in Kohberger.
I mean, a lot of people feel that way. We've got to.
I mean, I've read all the pleadings, and here's the thing that I think that people don't have a firm grasp on in terms of pleadings in a case, especially in a death penalty case. Ann Taylor is a phenomenal defense attorney, and she is death penalty certified out there. She's doing everything that is mandatory for her to do in terms of filings. And a pleading is just that in terms of what is being proposed by either side in any pleading. Them's just words. So ultimately, you know, I've read all the pleadings in the case from both sides, and I hear what people are saying. I think there's been some unsavory shit that's gone on by the state in that case, especially with the IGG. Like that, the whole IGG thing with me is ultimately like I'd like to have like a very lengthy live on it. It's a fascinating area of law that is really untapped, and it's really unregulated at this point because there's no case law regarding IGG and how it can be used, when it should be used. I am a big proponent that law enforcement should have probable cause if they're using it in relation to trying to make a case against a defendant. I love IGG for identifying John and Jane Does. I love it for that. It's got so many great uses that are going to be amazing in getting people their names back and giving families closure. I mean, I love that part of it. Where I worry about it, like I always worry about things, are tools that law enforcement has at their disposal, which they abuse. And that's where if they're going to use IGG in terms of, because right now they're calling it a tip. That's the word that you're always hearing out of the mouths of law enforcement and prosecutors with respect to IGG. It's way more than that. It's way more than that. It's way more than a tip. And I'm of the mindset, you know what, go for it, but you need to develop some probable cause aside from that and go in and get a warrant to use it. That's my position on it. And, but again, with Kohberger, in terms of like, you're talking about attacking the arrest in and of itself, because like that, like, and they litigated it. Like you're going that far back in IGG, because in terms of the trial, they don't need to use the IGG. They're not using the IGG. They're not using the fact that they were able to develop a profile from Bryan's father, and that they used IGG to run it down the family tree. And that's boop, they pop up on Bryan Kohberger because they have Kohberger's DNA. So they're not going to introduce that at trial. That was a pre-trial issue wherein Allie and I would have been fighting it the same way that Ann Taylor was, saying you didn't have the probable cause to make the arrest because you used IGG. And,
Right.
So it's like, it's a fascinating case, and we're going to be covering it heavy duty. Obviously, I was covering Delphi, and then I went straight into Karen Reed. I will be turning my attention back to Kohberger in terms of our coverage. That's where I think I'm going to be digging into pretty heavily. Allie and I will. I think they've, like, and correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think that they have officially. I think that they have officially continued the trial date. Let me know and let me know. Chat.
Laura Mitchell put up this, and then we're going to look at your text, babe. Laura Mitchell put up this chat that according to the Massachusetts statutes, the court appoints the foreperson first. Now, I just pulled this up, and I appreciate that. Thanks for the intel. And we're talking about what we were talking about earlier about why didn't the judge decide who was going to be the alternates before selecting the foreperson. So I
saw your text, and I'm just bringing Shiloh on. We could just ask her flat out, babe. Like, how long do you want to stay?
I'm just waiting for my daughter to finish getting ready, and we're going to run some errands. So
there you go, babe.
We're glad to have you.
How long? Am I taking up a spot from one of
you?
You
are absolutely not.
Okay.
We are so glad to have you.
Okay.
I'm just trying
to think
time-wise, like depending how long you were going to stay to tell people to push off like the. So no, you're
you guys are
good. You're
full on producing today.
Always welcome.
With guests.
So I'm just going to read this. Section 68A says, after a jury has been impaneled and sworn, the court shall appoint a foreperson. So that's after they have been impaneled and sworn. So I think that's not first.
All right, before you dip into that, I'd like to introduce our guest in case people don't know who she is. This is Dr. Shiloh, a brilliant forensic psychologist, and in real life, and then a co-host of an amazing podcast, LA Not So Confidential. Yes. Welcome, Dr. Shiloh. How are you?
Thank you. It's been a wild week here in Los Angeles, as you can imagine. I'm sure you guys have been following. So yeah, it's been, that, and then this trial wrapping up. I'm like, there's not enough of me to go around with my attention span. So
a lot of stuff going on in the world.
I'm glad things have settled in the city of LA. And
has it settled in the city of LA?
I mean, yeah, there was definitely a crescendo up to Saturday. But enacting the curfews in the city have seemed to really work and helped. I don't know how much longer ICE will be doing raids here. They did some yesterday on Father's Day at a big popular swap meet, which was pretty terrible. And then we'll see how long the military sticks around. And I think people will be upset in the community and protesting that continuously until they leave. But it's still like it's handled. LAPD, LA sheriffs, they are used to this. They really have, since 2020, like in talking to officers this week, I work as a law enforcement psychologist in my full-time real day job. They're like, Doc, this is day 6 of, 6 so far. We did 26 days of this in 2020. Like, we're good. We're resting. We're tired a little bit, but we got this. We know what to expect. And
yeah, I mean, you guys have had your fair share of heavy duty riots out there.
Oh yeah. But even for these officers that are in their career are seeing several more protests than you do in an average police career, even for a big metropolitan city. It's been something that they know that what to expect, and didn't really need the extra assistance. Anyway, I don't want to get all off on a different topic.
We could go on forever on that. So I'm assuming you have watched the closings.
Yes, I was able to watch the closings.
One of the things they talked about, a lot of people are saying that Brennan seemed to do a very emotional closing. Now, from the human perspective, did you see it that way?
I think that was his attempt. Honestly, I think from the get-go, when he started talking about John, I think it was really flat. I mean, it was almost like he was reading off a bullet point list of the good things this guy had done and the good man that he was, which we all know. And I think, knowing John's story and stepping up and the loss that he suffered and the grief that he suffered and taking care of those kiddos, what an amazing person. And I just kind of felt like it was a flyby almost. It didn't, and maybe it's just Brennan's delivery, but that's everything. So
human condition, knowing the human condition.
Yeah.
What do you think about, like, do you think jurors felt that they were being lied to or felt that they were being misled? And specifically, do you recall the end when he talked about Officer Barrows and he really said that this Boston cop wanted to come in for accolades or whatever he said? How do you think the jurors took that, again, knowing the human condition?
That's really hard to say. I don't know. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to separate yourself. I mean, all of us are doing it, right? You guys, everyone in the chat, trying to put ourselves in their shoes, but we all have our lens that we're already looking through. And with Jackson's closing being so incredibly powerful, it's just, you're looking at these two closings next to each other, and they were just far and away like so different. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they felt like they were being lied to at that point. I think, I don't know. I mean, I can say maybe they feel like they've been duped a lot of times during this trial, and maybe that was just sort of the nail in the coffin there, perhaps. But I don't know. I feel like the defense's case was a lot stronger this time around, and I don't know what you guys think about this, but I kind of feel, not only is it the second time around, so they know how to re-strategize, but it's the way that the prosecution decided to do things differently, right? They're putting less, not all the people in the house that night, like theirs kind of dictated how the defenses went a little bit. And I think that worked in their favor. It was less confusing and less boring and repetitive. And
yeah, I mean, Hank had his thing scripted out, but he wasn't reading. You know what I mean? And it's like,
yeah,
you're going to get that more off the cuff bullet point type closing than Alan, who, read from his beautifully penned closing argument. And, they just put it together in a way that was just so clear on reasonable doubt and what it is and what portions of this case are reasonable doubt. Like I was just thrilled. I was so happy to see that, because we know that it was so important from hearing from Ronnie the juror in the last case. So like, to me, I was so satisfied that they heard us. Like they clearly heard us, like out here in these streets, beyond just Ronnie. I feel like all of us that were saying, hey man, you got to really hammer home on the reasonable doubt. And, to go back to that kind of like the hoodwinking by, either side. I mean, I think there's one thing that can be said about the defense side of it in terms of the case that they put on, is it at no point were they trying to hoodwink anybody. You know,
Mhm.
like they didn't pull the same type of moves with, you know, the whole hoodie thing, the whole
Yeah.
the you know, the shoe debacle, all of which can be construed as like Hank's trying to pull the wool over their eyes. And from a psychological perspective, you know, do you think, because like Alan didn't really drive that home the way that I thought that he might, in terms of like just flat out saying like you should take exception to the fact that Hank Brennan tried to pull the wool over your eyes in these particular circumstances.
Yeah.
You should have a real problem with that, and more importantly, ask yourself why. Why was he doing that? If they have a powerful case, why is he doing those types of things? But from a psychological perspective, do you think that it was clear enough from what you were watching that he didn't necessarily have to spell it out? And I know I'm asking you to go into the minds of 12
Yeah.
jurors.
No, that's okay. I mean, it would have been nice for him to spell it out. I think we all can agree. Like one last time to hit that home. I think how it unfolded in real time in court was probably a pretty poignant moment for the jurors. I mean, you hope so. I think they would all get that, what was going on, especially with the holes in the shirt.
X-rays, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, with all of those minds coming together on how to shape that closing, I imagine that was probably discussed, right? And do we just keep it a little bit more simple? Do we not seem so over the top desperate to like hit this home again, and kind of just stay on point? So I'm sure there was a reason for it. You know, it would have been nice that we hear that the jurors are hearing that one last time. But I do think this time it does come down to the science rather than necessarily the emotion, because after the first trial, I was like, okay, look, there's so many ways could have been accidental, that he could have been hit by a car, that he could have been hit by one of those kids leaving, right? Like we've seen it in you think about, okay, the conspiracy piece, we've seen that sort of take shape before, where parents will lie to protect their children if their children are at risk of going to jail. But I think this time around, the science really spoke loud and clear that he wasn't hit by a car. So you go from injuries, you go from the experts, all of that. So I don't know. I mean, I think that's your case right there.
Exactly. And it's the case I was begging for, you know, when I was watching, I get every concept behind wanting to bring out the potential for the frame up and the conspiracy. And I know that there's people out there that are just adamant that, you know, John O'Keefe was injured or killed by people in that house, and that they deserve to go down for it. This isn't the place for that.
Yeah.
Like no one else, I keep saying this, but it's true that no one else can be found guilty other than Karen Reed in this trial. And you have to do what's in her best interest in this trial. And again, because I'm always going to tap into that big brain of yours from the psychological aspect of it. You know, to me, like I was so worried about the first trial, because I'm like, man, you are having to, you have to sell 12 people on this conspiracy concept. 12 people who are all thinking about things differently, who all have different life experiences, who, you know, may or may not be cops. Like we don't know anything about these people beyond what was on that jury information sheet or the juror information sheet. And to me, when you can just narrow it down, focus it on the thing that was the most powerful, which to me has always been the science. That, like, when I looked at this case from the beginning of it, I'm like, the injuries don't match.
Yeah.
I don't need to be a medical doctor to know that a man, whether he's hit full on or is grazed or sideswiped, some part of his body had to have been hit.
Especially if it's creating that damage. It's like you can't have that damage and no injury. It's like
exactly. And they're like it just never added up to me. Like it can't be that kind of a freak type thing where some part of John O'Keefe's body was struck with such force to shatter that taillight, and there is no injury sustained from it at 24 miles an hour. It was implausible to me, and it's still implausible. And to me, when my job is to walk Karen Reed out of that courtroom, that is where I am living. That is where I'm eating each and every day, almost exclusively. Now, Allie's always made the point, like, you kind of have to have the planted taillight because you have to explain it somehow. But how much do you need to get into that?
True. And I think this time around, the science was tighter and they had more to sort of work with in terms of at least, cover up or misconduct on the police part, obviously, because of Proctor not being there anymore. And to me, I mean, that's kind of the stuff that I can't get over. Like if he's supposedly hit by a car, why are taillight fragments then scattered around his body there, right? Maybe the snowplow tosses them over there. I don't know. I think also in Jackson's closing, the piece that was, and not to be meant as a pun, that was a light bulb moment for me, was when he showed the taillights of her car when it was being loaded on the tow truck and they were lit up. And he's like, those pieces that would light up the taillights were found at the crime scene. And I was like, what? How did I miss that? Hopefully that was brought in as evidence at some point. It wasn't just something
I
he was
didn't
saying.
watch that day of trial. And there's a creator, Be in Trouble 31. And he put this thing together where he showed that. He was like, okay, if this piece, the one with the little holes, the plastic one with the little holes that they were like, trying at some point to imply like might have caused the scratches. I don't know what the fuck they were doing with that thing, but if that thing's gone, the taillight doesn't light up. And I didn't even realize that they got that into evidence because I didn't watch. I missed Dr.
I don't know if he
Wrench.
got it into evidence, but he definitely said it in the closing.
He did get it in evidence, right, babe, or no?
That if the diffuser's not there, that
with Wolf or Wrenchler,
okay,
one of the two of them.
Got it
okay,
in,
good.
Okay, right. So when he said it at closing, I was like, "Oh, great! I didn't know they got that in there. That's amazing."
That low key was my favorite part of the closing because it's everything that the Commonwealth is leaning into with those photographs about that taillight being illuminated and how you can see the white. Is destroyed by the concept that you can't have it both ways. If you're
they put up the light,
did
he show a picture of it, or he just talked about
side
it
by side?
No,
Yeah,
I
he showed
meant
a picture
when he testified, when they put it into evidence.
No, I think they only did that in closing with the side by side. I think,
So,
but if the chat will remember if I'm wrong on that, but 100% during the closing, he showed the side by side, but. I mean, but like the concept that they can't have it both ways. If the diffuser is cracked and found in the yard, the thing wouldn't have been illuminated. It's that simple. Like that, because like in the other part of this, Shiloh, I want to ask you is did they dirty Proctor up enough? Because for the taillight in the yard and the microscopic pieces in John's hoodie, you have to have Proctor as the bad guy. Like he's the bad guy. Do you think, in light of the fact that they didn't call him, and I understand completely why they didn't.
Yeah.
Do you think they dirtied him up enough? I mean, like we know he was fired. We know he said some nasty shit about Karen. Did they dirty him up enough to where the jury, in your mind, is going to make that connection? Like, yeah, the Proctor guy.
It scares me a little bit. I mean, I don't know if they're able to read between the lines with what the defense was able to do with that. I certainly hope so. It felt like it was a kind of a slow buildup to that. And so I don't know if it had the punch and the impact that, we would hope it would, where they like the light bulb goes off, they get it. Then they can start kind of looking through the rest of the trial with that lens. But gosh, that's tough to work with. I don't know. I mean, do you guys feel like there could have been something else that they could have done to dirty him up more?
I mean,
I think the only other thing that wasn't it his wife that the text message about the gift, for the wife. So that would have been helpful. I always
Yeah,
thought
they
that
brought
was a
Dr.
little
Wolf's
too-
wife into it. Why not bring Proctor's wife into it?
Right. And because I mean, the gift thing is certainly weird. You know,
Sure.
like what do they thank
Why
him
getting him a
for?
gift,
Like,
right.
why do they need to thank him for anything if he's just doing his job? You know, I mean, because when you kind of look at the sum total of the dirtying up, it's him behind the vehicle in the Sally
Yeah.
port.
Hey,
Yeah.
people want a poll, babe. A lot of people are talking about that. I've got a question for Dr. Silo if you work on it.
Shiloh.
Shiloh,
Is like
sorry.
a large
Hey,
arm
it's
thing.
fine.
No, I know it's Shiloh. I'm sorry.
She knows.
So 2 parts.
Yeah.
One is
Wait,
was the
what's the poll? I'm sorry. What's the
Oh.
poll? Like, I'm not looking. I'm not current on the
there?
chat.
Was it
I put it
verdict?
up there.
When we will get a verdict.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
So first is in the closing, the way that Alan Jackson would wait or suggest that they give them a chance to come up with the answer on their own. One time he was even like, we could say it together if we could, or he would ask it and then he said, who was it? And he'd pause like, that's to get them to pull it up on their own. And we've been saying how compelling that is for him psychologically to get the jurors to, even if they're just saying it because they know it's what he's thinking, or if they're saying it on their own, is that a valid point to say that that's a really big point that they're getting if they get the jurors to think that on their own?
It's a great tactic. It does a couple of things. One, it is so if they're kind of finishing his sentence or coming up with the answer, it's going to be at the top of their mind, right? So when they do that, rather than hearing him say it, you're now having 2 different modes of internalizing that information. So it's helping to crystallize it into your memory better. So it's because we're all different types of learners, right? Auditory, tactile, visual. So he's kind of capturing different ways that people might start to crystallize that into their thought process and therefore their short and long-term memory. So it's a really smart thing. I think it also would have people think like, oh, well, if I thought that right away, then that must be true. So it's almost like their own confirmation bias in a way, which is incredibly powerful. And we've heard a lot of people asked about confirmation bias during this trial, which I was surprised a lot of even the experts didn't, say 100% that like, oh yeah, I know what confirmation bias is. But I think one of the times that I was on here, we talked a lot about different types of biases. And I was even saying in the chat throughout the trial, like, these are really good things to bring up at the end because the recency bias is a thing. And it's meaning like the last thing that you heard is really going to hold a lot of weight. We have the bias where the first thing you hear, the primary bias, is going to be really strong. And then the last thing you hear and everything in the middle, unfortunately, sometimes gets lost.
Goes first in opening and last in closings. But at least they don't get the 3 in closing. They'll go first and last in closing.
Yes.
So I
Yes.
guess. So the other
Very
thing
true.
I wanted to ask you was, to me, I felt like the defense's case this time put so many different forks out there that all of the jurors couldn't latch on to so many different things. This could be the thing that speaks to you. This could be the thing that speaks to you. Like, did you think do you get the sense that there was so many different things out there that kind of could appeal to all different personalities and all different jurors and still translate into reasonable doubt for them, although be it different reasonable doubt?
Yeah, I like that perspective. I mean, you're trying to give a buffet of different options to them, so you don't have to sell everyone on one thing. I think to be a fly on the wall, I know we would love to anyway, just for deliberations, but that would be really interesting to hear some of those debates come up for people because, something just might hit home with them more so than others. A question I got a lot from colleagues was like, hey, there's more women on the jury. Do you think that's going to work in her favor or against? Like, women tend to be really hard on each other, which I think is a fallacy and something we need to quit saying. But you know, I think that could go either way. They could have incredible empathy for her, and especially if they think that there was a cover up or conspiracy or misconduct, however far they want to go with it, that she's getting railroaded here, and they could see themselves in her position and identify more with her and just kind of the justice of it all, rather than like just sort of her personality that we really only saw coming out in the video clips that they were showing, which I went back and watched that this weekend just to fill in the time and the gap for myself. And the only thing I came away with was, oh my God, Lally really let himself go into court with hair like that. I have a question for you guys. So with the FBI's investigation, is that done? Or are they sort of still waiting in the shadows to potentially even look a little deeper into things?
I mean, we don't know. Everyone's saying that it's closed, but the FBI doesn't make an announcement, as you would know, like we're closed. So, I mean, your guess is as good as ours, I think. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I've seen tons of people like saying that you know, the Fed's investigation's done.
And then others saying it's not, but nobody knows. Everyone's just
yeah, I mean, in our experience, the Feds don't announce to anybody when they're done doing anything because it's
and they take forever to do everything. So
yeah, they're super diligent. You know, I guess what you'd be thinking about is like in terms of the data from the devices. I think they've gotten all that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you'd have to kind of like figure, well, what else could they be looking into? You know, because like there's this misnomer that goes on out there that I see on Twitter where people are like, oh, well, they didn't bring a case. That means they didn't find any evidence. It's not what that means.
No.
That means the federal government is not in the business of losing cases. And if they didn't have enough evidence, what that means is that they're not going to bring a case. That doesn't mean they didn't have any evidence. That just means that in the minds of a federal prosecutor, a U.S. attorney, that they did not have enough to bring a case because, like I said, I mean, if you look at their conviction rates, I mean, most people plead out because that's how ironclad their cases are.
But it's like 98% conviction rate, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole different beast than states. So
I've got a last question for Dr. Shiloh before, because we've got someone waiting backstage. But so a lot of like lawyers' perspectives and legal talking heads' perspective is always that the defense seems weak if they do throw out multiple theories. Now, I was talking before specifically about multiple lines of reasonable doubt, but not like a necessarily like a different theory, but just like you've got officer, I always forget his name, the Boston cop that saw the taillight. You've got
the Denton, was it the Denton cop?
Yeah, Bob, what's his name? Barros.
Yeah, Barros.
You know, you've got the timeline, you've got the card in touch, you've got the piece of glass. So those are sort of different ways to get reasonable doubt through the overall kind of general theory. But I've always been big on, I can throw out different theories, like completely different. I don't have to stick with one. And I'm always big on, if you've got something like this case, you say to the jurors, I don't have to tell you what to think. He doesn't have to tell you what to think. He doesn't know. I don't know. If you're back there coming up with your own possibilities, if your own what ifs, your own theories, those are your own reasonable doubts. Do you think that it does dilute the defense if they don't stick with one defense?
I don't think it should, but I think jurors like a story. I think they like a well-crafted narrative to be able to believe in. However, you hope that kind of what we said before, that if it at least can create reasonable doubt, then that is going to be the backing for a not guilty verdict, rather than, oh yeah, it's clearly like this is what happened. And this is just that case that unless somebody comes forward, we won't know what happened. So we're left with that, unlike, some other cases. But yeah, super, super interesting. I'm really, looking forward to your coverage on Kohberger stuff.
What are you guys doing on LA Not So Confidential?
Oh my gosh. We have, I'm trying to think like what even so we had the episode on confessions.
Which was awesome. by the
tease
way.
that with you guys about what the research says about true confessions versus false confessions and what the differences are that are found, because not a lot of people are studying that, especially not true confessions, what those look like. And talked a lot about memory distrust syndrome, which I'm sure, I didn't want to taint you guys before you heard it, but I'm sure when you listen to that piece, you're like, oh my God, this could exactly be what was going on for Richard Allen.
Yep.
That just kind of solidified it.
You know what I'd
But-
love to do?
Uh-huh.
I'd love to have you and Scott on where we play the episode on a live, and then
Yeah,
like we pause and we talk.
sure.
Right.
Let's do that.
Would you guys be up for that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's an awesome episode. Like I
Good.
like
Thank
you
you.
hit me up. You're like, you're gonna like this one, and I did. It was like, I think it would be great. I think it'll introduce a lot of people to your show because you guys are on lock in terms of it's a great show, and you guys are just work so well together.
Educate a lot of people. They'll learn a lot because it's
100%. With all of their episodes, you're going to learn a lot from them.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we'd love to do that. And yes,
that would be awesome.
Following your coverage, I also like Sandra Birchmore is a case that is just like obviously branches off from this, but we did an episode on the horrific abuse of police explorers and cadets across the country.
Wow.
And touched on Sandra's case. We did that probably at the end of last year-ish, but I was a police cadet before I was a cop. And, even at like lower level things, there are some inappropriate behaviors that happen in all sorts of arenas that have underage people there. Obviously, we know the church and the Boy Scouts and like all of that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, these arenas aren't immune from it either. So
yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go. Thank you
We
guys.
love you.
So much. Bob will stay on top of it so we can do that live. That sounds awesome.
Okay. Yeah. Send us an email.
All right.
Take care, guys.
Shiloh.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
See ya.
All right, babe. We have Francesca. Hey.
All right.
We're so glad to have you.
Welcome.
Hey, and I'm who you lost the bet to.
Oh, with the jersey bet?
Yes.
Dang. Are you sending me a jersey to wear, or do I have to go buy one?
If
she's not sending you a jersey.
It will be the one you don't want it to be.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. I'm sure. Look, I've had to wear a Brett Favre jersey before, and worse than that, a Aaron Rodgers jersey. So I'm fairly certain I'll survive it.
Would Butker be worse?
Probably not. Like no one's worse than Aaron Rodgers for me.
Same.
Like that guy is just such a tool.
Yeah.
Know.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm excited.
We're so happy you're here. So thoughts. What are all your thoughts?
I have kind of a weird background. Like I went to law school, graduated, and then I became a cop and I worked at a small department. So like I get all the mistakes and there's so little training. Like you go through, it's like going through law school. You're not an attorney until you're practicing. You really don't. You learn it in the real world.
That's right.
It's the same thing with being a cop. So when you have smaller towns, there's not a lot that going into it. You're learning a lot on the road.
Yeah.
So I understand the mistake side of things, but we had big cities near us, and they have Boston, and they have all these other, and they have MSP, and we had our state highway patrol. When you have bigger crimes, you're calling them in. There's really no excuse for how many issues there were in this. If believe her or not, if you believe in her innocence or not, there's just no excuse for how bad it was.
Right.
I mean, even if you've got a little department, don't you still know about evidence logs and chain of custody? I mean, that still has to exist, right?
So I actually went to evidence school when I was a cop, and I ran our evidence room. And the rule was like, even the chief of police didn't have keys to my evidence room. Like he should never ask me for the keys. Like that's a no-no. Like once it's tainted, it's tainted. And when you get evidence, you're putting it in a bag, logging it, your chain of custody, and immediately putting it in evidence lockers. Immediately. Like if I didn't have my evidence the next day and it was sitting in somebody's locker, I'm asking why. Like you're tainting it. So
100%.
that to me, the fact that this is okay behavior, it's really alarming.
And it's not even that you're actually tainting it. It's just the concept of impropriety that exists. That's how you're tainting it.
Yeah.
Like when Proctor's driving around for months with this shit in his car, like even if he didn't touch it, it sure the hell seems like he did by way of him not doing the job properly. You know what I mean?
I just don't see how any of that evidence would be admissible anywhere else. Like I just can't see that. And that's what shocks me, is that anybody that's like the anti-Karen Read side, how they don't see that this is a huge issue.
Right.
And I can bet if we look back on other cases and went and watched any other cases, this stuff wasn't flying. This wasn't happening in her courtroom. There's no way.
It seems unlikely. I mean, I don't know how often shit like this tries to fly in her courtroom, but I still never understood. I still never felt like they explained when the inverted videos started and when was it fixed? Okay, like give me some fucking paperwork. Bob and I kept screaming, show me an inverted video that was tendered to another lawyer, offered in a court of law, somehow still has the data tied to it that shows it was inverted before this date, not just Hank in there being like, oh, well, the things were inverted. People would know that. It's a small town, right? It's a small police force. If that's what we're looking at,
they know
if the damn Sallyport video is inverted.
And the other thing was, you just said something about the small town. I can't remember who it was. The female cop, Dever or whatever.
Dever.
They asked her, they're like, oh, did you know Bryan Albert? Her saying like she didn't. I'm like, you work in a small town, and the brother of this cop also works at your PD, and you don't know another cop that lives in your town. Like, that was something really bothered me, and I felt immediately like an untruthfulness of her. Like, she knew who Bryan Albert was. There's no way. Like,
is Bryan Albert the cop, or Bryan's the cop, right?
They both are. There's two of the Alberts are cops.
Because one of them, she said, oh yeah, that one I did know. And one of them, she said she didn't, right?
She said she didn't know Bryan, which is, yeah, you did. He lived in your town.
There's no way they didn't.
And his brother worked at your PD. There's no way. So I don't know. I just think there's so many things that even if you don't believe she's innocent, there's so many issues that are screaming like, what's going on here? Like, this is not okay.
Right. Yeah. Glass just perched on the thing that has nothing to do with anything. Hairs just stuck to bumpers, and the inside of a taillight, the inside or inner pieces out on the street.
Hank believes his own bullshit.
I don't
think salt in the broken pieces. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. It's like, I mean, maybe I think the people that are the anti-free Karen Read like firmly believe that she hit him.
Oh yeah, I think
I think. I mean, Hank could be one of those people, right? I mean,
I don't think Hank. I just don't think Hank believes it, because it's not.
I don't either.
There's no evidence of it.
I mean,
I don't think he does.
No.
If you're having to rely on her clips of those awful clips from all those shows she did, if there's one lesson to be learned from this entire trial, is if you get arrested and you're charged with a heavy duty crime, do not go on Dateline, do not go on HBO, do not go on Discovery ID prior to your trial and talk about your case.
I didn't think that I'm of the camp that I didn't think they were that bad. I really didn't. I mean, but
they were taken out of context and manipulated.
I feel like the jury, seeing such small clippets, I mean, she's asking herself, did I do it? Did I do it? In the clips, she's asking herself, but it sounded like she's trying to explain. And I didn't watch the Dateline thing. I refused to watch it. I'm not giving them the views. But it sounded like she's asking herself, like, what could have happened? Because obviously she remembers leaving him at some point. I just didn't take it as that. It wouldn't bother me if I was on a jury. I wouldn't feel like it changed my mind one way or another.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but if it's close, like if you've got fence riders, you know, like those, because like there just was no context to them. It's like they're just plucking shit out of thin air and throwing it in there. Because you're exactly right. I mean, that was the one that was taken out of context, and that Alan called out that it was out of context. You know, I mean, they didn't really have a way to rebut it and put it into context. So it's kind of like, you know, I mean, I agree with you in the sense that I hope this jury's smart enough to know that that's smoke and mirrors. That's not nuts and bolts. That's not the kind of shit that you convict somebody on. Those aren't confessions under, even if she said, I hit him. That's not a confession. That's not what they would consider a confession, because the fact of the matter is the way that I've always viewed this case is I don't think that Karen had any clue when this went down. I don't know if she was blackout drunk. I don't know. I don't know what she recalled or what she didn't recall from that night, but whatever it wasn't clear in her mind.
Right.
It wasn't until she was arrested and David got involved, and them bringing in the shit with David Yanetti, just giving his initial input to her as a potential client, saying there could be some liability, and like pretending like that's him saying that she's on the hook is insane. That's not what that was at all. We do that with every single client that is ever coming in and thinking about hiring us. We're saying, well, tell us what they're saying that you did. And okay, and they're going to say, oh, blah, 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 blah. We're saying, all right, well, you know, if what they're saying is true, we could have some issues. You know, I mean, you have to be honest, or you can't have clients walking in. You're not, if you're that lawyer that's blowing smoke up everybody's ass saying, oh yeah, we'll beat this. It's like, no, that's not our job to do that.
Early on, I think his clip early on made it worse, actually, than even her Dateline clips or whatever. Because there was something, he was at the steps or said about the accident. To me, that was worse than her clips. Now, I have a question, because I don't know, obviously, even having gone to law school. You said something about the clips. Couldn't they have asked to play the rest for the completeness?
I think they could have. I've been wondering why they didn't. I was like, didn't they have somebody going through them all? Because some of them, like there was him trying to act like she was saying on the recordings, I hit him.
Yes.
I hit him. As opposed to explaining what she said then, not that she was still saying it.
Yes.
He took them out of context, and their word, those sentences could have been completed where she was saying, making it clear
this is
that
what I was thinking. I saw the longer one. Yeah.
Right. And that was so prejudicial. And I don't even think he should have been allowed to do it.
My other question is that too prejudicial. Especially not playing the entirety of the clip and giving it the explanation. And how would they do that? If you asked a judge that, would you ask that it be played then, or would you ask, can you just get up there and play it? Because I don't know that side of the trial.
Got to do it because that's strange, right? Because he's not doing it to a witness. So there's not that opportunity to put the rest in with the witness. I think it would have technically had to wait till their time. And there was a part of a discussion during trial where the judge says, well, you guys can put the rest of that, you guys will put your clips in on your case. And Hank's like, they can't put in self-serving clips. So it seemed like the judge thought they would be able to get in certain clips. And I don't know if there was a sidebar discussion about that, or an off-air discussion where the judge said, yeah, no, you can't get any of these clips in, or if they just decided they didn't even want to fuck with the clips.
Well, Francesca, you're probably not going to be able to answer this question because you didn't watch the Dateline one, but for people in the chat, my question is this, because I certainly didn't commit any of those things that I watched to memory in terms of what she said on air. right? Because there's obviously going to be a bunch of tape that's on the ground that was cut, and they only put in what they put on air. So, like, my question's twofold: were the clips that were played in court, were they aired publicly? And the second question is more towards Allie, but answer if you have input on it, Francesca. If, in terms of the completeness doctrine and in terms of the fact that they were allowed in because they were extrajudicial statements, that's what allowed them to come in without her having to take the stand, and you know that's how they got these things in, because clearly they're statements made by her. But did they have to be things that were aired publicly, or could they have been just portions of the tape that never made it to air?
I can't say which is
trial. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't say which is which, but I know they got the uncut stuff, so they could have used.
So Aaron
whatever.
saying not all was public, some was some extra footage. So because that changes the evaluation for the completeness doctrine for me, in terms of that they should have been able to get it in because of that. If they're using things that didn't air publicly, because that's the part of it that makes it extrajudicial, the fact that it was aired publicly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That she's made statements publicly. That's like, if it's shit that didn't air, I don't know how that falls under that category. It's
only playing part of it, and it's not giving the totality of what was said, which when you cut it out, it changes. Because I saw the longer clip, and what he played, seeing on the jury, I would have a little bit been like, why would she? But when you hear the longer clip, she's saying like, I didn't know, or I was wondering what could have happened. Like, she's not thinking that like he was beat up in this house, that, you know, all this happened or whatever happened. That's where I wondered if they could have argued that.
Yeah. And like, and to kind of, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean,
and people are asking, like,
it wasn't lost on them. Like they
Right.
all were aware of it. They all knew that they were coming. And I'm sure that they had conversations ad nauseum about how to try to keep these out, or how, if they can't keep them out, how to try to counter them. And, you know, I mean, the fact of the matter is that maybe there wasn't enough context on the other side of it for them to feel like, all right, if we play this clip, this is going to explain or put into context that clip, that, you know, because I mean, and maybe there's that part of it where like they're feeling like you feel, Francesca, in terms of like, I don't think they're that damaging. I certainly don't think they're in any way consciousness of guilt type statements at all. I mean, Alan was very clear. He's like, I don't give a shit what Hank Brennan's saying. Like, none of that shit is anything to do with consciousness of guilt. This is a woman trying to work through in her mind what the fuck happened that night. And it's that simple.
Right. But I didn't like that.
Absolutely true.
That Alan Jackson denied she said it, instead of just saying it's meaningless. Like, she never said, I hit him. She only said, did I? And I don't know why they did that. And that, you know, I'll touch on Robin's comment after we give Francesca her final words here. What do you got for us?
Okay, so I actually kind of differ a little bit in my opinion on first trial to second trial. I was into the case way before first trial, so I watched a lot of the pre-trial hearings, I tell people who got into the case, if you haven't watched the first trial, you have to watch the first trial, because there's
100%.
so much more evidence that didn't come out in this, that really shows you how corrupt things are. Not only that, there's so much more that came out in the pre-trial stuff.
100%.
And then on top of that, watching all if you watch, whether you like them or not, Aiden, there's a lot of stuff that comes out on that. I mean, there is just so much that like the public isn't seeing with this trial. And I think if they were hearing and seeing like the pro offer stuff, I sent you guys that video, that coming up.
Yep.
There was clearly some pro offer. I don't know if it had to do with him using the equipment, you know, which was against illegal.
Right.
But I just think trial one for me, like, I know you guys were like, stick to this. And I think that helped, but I think that there is so much that the jury is not getting to hear that is really important in understanding, like the butt dials, all the weird stuff that they don't get to hear that happened that made me even stronger in my opinion. Like there's just too much weird. It's not one little thing. So I feel like from first to second, I wish there was a way they would have brought a little more in. And they could have cut it
Man,
down.
I'm so torn on it. I'm so torn.
I mean, it's going to come down to how this.
Sadly, the only way that we're going to get an answer is
When we
it's
get a
going to
verdict.
be after the ex post facto. After, like, we'll be able to debate it after the fact. If we get an NG, then I'm going to say I won, y'all lost.
Yeah.
Like, this is how they should have tried it. If God forbid, then I'm going to be like, oh man,
You need a little
maybe
more
they
of
have
it.
to dip into it,
Right.
more. Yeah, it's a crazy case. So, all right, your last thing for you. How long you think these deliberations are going to go? People are already freaking out.
I don't know. I was not able to move Monday when I was on your guys' stream. I had the TV on, an iPad, my phone, and I could not move. I was like just frozen. For my like sanity, I hope today. I think today. I think if it doesn't come by end of day, we're getting a hung jury.
Oof.
Yeah,
That's scary.
I do.
If it doesn't come by end of day today,
I went tomorrow.
I'm going to say if it doesn't come midday tomorrow, because like they have rules of thumb, like for like X amount of days of trial should equal 1 hour of deliberations if they're doing the work.
Do you think the jury's really in there going, okay, we were at trial this many days, we should give this?
No, they're just saying.
I think.
Oh, okay, I thought that's what you meant.
No, but I think that there's going to be prudent jurors in there that are say we have to do the work, that we got to go through this evidence, and that it takes them that long to kind of go through point by point by point. And, so if I'm just kind of looking at it like that and they go through it all, I could see that if they're doing the work that I always want jurors to do. It's like, I don't want them popping off one way or another. I want them to do the work. I want them to be secure in the verdict that they come up with. And I want them to feel, if they're finding somebody guilty, that they've done the work. Like, I don't want them just going in and like, oh, well, like, I'm not going to look at her. I'm not going to critically evaluate anything. You know what I mean? So I think if it makes it to half day tomorrow and they don't have some kind of verdict at that point, then I'm starting to really, really worry about another, because to me, that means they're in it for the fight, that they've got people on different sides and they're going at it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, well, thanks for having me.
Always. Thank you for
love
coming
Allie
on.
Reeds,
Thanks
by
for your
the way.
continued support.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. And we are about to be joined by Michelle, unless Scout's going to look. She's like, I'm coming in.
Wow.
Happy day after your birthday day.
13, teenager, makes me, it's like bittersweet. My little girl's growing up.
Before we bring Michelle on, I just wanted to talk about Robin Hall's comment here. Lawyer here, in my opinion, the thing that Richard Allen's jury couldn't get away from was, why would anyone say they did it if they didn't? And we have not dissimilar issue here, which is concerning. So I can see your point, and that's why I say I kind of wish that Alan Jackson actually didn't lean away from it, but leaned into it and said that was all part of the trauma reaction, and she was just trying the best she could to piece things together, and that's where her mind went. But I see your point, and I just hope that this is not quite as deep as the confessions in Richard Allen. I want to bring Michelle on, but I don't want to deprive her of Bob. So maybe I wait a minute for him to come back. And I'll put up Melanie Parker says Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel specifically said they saw no Jeep. So I know that, Melanie, but McCabe said there was a Jeep, and had they put Higgins on, I think his testimony would have ruled the day, that I'm absolutely positively, this is where I parked and this is where I was, and that's it. So they'd either have to decide more people are lying or something's off, So, but I hear your point. Sean says Idaho 4 case is so corrupt. Yeah, we're gonna look deeper into it. Bob's just got his first initial opinions. Zen Cat says, how loud is it when a car revs up and blasts into reverse at 24? Couldn't people in the house have heard that or heard the sound of the impact? What about the cop neighbors not ring camera, whatever it was? If there was sound, wouldn't it have heard that? Heard people pulling away, heard a collision, heard people moving around, heard people pulling up. I think it's so unlikely they wouldn't have heard that when they're sort of paying attention to the window. At least Jen was paying attention to the window. She's up and back all those times. I can't imagine there was a whole hullabaloo out there, man getting struck to the point that things are shattering and she misses the entire thing. It's just so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Paraphone Applewood says, why can't I speak? I always say this wrong. Member for 14 months. Colby said enchiladas made with canned chicken. Yeah, see, no one in the family liked those damn enchiladas. Take your enchiladas and shove them, Lori Vallow. Cody emailed this morning. No, it's not too late. I don't know if you emailed to the email that's on the banner here, a true crime pod at Gmail, but Tracy and Mandy are monitoring and you should get a link. I'm sure Scarlett is somehow distracting Bob away. And I'll just going to wait for him to bring Michelle on. But Aaron White says, been following Karen Reed since the beginning. If the dog bit John O'Keefe, then you must acquit Karen Reed. But I admit John O'Keefe's phone not moving is weird. It's all weird. It's all weird. None of it fits together. None of it makes sense. And I feel very strongly that at the end of the day, no one proved anything and we don't know what happened. And that's got to be reasonable doubt. They just didn't show how he could have gotten hit by the car. And that hit caused that damage to the vehicle. It's just impossible. I just don't see it. Shay became a member. Thank you for being here. Family hug. Let me shout out to Bob. Hold on. I don't know if he heard me or not, but Majesta Alexander says, need to test the DNA in the Delphi case. It's not Richard Allen's. Oh,
sorry. I had to deal with some family stuff.
I figured.
But you're screaming like a lunatic.
Oh, because then it sounded like I thought she was just.
No, I was handling some family business. Allie's like screaming at the top of her lungs from the basement. My dad's awake now.
He showered.
Oh, good.
All right. We're bringing Michelle in.
Okay.
Well, her camera's off. You think she's ready to come on without? Is that what? Michelle, turn on your camera just to give me a thumbs up if you're ready.
She might not know how to do it.
Let's see.
Can they hear us?
Yeah, she can hear us.
Okay.
Backstage. Well, let's bring her on and see if she starts to talk. Are you there? Hey.
See me?
There she is.
Yes. Can you hear us?
It's my first day of family vacation on the worst day. The Karen Reed trial went out for the jury went out.
I was gonna say it looks like you're out by a pool.
Are you on the beach? Where are you?
We're in Dollywood, so I'm gonna turn my camera off just because I'm in a bikini. I'm gonna try to be somewhat appropriate, but I want to
that's
know
fine.
a real person.
Okay, I'm not a cat. So Michelle,
exactly.
What are your thoughts on the trial and the closings, and what do you got for us?
So I wanted to talk to y'all too so much because I myself, I'm from Georgia, and I'm actually a assistant prosecutor turned defense attorney turned family law attorney turned personal injury attorney. So I've dabbled in it all. But my question for you guys, this is so hard for me because I watched a lot of the first trial, and then I've pretty much watched all of this trial, and it's just completely impossible for me to be unbiased at this point. Like, I can't,
Me too.
I can't even begin to think what these jurors might be thinking. I mean, people are asking me left and right because of my background what I think, and I'm like, I can tell you what I think, but it's so biased. I can't even begin to tell you what a juror might be thinking. So I was just wondering y'all's thoughts on that because you're in the same position as me.
100%.
Yeah, I agree. I've acknowledged it. I've admitted it openly. I'm definitely biased at this point. The information between the two trials has just convinced me that shit ain't right. And I'm convinced evidence was planted, and that to me takes away my entire ability to ever say that someone is guilty. But plus, I really do think the science proves the vehicle didn't hit the body based on the damage of the vehicle and the lack of damage to the body. The two things just I can't. No.
And so, like,
Yeah.
same for me. But I think I'm able to, because I first of all, I think she's factually innocent. First and foremost, I don't think that she struck the vehicle, and that's because of the science side of it. The other part of it, I don't think that they've met their burden. So, like, they've cleared the hurdle and like completely in terms of her being found not guilty. However, I think even so, I'm 100% biased as well in terms of the way that I think about it. But I think that I'm able to be able to look at it from the guilter side of it, just because, like, I'm always up for the debate, and I listen to when other people are trying to convince me of things, and I can see a world in which two of those people made it onto the jury that think the way that the people that I speak to, and like I do live, like I do shit with that with Tony Bruschi, who's a great guy who happens to think that Karen did it, and I've had lengthy debates with him, and so I like. It's the know your enemy concept. Like, so I have a really good idea, aside from the trolls on Twitter who always say the same shit. Like, Tony actually like tries to put some like arguments together. And I can see a world in which a couple of those people might have made it onto the jury to where they would think along the lines that Tony thinks. And Tony, like, for him, those videos which Francesca thinks are bullshit are huge for him. Like, because if you have a case that's close and it boils down to one piece of evidence or one thing or another that gets a fence sitter to fall one way or the other, you have to worry about those videos. You just do. And you have to worry about what Hank's move was, which was to rely on emotions. Like, he's trying to wring the pathos out of it. He's trying to get one or two jurors to be like, oh my God, John O'Keefe was such an amazing guy. And I have to hold somebody responsible for it. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
You know what's hard for me, and maybe y'all have more experience with this, or a better example of this, because I do not. Like, what is hard? So obviously, we understand, which some people don't. There's a difference between, I have to answer, do I think she did it or not? Or do I think in a court of law, she's not guilty, right? Those are two totally different things.
Totally different
So in a court of law, the woman's not guilty. There's just too much reasonable doubt. It's so easy for me to answer. But the other thing that is hard for me to wrap my head around is if there is this, and this is one of the theories, of course. We don't really know for sure what happened, but this conspiracy theory, it's hard for me. In what world can that many people be in on a conspiracy of this magnitude? Because it would have taken a lot of people. It's going to take a lot of lies. And that not get out there? Or is it out there? Is it out there in the state of Massachusetts and Canton? Does everyone know that the Alberts and Higgins and all these people, you know, conspired and to do this, and the McCabe's, and they're all talking about it. It's just hard for me to wrap my head around that many people getting away with something like that, and you know, the government not finding out about it, or did they? And is that why the FBI became involved and the DOJ became involved?
I mean, you're preaching to the choir in terms of exactly why I didn't want them going with the conspiracy in the second trial, because like that is a legitimate concern. And I always said it, like trying to get 12 people to buy into any kind of conspiracy, because I could shrink the conspiracy down to Proctor and the McAlberts. Like I can make it that small. I don't need to include Nuttall and whatever the female EMT's name was. I don't need to include them. They don't have to be a part of it for me. It could be as small as just Proctor taking care of the Albert family for whatever reason, because he's a cop, and you have the close-knit group of friends that were there that night, and I could keep it that small. And the way that I could see them not saying shit is because their entire lives depend on it. Like they are now in a position now where they have to keep their mouth shut. There is no getting out of this thing. You know what I mean? So, but in terms of convincing a jury of that, where they're not going to be thinking about it the way that we're thinking about it in depth, you know, it's like, it's a different thing, which is why I just wanted to live in the science.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's different because there's so much we can't get to the jury, right? There's so much they can't learn about because, you know, some colleagues of mine and have been talking about this, and you're right. It's like, not only does this coming out blow up this case, but they have been doing so much shady shit for so long that if this gets blown up, I mean, Birchmore gets blown up. Who knows the depths of what these people have done in the past? So you open a can of, you know, they know that this is not just minimized to John O'Keefe. This becomes their whole past. Everything gets found out. So I can certainly see why you cover up based on that, but the jury doesn't know that.
Right. And therein lies the rub, you know, so that's like, and like for me, you know, the cleanest way is to just deal with the concept. Like the easiest part of this case is the fact that John O'Keefe's body is not indicative of a man who was hit by a 6,000-pound SUV.
100%.
In any part of them, like where I have to try to fit the rest of the pieces in, because as Allie always likes to point out to me, she's like, you still have to have Proctor planting taillight, which is true. You do. I mean, otherwise there's no explanation as to why the taillight's in the front yard, right?
But I don't even know. But I don't even know if I agree with that. No offense, but to me, if I have this many medical experts come up there and tell me there's no collision, there's no evidence of a collision on the body, that's done. That's reasonable doubt. It's over.
100%. But you're a lawyer, so pretend you're not a lawyer.
I know, and so
pretend you're back in that jury room, right? And you've got that person on the jury saying, "Okay, well, they said exactly what you just said. I had every medical expert on the stand say that he wasn't hit." And then you've got the person in the jury say, "Okay, but what about the taillight in the yard? What about the taillight in the sleeve?" You've got it. Like,
you're right. You have to have that.
You have to have it. Like, and that's why I keep asking, like, did they dirty Proctor up enough? I mean, they certainly dirtied him up, and he did most of the dirtying himself. But was it enough? Because it certainly didn't go to the level of making him the nefarious specter that he was in the first trial, because we heard all of it, right? It all came in. So now you've just kind of like they got a fair amount in, you know. I mean, they really did. Like, but I think what they highlighted.
Hey, we've got to check this out. It sounds like somebody's reporting that they're coming back.
Shut up.
No.
Wait. Someone just put a comment up, and then
Who's somebody?
but I'm like, let me check Court TV.
Well, I've got OnlyFan up.
I know. I see OnlyFans.
Here, I'll check Christina Rex's. I'll check her Twitter.
Because I was trying to say, like, how come we haven't had a question yet? I am getting a little.
It's not that. I mean, how
Well,
long?
no, Court TV just says jury is now deliberating for fate of Karen, recapping key testimony from Karen Reed's retrial. So, and the time's still ticking. Wait, the jury continues to deliberate in the case. The accused, yeah, I don't know what people are talking about.
All right, I'm checking Christina Rex. No, her last thing was an hour ago. She's Johnny on the spot. So, I mean, that would be. I put that as one of the options in the poll.
All right, so let's give her the last word because her signal's really breaking up.
I know. I this is my luck, though. I go on family vacation when the jury goes out. That was really all. I've really enjoyed.
Timing is
watching you guys.
everything,
You have
right?
a great channel. I've enjoyed it a lot, so I appreciate all y'all do because I know how much work you have on the side. Plus doing this. Take care, guys.
We appreciate you, Michelle. Have an awesome vacation. Have an awesome vacation. Bye.
All right, so we're keeping an eye on it. I don't know what the talk is, but I'm not seeing anything. I got multiple screens up right now.
I'm going with Christina Rex as my number one source. Court TV says they're coming back. Nicholas Farmer says that. Christina Rex hasn't said anything yet. So, and she's in there. She's in there. So I don't know. I mean, the one thing is if they are, we're right here. We're not going to miss it.
All right. I'm looking at Court TV has the.
Hey, so if y'all are wondering, I saw a couple of comments. So if you're wondering how the folks from our community are coming on and joining us, Allie had declared last week that anybody who donated $50 via Venmo, Super, whatever avenue you use, they have earned themselves 15 minutes hanging with us, talking about the case, talking about whatever the hell you want to. So that's how you get on. So, and it's pretty awesome. I actually love that Allie came up with this because I think it's great. I love shooting the shit with you guys live and in person. And I really like when you guys show your faces too. So I'm fine with just audio, but I love seeing you guys. I think it's great.
All right, and Law and Crime's got.
I gotta let the dog off the.
Okay, Law and Crime's got the outside airing too. I don't see anybody rushing in. I'm watching everything, so we're not going to miss anything. That's for sure. I do have good news that I've got. Bob and I have a really super close friend in Boston, who's been watching this case forever and who actually gave me was trying to tell me about, now I'm going to have my brain fog moment. The other case in Boston with the girl that started that feds looking into everything where, the suicide that was really a homicide that I'm blanking on her name. I'll just go into live because one of you guys is going to tell me who it is right away. Sandra Burkhart, right? Court TV chat said they got lunch delivered. That's all. That's what. Thanks, not that Mickey. Sandra Burkhart, yes. So my friend Cameron Brown, she is a Boston native, and she's going to come on with us. She's going to do her 15 minutes of fame tomorrow. That'll be fiery and fun. So I'm excited about that. Bob doesn't know it yet. He'll know it when he comes back. Well, lunch is a lot less exciting than a question. I am sort of like, what the hell? In my mind, there needs to be a question before we get a verdict. So I feel like we're not about to get a verdict until we get a question. But, that's just in my mind. Like, I think that that needs to happen, but hold on a sec. All right, I'm trying to see if we can get this Mel Andrea thing going. Sounds like Mel's having some technical difficulties. So I'm like, sounds like a perfect time to do to come over to here and restart her stream. Hey, Tracy or Mandy, can you text me a link that I can text to them? And if it's the one that allows them to stream to their channel. I know, Mandy, you showed me how to do it, or you looked into it the other day. So, all right, let me get back to your questions. Oh, Jen, new member. Jen's familiar. I think she's a continue new member, but hi, Jen. Vincent McCormick.
Hey,
said,
Jen's a wrench.
oh,
She's
Jen's a
mod.
wrench.
Oh my god.
Well, she's a mod, but it said new member, so just ignore me.
Wow.
Let's see what.
I see you, Jen. I know you're an OG. Let's see. What were you saying?
Mel, I think we're gonna have to go to Mel just because she's got so many more people. So, okay, fix it, and we can come to you.
He says she's having technical issues. She's got to swap out her laptop.
Bob can set up the live. Bob can set up the stream and portal our people to our. Whenever you get situated. Okay.
I don't know that you have to start a new stream.
You have to do what you did last time. Whatever you did last time worked, didn't it?
No, I didn't do anything last time. I
What?
just got the invite and it said stream to your own channel.
Right, I understand, but didn't you portal our people to our stream of that stream before you did it? You said you figured out a way to do it.
Yeah, but it was if we were going to Mel's.
That's what we're going to do again because Mel's got 30,000, so she doesn't want to.
Yeah, I could do that. I could do that.
So I told her right now she's figuring out.
Yeah, it looks like she's working on some technical shit.
Yeah, so when she gets it figured out, we'll do it. But did you hear the good news?
I did not.
The one and only, the all famous, the beautiful, the queen, Cammie Brown is joining us tomorrow.
Oh yeah, baby. All right. All right. She's a big Emily D. Baker. And we're like, we're your friends in real life and you're not watching our shit. Shame on you.
No.
Yeah, I was. You can say no, but I was definitely saying that. I'm like, what?
Whatever. It's fun for me because I love Cammie. She knows this case. She's Boston native. So you guys it'll be fun. You guys
She's
will love it.
deep in it. She's
got to come between 9 and 12 their time because I've got court in Winnebago tomorrow at 1:30.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yep.
You're probably gonna miss the verdict.
Probably
that'll be your luck. It'll be just like Michelle. Like she's on her family trip down in Nash Vegas, Dollywood.
All right. So Vincent McCormick says so many issues with this trial, but as a Canadian, I'm flabbergasted that most of the physical evidence wasn't excluded due to the chain of custody. Well, and you just heard that from, I think it was Michelle as well. I mean, people have been saying that all morning. The chain of custody was a huge, huge issue. And, there were so many things going on in this trial. You just have to hope that at least one of the 12, that was something important enough that they're going to be driving that home during deliberations. So, because it really was, it's a really huge deal. It's a really huge deal. So tell us, what's the status of our poll? We're at 5 hours, 51 minutes of jury deliberation so far.
I said, when do you believe the jury will render a verdict? And we've got 30, just shy of 4,000 votes. The options were today before lunch, which is at 2%. We have before the end of day today at 52%. Tomorrow at some point, 35%. And this is going to Wednesday / beyond at 11%. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Every minute that passes, people get more and more nervous. But I'm telling you, like the first 4 to 5 hours into deliberation, you can't read shit into it. Like, to me,
I want a question.
4 hours is a fast verdict. Like,
in the case like this, that would be kind of crazy. That's
a fast verdict.
That's like same day verdict kind of thing.
It's a same day verdict. I mean, I agree with Tom. I don't even think after, he kind of went through the concept of it. I think I probably agree with them. They probably didn't get into shit. They're like, we got an hour of the day left.
I still think that it was heated. Sorry.
You think it was heated?
I think it got heated that first. I think they started throwing things out there and right away got heated.
If it was heated in the first hour, then we're in for the long haul.
Could be. I guess it's possible. Everyone just got super lazy. It was like, yeah, we've waited all this time to get to this point. What's the point in starting now? Let's just go home and start over Monday. I mean, it's possible, but
just
I feel
start
like
Monday.
Not even start over. Some people would want to talk. They haven't been able to talk about it. Then they're going to go home and not be able to talk about it. I feel like they would have talked about it. I don't know.
Let's see.
What do you say to Mar? She became a new member.
Oh, family hug. Did I pull Mar off?
You did.
Sorry. Oopsies.
Hey, bad. Go to the jury room. Tell them to hurry up. I just want a question.
Yeah.
I just want a question. And look what GA Hello Kitty did.
Oh, gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. So much.
Babe, you gotta update the girls on the Venmo so that people can get their links.
Let me check.
I took a screenshot is what I did, of the emails. I searched Venmo. Maybe I can do it faster.
We did in fact get a Venmo from Andrea.
All right. Yeah, there you go, Trace. And I'll
check the cash apps.
Yeah, and tell people, you guys, if you're Venmoing, send your email in it so we can send you the link and you can get on when works for you.
Yeah, nothing in cash app, so we're good there.
Oh, we got some yesterday? Sunday?
I don't know if we got any yesterday.
Yeah, I'm looking at them.
On Venmo?
Yeah, I better send these out. Let's see. Make sure the girls have all these.
Oh, yeah, Michelle. She was yesterday.
Yeah. Or else I got it. Don't worry. Talk to the people.
Okay. Yeah, we have some from the 13th too.
I got them.
Okay. All right. So I saw in chat what I was actually doing when I was looking down my phone. I was not sleeping. Allie's not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. We're never sleeping. If you think that we could fall asleep on a ball, you're about to get some straight up hilarity because I will be ass up, feet up. Like I'll fall right off the ball if I doze. It'll be hilarious. So
Rescue Randy says, Rescue Randy's trauma nurse says the motion denied not in open court, but can be found at Access Massachusetts court cases, Commonwealth versus Comrade. I asked Tracy, oh, we also have to send Sleuthy. Sleuthy's going to come visit.
The goose is loose.
Yes. I completely forgot. Did I have Sleuthy send me her email?
I have Sleuthy's email.
Well, you're going to send her a link? Or you're gonna
Yeah. You know how much shit she sends me?
No, that's why we're having her on. But I just thought it'd be easier because Tracy and Mandy have been doing it quickly. So I thought text it. If you have it, just text it to them. I was going to text her and ask her to text it. But and I asked Sleuthy for it too. And at least back then, no one had any paper copy of anything. Have you seen Microdot's 3D reconstruction on YouTube? Arachnids.
Is it new or old?
Because we've seen a lot of Microdot's 3D reconstructions, right?
We love the dots. We love the dots of the micro.
So you sent the girls Sleuthy's email?
I already emailed her an invite.
Okay. Look, Carrie became a member. What do you say?
Oh, family hug. What do you say? What are you doing right now?
Me? I was texting Sleuthy.
I was trying to pull. I saw Michael Easter went over to. I understand. I was trying to send a note to Michael Easter. I heard Michael and Linda had him on.
Oh,
he's doing world tours. I'll grab him.
All right, so you got to reach out to Runkle.
Runkle of the Bailey.
Yes.
I'll hit
so
up
you do that. I'll do some chatting. Pick a time so that I want to know, just so we can coordinate like other people coming on, because I don't want to have other people on while Runkle's on. That's not fair to his audience. Like, what about me? Why aren't I on?
Yeah, I mean, there was when we had 8 on there, it was pretty intense.
Yeah, and we also have to figure out what time we're going with Mel. So let me just tell him
that's dependent on Mel getting her
right.
shit
Just
figured
ask
out.
him what time's working, and we're trying to do something with Mel and Andrea too, but we're going to stick with 4, and then we're going to have him on alone because I want everyone to get their full fill of everybody. All right, Runs with Sticks says, thanks for ad-free coverage. Do you have any practice tips for how voters can educate themselves about local judges, DAs for election? I found it difficult to find any concrete data other than political party affiliation. I honestly, like Bob keeps saying, oh, you guys get to know your judges and get to know your DAs if you got to vote. But I agree. There is nothing for you to find out. There is no way to get information. So,
well, I mean, that's not true, because at least in Illinois, they have, I think it's the Illinois bar. They put out whether or not a judge is recommended or not. And they'll look at their record.
I know they do send us lawyer
No, that's public access. You can get
no, but I'm saying we do get questionnaires. I don't know where those go.
Yeah, we definitely get but there's stuff out there in terms of if they've never been on the bench before. Is this Andrea? So Andrea's back there.
Not Andrea Burkhart, but Andrea, one of our audience.
Our sub. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're bringing on Andrea then. Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome.
I'm in my office hiding.
Oh, so do you have to keep it down? Not get too excited?
Yeah, I locked my door. I'm at the PD's office, so I'm doing a working lunch.
All right.
I love it.
Oh.
Hey!
I didn't wear it to court though. I changed.
Yeah. Oh, really? That would have been great. Walked into the courtroom. Your Honor, good morning.
So where do you practice?
I am in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we're right by there.
So yeah. I went
old neck of the woods.
law school near Westchester.
Okay. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, we
in
practiced in
Wilmington.
Philadelphia for a while. We lived out near my brain's dead, babe.
We were out in Bucks County. We lived out in Bucks County.
Yeah. What
So,
town? Live in? I'm like
New Hope. Well,
New Hope.
Yeah,
New
New Hope.
Hope.
We lived out in New Hope. But Allie, like when I first got out of law
Yeah,
school,
that's nice there.
yeah, it's beautiful out there. It's beautiful out there. But our office was in Center City, so we were right on 15th and Walnut for a few years. Because right when I got out of law school, like Allie and I met at Chicago Kent, where we went to law school. She went to Pennsylvania because her folks had moved back to Pennsylvania because they were living in Illinois when she went to Chicago Kent. And then so she went out and studied for the bar in Pennsylvania. I stayed back in Illinois, started for the Illinois bar. So she was taking the Pennsylvania bar. And then she like hits me up. She's like, oh, my dad's going to give us seed money to hang a shingle. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, what? And I had just taken and passed the Illinois bar. So the concept of like taking another bar, and I had to take the whole thing. So it was the multi-state and state portion. I was like, oh.
Then I came out and did, well, I only had to do the multi-state.
Yeah, you had it, but yours was years later. So it was
Right.
harder. Like I took the Pennsylvania bar like 9 months after. Oh, it was the worst. It was the worst. I passed it happily, but I didn't feel the pressure I felt like the first time taking the Illinois bar, because you're like, I mean, you can take the bar as many times as you want, but who wants to be my cousin Vinny? I picked it. I passed it on the 7th try.
No.
I went 7 times. All right. So where are you at on this thing? What did you think? What did you think of the closings? Give us some thoughts.
I'm gonna listen. I gotta get a drink.
I think I think I might have blinders on just because I so firmly believe that she's actually innocent. I didn't start that way though. So like I started watching this during the pretrial hearings prior to trial 1.
Okay.
And my initial reaction to the case was like, and I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but I was initially like, oh, like she probably hit him accidentally or something. And then I started watching the motions hearings and everything. And I was like, after it took a little bit, but like, I was like, what is going on here? And then I think I got more into it. I don't know how I ended up finding your podcast. I think my friend told me about it.
The
And
pod
then-
or the YouTube channel?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if I started listening to your pod because of the Anthony Garcia trial. That might have been how I started listening to that. But yeah, did you stream trial 1?
Yes.
I can't even remember anymore.
I did it. I did. Yeah, I did it with my boy Jay, who's now.
Yeah.
He had to get a 9 to 5-er, so he's back in the rat race. So I don't know that he would have done the second trial anyway. He was adamant after the first one ended. He's like, no way in hell, I'm not doing it again. He's like, it's too toxic. He's like, I don't like. He's like, So I was like, yeah, I get it. I was like, there's no way I'm not streaming it though. I'm like, I live for this shit. It's like, to me, it was must watch. So, and like, I've been watching like Jay's Twitter, and Jay's been like super ambiguous with where he's at on this thing, which, from a creator's perspective is the safe move, because you're not putting yourself in a position where people are going to come at you.
Yeah.
It's easier to be like, people don't understand. It's easier to be a fence rider. Now, some people give fence riders shit because they won't take a position.
Yeah.
But it's easier than being abused by one side or the other, depending on which side you fall on a case. Like, I just take positions on cases. I'm sure I will take no matter which side I fall on Kohberger, I'm sure I will take shit from ride or dies from defense diaries if I fall on the side that I think that Kohberger's the guy during that trial. If I'm like, they got him balls to the wall, I'm sure that there's going to be, the faithful that'll be giving me shit. They're allowed to, because they're, and I'm never afraid of the debate. That's what we do for a living, right? We love the debate. Like, I never want to shut the debate down. I always want to hear other people's perspectives. That's if you're litigating for a living, which we are, the two of us, we live for that. I mean, that's one of the reasons we went to law school, because people have a misconception. They think that all people that are lawyers litigate, and it's the opposite. We're a strange and small breed of people that like actually go in and litigate cases. It's true. So you are a public defender?
Yes. So I've been here for
You are my hero. My dad was a public defender. I love that. That's amazing. That like you are a heroic figure in this world. You truly are. Public defender. Yeah, no, that's I mean, my dad was a PD for a long time. You know what the system is. You know how you guys are overworked. You don't have nearly enough time to handle your caseloads. You know, it's like that's what I'm always telling people. I'm like public defenders are fabulous attorneys. Their problem is time. Like when you're paying private counsel, you are literally paying for them to be able to spend more of their time on your case than a PD could. That's you know what I mean? It's like, but I mean, yeah, no, you're out there doing the real shit, you know, fighting the real fight. So thank you for that. I'm very appreciative of it. And I'm a big champion of public defenders because you guys you're in the shit. You're in the shit hardcore. Yeah. So no, it's fascinating. Like I think when I first kind of became aware of it, when Aiden like kind of broke the story, or at least made me aware of the motion to dismiss in trial one, that was what got me sucked in. Because when I watched David argue that thing, man, I was like, this is awesome. I'm like, this is like awesome, you know, and then, you know, obviously the more that they were digging in and the more that they were digging up, I was the same way as you. I'm like, holy shit, like this thing is crazy.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, this is insane. And it's like
the layers of it.
Yeah. I mean, you've got the elements of small town politics. You've got like all those things that exist. Cause I mean, I'm from Chicago. Like this is the most corrupt. They talk about corrupt. I mean, we've had at least 2 governors go to prison. You know, we like our city is famous for vote early, vote often. Like we have the worst cop in the history of cops that somehow nobody seems to know about, that we've talked about a lot with Bill Dorsch, this Ronaldo Guevara who he put 53 innocent people in prison as a Chicago cop, using his confidential informants and other means to get convictions on cases. I think 45 of them have been fully exonerated. Like, I mean,
that's just one leg of the corruption. There was a whole other group of beating officers.
That was John Burge, who was like beating confessions out of people, literally him and his crew. They created the torture commission on this. Like, so like I have a very clear understanding that cops can be really shitty and they have an awful lot of power, you know, and it's a shame because in that profession more than any, which is such an important and dangerous and thankless profession, and we need good cops so desperately. But when you get bad apples, it really does spoil the whole bunch because it's the amount of power that they have. You know, like that one in that badge. Yeah.
Your husband is or was?
I love that.
Oh my gosh, a public defender and a cop?
Whoa.
I can't believe it.
He was
unheard of.
I got him to agree to bail on violation of probation and a new charge. And then the guy got arrested like 2 weeks later with a gun. And he's like laughing at me like, yeah, this guy's such a good guy, Andrea. But that's how we started talking. But yeah.
I'm like, she's not admitting she got her husband to do that like last week. Is she?
Oh God.
I get it.
No.
That's how you met.
Yeah. And then he actually believes she's he believes she's innocent, and he is kind of a jerk, and he's a cop. So it makes he does make like I think he like calls it for what it is.
Yeah.
And
so what about the closings? What did you think? Do you have anything good to say about Brennan's closing?
I think that it made me very uncomfortable and angry. And I think the reason for that is because he is somewhat effective in ways. If you're someone who's influenced by just someone who's just putting out, like spewing out facts with no proof.
Yeah.
And he tells a good story. So I worry a little bit about that if you're someone who's moved by that story. I think the story is a story, and I think it's bullshit. But my love. Oh,
Yes.
wait,
What?
you say fuck all the time.
Yeah, bullshit
But,
can be tame.
Yeah. So I think that he puts forth a good story. It makes me so angry that he knows he is presenting something that's not like true. Like certain things. I can't say for sure he knows that what he's
but there's certain
arguing-
things we know he does know for sure.
Yeah, like the way he tries to present ARCA as they're compromised and the signal crap, and the person that hired them gave them this information before trial one, and he knows that it's all just BS.
Right.
And like I could not understand how that, like, the door wasn't open to being able to fully explain the relationship when he started doing that.
I 100% agree. Now, what do you think about we've talked about it a lot today. I don't know how long you've been able to watch, but the other aspect of count 2, the verdict slipped, and Bob, he'd gotten a message from, what is it, Joe Flipperhead?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, you did it.
Hey, Joe, I don't know anyone. I don't follow up on stuff. I've got too many things in my brain, so don't take
It's all right.
it as,
I called Auntie Deb, Auntie Bev when when Mark was on the other day. So
right. But in any event, that not only is there like the overall, possible confusion with the verdict slip, but the whole issue that if the jurors decide not guilty on the actual charged count, not guilty on any of the homicide with a vehicle related counts, but they get hung on the standalone OUI or DUI in Pennsylvania, that they can't tell there's no way to tell the judge that. And it sounds like under Massachusetts law, if they are hung on one of the lessers, it's the legal equivalent to being hung on the count 2 period, on the manslaughter charge.
Right. So I only started watching around like lunchtime because I was in court this morning, but I think that it's, the count 2 is already confusing to begin with.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why the operating a motor vehicle under the influence isn't its own.
That's what I don't get. Why they have to put it on that? Because it's such a lesser. It should almost be like, that's what I was thinking. Wasn't there a way to do it where it wasn't included on count 2 and it was an actual standalone?
Yeah.
But can you ask for that?
DUI.
Like if you're the PD and you're going in on like whatever a homicide DUI, and then you want a lesser, just straight DUI, could you even ask for it as a you can't make your own count? You can't make your account 4 as the PD, can you?
No, I don't think so.
Right. So
that's what the issue was, because I mean they had to cram it in there as a lesser included because there was no indictment, or they didn't charge her with it. Like, so they had.
I've never really looked into it, but it does seem like there should be a way that you can ask for a lesser included to be added as an individual. I don't know.
Yeah, they probably it's now that you're saying that I'm thinking that they just they wanted that in there somewhere, so wherever they could get it, they
took it. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just
because
it's like
there are few victories for the defense.
So it's like, God, for all the times that we want to drive into jurors that we don't want you to compromise, if it comes down to that last one, we sure as shit hope that people compromise, because if they stay hung, then the manslaughter is available for count for jury for round 3.
Do it all over again. Yeah.
All right. So
Do you
give us
think
your
that they
last
will?
thoughts.
Oh, well, I appreciate everything you guys do. You make watching trials. I think I watched the Delphi, or listened to your coverage of the Delphi trial, and then being in court every day and taking all those notes and letting us all know what was going on in there, I think was just so important. So I appreciate everything you guys do. And I love listening to you, because you give a reaction that I'm always giving. My husband always tells me that he's like, Allie, you're just like her. Like, I'm there like, what the fuck? Like, this is bullshit. And he's like,
I'd never marry a cop.
Why you walking? But thank
Just
you guys.
kidding. I'm sure your husband's wonderful.
No, and thank you.
I did call him a jerk on here.
I absolutely adore when we have lawyers that watch us, because I take that as a tip of the cap. So and I'm always eternally grateful when we have defense attorneys, because I've had so many that have reached out and they're like, hey, thank you for kind of championing the defense bar, because like we were seen as the plague of the earth for a long time, and I think it's starting to turn. I think that people are starting to get a better idea. Cases like this really kind of shine a light on just how critical we are to the judicial system and to people's rights. And we are the last line of defense. I say it all the time. People just don't get that, but I think they're starting to. So thank you for hanging with us. We really appreciate you. Thank you for being a PD too, and fighting the good fight out there every single day. We appreciate you so much. And thank you for your generosity. Come and hang again.
Okay, thanks.
Say bye.
So Lana says, and now this is all ringing a bell to me, because I was trying to remember like what cases we read last time about when we were looking at the jury verdict slips, and we were like really digging into it. So she says, does Massachusetts Rule 27B, and you talked a lot about this last time, and maybe you can pull it up while I read the rest of her question, babe. Does allow Bev to question the jury as to which lesser included they are hung on if it comes to the OUI charge, Commonwealth v. Roth. And I think now I remember Commonwealth v. Roth being something that we discussed and read last time. I take it you did not just pull up Massachusetts Rule 27B.
No, but I had 27B up like ad nauseum during the first trial after the fact when we had the issue. And yes, it's her discretion. It is her discretion. Yeah, but I'm just telling you, like, oh yeah, pull up the rule, like prove that I'm right. So
well, I just want to read it. I want to look at it directly.
Yeah, I mean, but that, like, yes, she can ask. She can absolutely ask. That's completely within her discretion to ask. She can't ask for a count or anything like that. She can ask if they've reached a verdict on each and every count, or if they're hung on each and every count.
All right. If there are 2 or more offenses, okay, or defendants are tried together, the jury may, with the consent of the judge at any time during its deliberations, return or be required by the judge to return a verdict or verdicts with respect to the defendants or charges as to which a verdict has been reached. And thereafter, a jury may, in the discretion of the judge, resume deliberation. The judge may declare a mistrial as to any charges upon which the jury cannot agree upon a verdict, provided, however, the judge may first require the jury to return verdicts on those charges upon which the jury can agree and direct that such verdict be received and recorded. So the question is counts versus charges versus... So this subsection permits a jury in a multiple offense case with the consent of the court to return a verdict at any time during their deliberations with respect to charges as to which a verdict has been reached. This rule also permits a court to require the return of such verdicts before the jury has reached a verdict as to all the charges. In either case, if the court directs, the jury is to continue its deliberation after rendering the verdicts under this subdivision. To that extent, this rule permits the jury to return such verdicts without having reached a decision on all the charges. Where the jury is unable to reach. However, it must first receive and record the verdicts which they agree upon. Subsection B does not prohibit retrial of those defendants as to whom the jury is unable to reach a verdict. That's different. That's for multiple defendants. Let's see. It has long been settled that jeopardy does not attach where the jury is discharged after. Okay, we got that one. No, that's okay. So the question is, how do they treat the verdicts versus the charges versus the counts? Each count is a separate charge. So are multiple offenses in one count
Are you figuring it all out? I reached out to Easter. I'll see what he says. I don't want to get like a clog of people coming in.
I know, that's why I wanted you to try and pick a time with all right, pay attention to your Cash App too. And I think Sleuthy's. Oh, Bob, you said you emailed it to her, right?
I did. Why? Is she saying she didn't get it?
Well, maybe she was looking here. Let me just send her the link to her phone. That might be what she wants.
We have the virtual juror in the back waiting to come on and hang.
Oh, I'll let her know. So bring him in. For her.
It's her. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. You're muted. Hold on.
Because I didn't want to interrupt anything.
Oh no, you're perfect.
great.
You're perfect. Hi.
Hi.
So where are you at? How you feeling?
I am in
It
North
looks like you're at
Carolina.
work.
I am at work. Which is actually interesting. My background on me is I actually have a psych background, but I now work in the automotive industry. So I see Lexus LX 570s on a weekly basis.
Oh yeah.
Really? Do you deal with any of the data?
I don't work with the data, but as far as the taillight is concerned, there's no way that taillight broke the way that the Commonwealth is claiming.
Oh, I love it.
There's
All
just
right.
no way.
Give us
And
the
as far
dirt.
as John's injuries, that the bottom bumper bumps out. And so he would have been hit, I think, in the legs. Like, yes, I think it's possible to hit just an arm, but
Right, but if
I
you
just don't
hit just
see.
an arm and it's causing that kind of damage to the taillight,
Those are dog
that's
bites.
So if you're living in a world in which John is holding his drink here like this, right? Let me get my arm.
No.
He's standing here holding his arm like this. He's just holding it out. And Karen is now bearing down at him 25 miles an hour in reverse. Like the pedal, the gas pedal's depressed 3/4 of the way down. You know what that engine's going to sound like doing that. Wheels were probably spinning initially. So you're going to have me believe that John just stands there with his arm out like this as she's
Come and get
bearing
me.
down on him. Come and get
80
me,
feet.
lady.
80 feet.
Sure. If he was deaf, maybe. And blind, I don't know.
You'd have to be pretty drunk to just say chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know. That's a lot of drunk. That's incapable of moving drunk.
Yeah.
Capable of having your arm like this.
Yeah.
And why isn't there cuts to the hand?
It's insane.
I know.
And like, to me, and I said it like right after the closings when Alan threw up the side by side and talked about the concept of if the diffuser's broken, the thing does not illuminate at all. Like
Right.
we figured that out. Is that
I don't, because I haven't really done a whole lot with that aspect of it. I'd actually take pictures and make them look pretty before they get online.
Yeah.
But I did talk to some of our technicians, and they're like, "Yeah, it wouldn't have lit up."
right?
I mean, that's
So,
what
I
Kid
mean,
in Trouble 31 showed too.
it was
Yeah.
huge.
We got
That was
Lexus tech
huge for
support,
me.
technicians
Yeah.
supporting it.
I
And
might
he's
have
absolutely
leaned
right.
into that like even a little more than they did because it's so important.
Yeah, the other thing that I think Alan could have leaned in a little bit more, um, as far as in his close, was the 1236 timeline and how it takes to get from 34 Fairview to One Meadows.
Yep.
He mentioned it, I think, once, and it was very brief.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
I definitely
that
thought that
in
as
and of itself destroys their timeline. Like that one fact alone destroys their timeline.
Right, just to
because-
remind the jurors that the more
Yeah.
you push it, the later they keep pushing it, she still has to get there in the fucking snow, in the
In 5
blizzard.
minutes.
Right. With like, and I asked people, and I think there's a few different routes you can take, but like all of them have like one of them has like when I was on with Vinny one night,
Yeah, he drove it.
they did the drive. I'm like, how many stoplights were there? He's like 2. I'm like, how many stop signs were there? He's like, I don't know, 3 or 4. I'm like, dude, all right. When you have an inch to, or as much as, you could track a cat, like the roads are really slick because they haven't plowed yet. If you live in a wintry city, I know I've driven on it my whole life. It's super slick. So like, I'm like, when you're approaching a stop sign or a stoplight and they haven't plowed, they haven't salted yet, you're tapping gently. You're slowing down gradually. You're not just hitting your brake because you're going to fishtail right into the intersection. So it's like it slows all of that process down, and just the mileage in an area, if assuming everything goes your way, like, and you only have the 3 or 4 stop signs and you make both lights, you're still not making it in that time. Like Vinny's time on a clear day in the summer or late spring was like 6 minutes, which
That was good time.
That was good time. And and he didn't catch either of the lights. So that would have put him, if that was 12, that would have put him at 6:38 or 12:38 if he left at 12:32. You know what I mean? Like the 6 minutes and change. And, like you're not driving 40 to 45 miles an hour in that weather. You're just not.
No.
So,
I mean, my mom made sure that I knew how to drive in the snow because she grew up in the foothills in North Carolina. But I mean, so I know a little bit, but yeah, there's just no way.
There's no way. There's just no way. Like, and we're in a town like much like Boston and Massachusetts where we deal with snow. Like I've lived in towns that have no ability to deal with snow, that the whole town's paralyzed if they get 3 inches. They're using like sand instead of salt, and I'm like, that shit don't work. You just made mud. But in terms of, did you watch trial 1?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I came into trial 1 as kind of like a juror because I didn't see all of the pre-trial stuff.
Yeah.
And I, hopped around between a few different channels.
Mhm.
But yeah, it was interesting. Like pretty much all of LawTube is saying, yeah, no, this is not okay.
Yeah. And so let me ask you, was your preference how they tried the case the first time with like a huge amount of the conspiracy stuff, or did you like trial 2 where it was more streamlined into the science?
I liked the streamlined into the science. I think if I had my option, I would prefer a combination of the 2.
That's
not
where
so
Allie's
much
at.
on the conspiracy, like bring a little bit of the conspiracy just so that you can see, hey, there's a lot of shady shit going on.
Right.
but also at the same time bring in the science like they did in this trial
Yeah.
to really nail that down.
Yeah. And I mean, they had the advantage this time because obviously they could have ARCA do additional testing, which they couldn't do the first time. They were stuck with what they got in the report. So, I mean, I think that really kind of like bolstered them to say, all right, we're going to really dig it. Like for me, I was thrilled. I've just always been so concerned about trying to convince 12 individuals of this conspiracy wherein you've got a lot of smoke and not necessarily any fire. It's your typical circumstantial case though. I mean, that's the counter to my argument. Well, that's like 80% of all cases that go to trial are that kind of shit where you have circumstantial evidence alone, no direct evidence of anything. And, like the prosecution has to sell the jury on that. So, I mean, I could see the argument both ways, but when you have such powerful scientific evidence, to me, I'm like, oh man, like I'm trying to walk Karen out of this courtroom. I'm going to lean into the stuff that's really, really powerful that I essentially can prove. You know what I'm saying? So for me,
Yeah,
I was thrilled the way it went down. But again, we'll know soon enough which way was the right
hope
way
so.
to go. Yeah. Because I mean, if God forbid she's convicted, then the argument is they should have put in a lot more of the conspiracy shit. They should have made those people way more sinister than they did in this trial. They should have exposed all the weird shit because it was at least enough to get them to a mistrial, where they're hung.
Yeah.
So, I mean, time will tell, time will tell.
I'm with Allie. I think it's going to be Tuesday. I don't know why. I just have that feeling that it's going to be Tuesday.
Yeah, I agree because I think if it gets past midday tomorrow, that it's going to. I mean, I think that we're at war back there. I think that because like that's what I'm like. Just doing the job and going through the evidence, I think would take them until midday tomorrow if they're kind of hitting all the most important things and debating them. And if they're stuck, that's when it starts getting into Wednesday, Thursday. If we get into Thursday, they're at war. They're at absolute war back there. Whether or not it's cordial, it's impossible to know. It's like one of those things where you never know what's going on back there. If it's just like they're rebutting one another, but it was clear in the first trial that you had two sides that were just dug in. It didn't matter what either side was saying to the other. Neither side was convincing the other of the opposite argument, So it's like, I don't know. It's a crazy case. It's a crazy case.
You find any part of Brennan's closing compelling?
No. Brennan lost me well before the sweatshirt debacle.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I didn't find him compelling. He reminded me of, honestly, one of my exes who was a narcissistic asshole. So I was not listening to a word he said for most of the trial because I felt like I was being gaslit, and which we were.
We were definitely being gaslit.
I know, but we all saw so much more than the jury saw. So we all just hear his voice and we hear something different. So it's kind of going back to what I think it was Melissa, one of the guests we had on a couple people back, saying as lawyers, it's hard for us to, like, at this point, I'm openly, biased, but I still think that I'm right.
I recognize that I have bias also because I watched the first trial. So there, I know more than this jury does also.
Right.
And it's just one of those things where, because I have that knowledge, and I firmly am in the camp that Karen Reed didn't do this, then, I don't think there's anything that they could say that would prove to me otherwise. And I tried at the beginning of this trial to be like, okay, well, what is the jury hearing, seeing, observing? And I couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's a scary trial in a lot of different ways, because it's like you sit here and you're like, the eyes of the world are on this thing. And, we're used to dealing with judges. So it's like, I'm not as horrified by the shit that Bev does for the most part, because I'm just used to state-sided judges judging, in favor of the state all the time. That's just how it is. And you ask any defense attorney that, they'll tell you that that's gospel, you know, but in terms of just how this thing has shaken out with the eyes of the world on it, it's scary to me because it's just not a strong case. No matter which way you slice it for the Commonwealth, it's a case that should never have been brought because it's that iffy. You can't bring iffy cases ever.
So you guys, what would be the biggest appellate issue that in the off chance that she does get convicted of, something?
Oh, well, I think there's numerous. I think low key, the dog DNA, that the way that Hank slipped that in, and left the jury with the impression about the dog DNA or lack thereof, without doing it properly is potentially a big issue. I also think that what he did with the hoodie is a really, really big issue. Cause I mean, those are things like if when he does that, and the hard part about it is that you've got the appellate court sitting there trying to think and trying to put themselves in the minds of jurors as to whether or not something would have changed their mind. Okay. Like, cause that's the difference, like between reversible error and harmless error. If it's harmless, they could say, okay, well, yes, you made the mistake. However, we don't think if you look at the totality of the evidence, that one thing alone would have swayed the jury one way or another. That hoodie thing, like if you got somebody like in that moment in time, and if they don't believe that Alessi standing in front of them would only what Bev allowed them to do in terms of righting that wrong was enough, and you got them onto this, oh, well, dude clearly hit the ground and there was some kind of road rash shit going on there, even though there's no injuries on his back, like that kind of thing is something that's big. But to me, the biggest thing, in all honesty, in terms of the Bowden defense, is when she denied them to be able to put Michael Easter on the stand, because in a case like this, in an investigation that's that shitty for her, in what world she's thinking that every juror is going to just use common sense as to what a good investigation. I'm like, what the fuck are you
especially
talking
after
about?
their own cops acted like they did the best investigation.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the Easter thing is huge.
All right, final thoughts, virtual juror.
I hope that they come back with a not guilty verdict on all 3 counts, even the OUI, even though I think her admitting it on video and having those recordings is not great at all. But yeah, it's not guilty. And I'm ready for that to be this trial needs to be over. Karen needs to go on with her life.
Indeed. If you're Karen, do you move out of Massachusetts if you're found?
I would.
Hell
Absolutely.
He also has a lot of support there too, though.
She does. I still would move. Maybe not out of Massachusetts, but definitely out of the Boston metro area.
Fuck that. I'm moving to Cali. I'm
Well,
I'm
she's got
out.
her
I'm going to
parents.
other
She's got her
coast, getting
parents.
far away
God,
from this shit.
bye, mom and dad. Sorry, you just went through hell. I'm out.
No,
I don't know that I would move across the country.
Right? Well, thanks, virtual juror.
We appreciate
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
See you
Bye-bye.
later.
So I'm going to bring back Lana's comment because I just revisited Roth. So I'm changing my opinion on the whole lesser included, because there the judge ordered that the verdicts of not guilty be entered as to the offenses charged and to the first lesser included offense on each indictment, and declared a mistrial as to the remaining lesser included offenses. So it does not have to be an all or nothing on the lesser included. So I think that Lana is right, and that the judge would have the ability to ask. And I've got to read this a little bit more. I just skimmed it and pulled that, but it answers the question for me that it's not Massachusetts law that if you can't agree on any of the lessers, that automatically the original count still exists, because that's not what they did in Roth. So So we think the answer is yes there, Lana. Thank you. And so we are going to get with Andrea after lunch, when lunch is at up in about a half hour. And then we're going to try to coordinate with Mel to join us all at some point. But I think Mel's got a bunch of super she's got to get through, and which is what we've got to do now too before we get on with Andrea and we get too many more. We got to answer people who have asked stuff thus far. So Majesta Alexander says, way FBI was treated in Delphi and seeing the mishandling of the case, what would it take for them to look into an investigation like they did with Karen Reed?
It's not happening. It's not happening. Like, I mean, the
Sandra Birchmore was Birchmore. Was
yeah,
like
that was the
huge,
impetus.
yeah.
That was the impetus of it. Like that.
And that was
that's
like
what,
a suicide that they were calling, a murder that they were calling a suicide that was clearly not a suicide. So it was like,
which I don't
screaming.
know if you've heard that it was not his baby. They just did the genetic testing and it was not his baby, which he didn't know.
He didn't know. Right.
Which makes it even more tragic, if possible,
Yeah.
than it already is. So yeah, like that case is like, we're definitely going to cover that case. Like,
Thanks,
I don't know.
Amanda. Amy's positive pathways back, or was this before we had her on? Also, in winter, I have worried my son may have been hit by a plow. A tow truck driver died some years ago due to being hit by a plow. It happens. Bob told me this when I said that. I know I made that comment earlier this morning. And when I first made that comment forever ago, Bob was like, it happens. It happens more than you think. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
For me, says nobody puts Allie in a corner. Going back from our morning discussion about I'll talk if I want to talk. Rhonda Dedham says, so sorry, been watching for months and went to ask Joe a question and realized I had to subscribe. Joe, sure, the last trial, Melanie name dropped. Joe Schmo, the last trial.
I'm assuming you're talking about Joe Schmo. Joe, give us more, Rhonda. You don't have to.
I think Rhonda's asking, or she was asking, because this was 3 hours ago, that if was that the Joe Schmo that Melanie was talking about, and I don't remember or know, at least.
I don't know. Like we're live, so I don't like. Are you talking about in the live we were on with Mel on Friday?
No, I think a different time.
Oh, what? We're
Yeah.
live. I don't know what Melanie's saying.
No.
over there.
I think I don't think she means right now. I think she means at some other point in time.
Okay.
Right.
I'm still live and don't know. If y'all think that I'm getting like Allie will get off and listen to some other
Rhonda,
creator.
no, I don't have time for that. Rhonda has if you elaborate in the chat, we'll have Mandy or Mandy and Tracy keep an eye out for it so that we can answer your question better. Meg, hey, how are you? Our oldest son graduated high school last week and has been
So we've been chat slacking.
I want to go live with you two. Will there be another chance to donate to the fam? Yeah, I mean, we got to see how many. Yeah, I think we're still doing it right now. We should ask Mel.
We're going to do this all through the entire verdict watch.
We should ask Mandy and I'll send a message.
I mean, the only way that it doesn't happen is if there's a verdict. So like,
did you let them know if you got a Cash App? I'm sorry.
I didn't get a. Let's see. No Cash App. Grin. Nothing from Grin.
Okay.
How deep up are you? Are you way up there?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw it. Congratulations to your oldest, by the way.
Yes, and you can still come on.
Yeah.
Just if you donate, include your email wherever you do it, or email us at a true crime. Wait, whose birthday is it now?
I don't know.
Well, who highlighted that? You or Mandy?
No, I don't know. Mandy or Tracy, somebody. I don't know.
All right. Well, happy birthday, whoever we're saying happy birthday to. Lily Lou gifted 20 Defense Center memberships. Well, I think Louie Lou
Family
gets to
hugs.
come on too if she wants. Isn't that
All right, Andrea wants to come on at 2:45.
is that me? I suggested that. I don't know if did she say
You
yeah?
said
That's
2:30. Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
All right. So
Is that
send her.
Eastern? Is that Eastern time? Or
Yeah,
is
that's
that our,
Eastern. That's Eastern. So send her the link. Let me see. Do you have her email? I'm sure I do.
Yes, I have her email.
All right, send it to Mandy and Tracy. So
I just emailed it to Andrea.
oh, did you send the kind that she can stream to her?
When she comes on, if she's coming onto our stream, if you're another creator, there's that thing that I did.
Got it.
Right.
All right. Well, so
Family
Meg,
hug to Lily Lou's
yes,
recipients. And
Meg,
thank you.
we are staying on top of everyone, so you can definitely still do it. Any of you out there can still do it. We just didn't want to get behind where like people were going to miss it, but I think we only have 4 people that have donated the 50 and haven't come on yet. So we're good when you are. Boris says, if Brennan was on the defense, it would have been an epic cross of Jen McCabe.
Yes, it would have.
So you asked about him as the, oh yeah, and I think I gave that answer before.
What did you say?
No, just that if he still tried to do his gaslighting shit, we would all be unhappy that he was making the defense seem not trustworthy. He's coming off stymie.
I don't think he would have done, like, he would have tried it differently. He has a stronger case.
But he seems like that's his go-to move. If he's willing to just keep doing that, just saying shit, spewing crap out of his mouth with nothing to back it up, I think that's like,
Yeah, but the
he does
difference is
that.
on the defense side of it, you actually had shit to back up.
Right. He had a stronger case to make.
Yeah, that's my point. Like
Pokemon 17 months. OG.
Aw, family hugs.
Yeah.
17 months worth.
Kale, 8 months. Hey, loves.
Aw.
Hey.
Kale, we love you.
Oh, thanks, Boris.
Aw, family hugs. 5 times over.
I think Cody. I think Cody was waiting for a link, or
Cody, didn't you just become a member? I'm so confused. How long does the membership last? 30 days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Ama Kiki says it's my grandmother. Amalia's.
Yeah.
Amalia's.
I think that was a good pronunciation.
My granddaughter, Amalia's 4th birthday. And she went boots on the ground with me and Dedham on Friday for closing.
Hey,
well, happy 4th birthday.
Happy
birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. I was waiting for you to start.
And I was waiting for you.
I'm telling you, it's the gap.
All right. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. We're never going to get it.
Miranda says, question regarding Kohberger. Do you guys think the issues of his internet interest in crime, normal for us, current, former CJ PhDs, and his awkward interaction style, common in autism, will arise? Points of contention.
I hope not at all. Like that's not what cases should be tried on. I mean, the guy was getting his education, and like that, to me, that's irrelevant. That's like how he acts should have nothing to do with his
But the defense does want to point out that people shouldn't be misinterpreting how he acts.
Well,
and
I mean, the defense wants to get rid of the death penalty because of the fact that he's autistic.
Well, right, but that was denied. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much, like, I mean, are they going to start he's just sitting there at trial?
Well, I think they're talking about if they had like some video.
Of what? Like, he looked pretty normal to me when they pulled him over in Indiana. Like, I didn't find him to be.
Hey, there she is. Cameron Brown. Oh, with the super too. I was looking for her. She told me she gave a comment and I was like, I haven't seen it. That's how behind we are.
So,
all right.
Like this, if you recognize, remember when she did our little theme song? She sang a little theme song for us, our jingle. That's what that is.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we were on the boat and she came up with a little a jingle for
that a picture of a boat and some music?
Yes. Jam crew.
There you go.
We love you back, Cammie.
Yes, we do. We will see you tomorrow.
Sweet. Sandy B. So I think the FBI are waiting for all the dirt
I mean, it's possible. It just seems like they got all the dirt. So I don't know.
Yeah, like I can't say yay or nay because I have no
You
clue.
don't know shit, right?
I don't know shit.
Hilo Bear, big fan. 2 questions. 1, why didn't Auntie Bev dismiss the case prior to trial due to a lack of evidence?
You got to ask
Well,
Auntie Bev that because
I still think that they needed to ask for the double jeopardy based on the lack of evidence, that there was insufficient evidence and that there were 2 equally reasonable alternatives. They never asked for it that way. Who knows if it would have worked? And 2, my boss wants to know when the verdict will be here so I can start working again. What's the poll at, babe? I picked Tuesday.
All right, so the poll is probably about exactly where it was the last time we checked. So we just passed, we got 6,140 votes. Obviously, before lunch is dead in the water. Before the end of the day is still hanging tough at 50%. Tomorrow at some point at 37%. And this thing is going till Wednesday and beyond. And somebody just notified me, which I was not aware of because I haven't looked at calendar in months, it feels like. Thursday's Juneteenth. So
I checked. Massachusetts state courts are still in session on Tuesday.
oh, it's not dark on Thursday for Juneteenth?
At least not. It says state courts in Massachusetts will be open on Juneteenth.
On my
State
guess
holiday,
is,
but state offices remain open.
my guess is after lunch tomorrow. I think they'll get one last free meal.
But then Massachusetts.gov trial court legal holidays has June 19th on it.
Juneteenth.
Well, I just said June 19th because
Juneteenth.
That's Juneteenth. So it says pursuant to GL 4S6 below is Commonwealth legal holidays and the days they will be observed. Trial court legal holidays. So if a legal holiday falls, all offices under the jurisdiction of the state will be. It seems like they will.
More smarter sass. Welcome. We love
Maybe
having
they
your
won't have
family.
court. Take it back.
Family hug to you. More smarter sass.
And then Jen B says Karen Reed is Will County, Illinois' Kevin Fox.
I'll have to peep that. I believe it because that prosecutor out there, the lead guy,
Illinois is
Glasgow, is a real douchebag. And I could say that because I actively don't practice out there. So he's the elected guy out there.
Melissa Garcia says, did they even address the clips in clothing? Not the defense.
Wait, you skipped one. You
No, I
skipped.
touched it. I put it
This
up
one?
before. I did it before. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Babe. Oh my gosh.
Just kidding.
I really wish that they did not, Melissa. Thank you for your comment.
Oh, she wants to kill me. She wants to kill me.
Mickey says, I really wish they would have sternly reminded of Jeep placement if they weren't going to debunk it. Yeah, I agree. David James. Hi, Allie and Bob. Off-topic question. What are your thoughts on AI as it relates to the law? I tested it on an architect for code and it was 95% accurate. No, it's not. I don't care what you say. I don't believe it. It doesn't work. No and
Wait,
no.
he was talking about a different field though. He was talking about
for the law, no.
no. Yeah,
Can't be done. Makes shit up.
not yet. It makes up law.
Makes up
This shit's
law, makes
wrong all
up
the time.
cases, comes up with fake citations.
Eventually, though, it's.
I don't know why it doesn't seem so damn hard. Fucking
I don't know,
computer
right,
reads.
why can't I look up
read
real-
it and read it right? What the
Right.
fuck?
What's wrong with you? Why
Doesn't
can't
make any
you?
goddamn
Why are you making
sense.
cases up, sucker? What's wrong with you?
It's like, wait, and the fact pattern of the case.
Right.
Sometimes they'll get a case right, wrong shit.
Making shit up
Or
like
just
out of whole cloth.
Yes, out of complete whole
Look,
cloth.
don't trust the fucking robots. That's my
No.
advice to you.
Boris gifted 5 more Defense Diaries
Aw,
members. Thanks for
Boris,
your
love
generosity.
you.
Thanks for that. Kaylee says Bev said they don't accept a verdict between 1 and 2. Well, I hope we're not wrong. And we picked 2:45 because Andrea thought lunch ended at 2:30. You keep going. I'm gonna let Melanie know just so.
Okay.
Um.
Let's see. And the cited case was completely made up by AI. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're saying. Like, lawyers have gotten pantsed in court, like where they tried to shepherdize the case, which is where you double check and see if it's still good law. And they're like, this case doesn't exist anywhere on the planet. Your robot just made some shit up. And the lawyer to be like, yeah, I didn't shepherdize my case. Sorry about that. Not a good look. Not a good look. I had the robot write that brief. Sorry, Judge. Not that Mickey. What the hell going on? Mandy, are you back here getting itchy trigger fingers? Tracy or Mandy? I hope at Bob Weir. I didn't put that up. I don't know who put that up.
We're going.
I don't know
dead?
the context of it.
Well, how many Bob Weirs do you know, babe?
Well, I know one Bob Weir. I don't. If that's the real Bob Weir, I'm sending you an invite right now, and let's just
come on.
Dead. Let's just talk dead all day.
Yeah,
that'll get Melanie over here. She's like, all right, 30 in the chat. Sorry, Bob Weir's over on Defense Diaries. I gotta go. Not that Mickey. Thank you. Who keeps doing that?
Did I do something?
I don't know.
No, Mandy did that because it's Mandy. For those out of
the U.S. who don't know what Juneteenth is the commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States from Galveston, Texas. Origin 1865. Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you,
Mandy, if you pull not that Mickey's comment off, though, again, there's going to be big trouble. All right. I'm going to try this again. Not that Mickey. Court TV
I
chat.
put that up. That was from before.
Am I ever going to be able to read this comment?
Well, it was from 12:08. It's over.
Oh, so what? Like all
but
these
it does
are
actually tie into what we just said because I think we have the time wrong, and Andrea could come on earlier if she wants.
There you go. All right. Did you do True Crime Kangaroo?
Nope.
Okay. Hey, Ali and Bob, 3:13 a.m. in Australia. Love you. Is that Australia or Austria? Love you both. We love you back, True Crime Kangaroo. Thank you for your generosity and for staying up into the very, very wee hours of the morning. We appreciate it. Man, that's got to be tough. You're like on the other side of the pond. You're like knee deep in this shit. You're like, oh my God, do I have to stay up all night and get, God forbid there's a verdict while I'm sleeping? Like you don't want to sleep through the verdict, right? Like you're like, it's torture. You're like, oh my God, I have to stay up all night just in the event that there's a verdict. And then you sleep all day. So you're in vampire mode. That's rough. Y'all are heroes over there on the other side of the pond. Thank you so much. We appreciate you so much, True Crime. Greg, if they got heated that quickly, there's a 0% chance of a verdict, in my opinion. I agree, Greg. That's what I'm saying. Like if they went in hot, they're staying hot. So that's why I tend to agree with Tom.
All right. Well,
Chris turned his camera angle.
All right. Well, before we get to Chris, I just like stay on the supers because we're almost caught up. So
we are? Okay. Randy, rescue Randy going.
We didn't do this one.
I just did that one.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Agreed.
Wow.
Agreed, Greg. Okay,
Wow.
go ahead.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow. Rescue Randy going for a ride with Hank Brennan, Edmond. Hey. Oh, family hug. Thank you.
Next witness. Someone in the chat asked, can they return a verdict slip as they decide? Yes. Or do they have to wait till all counts are decided? No. And that was just what Lana had put up about that Rule 27 that we just read just before we had the last guest on. I think Boris has done a lot of Defense Diaries podcast memberships. Mandy and Tracy have to tell us if Boris has earned himself a live spot here with this. Amy's
Some
positive.
might quantify that as a fuck ton.
A fuck ton. No. Amy's Positive Pathways is back again. In Massachusetts, judges are appointed, but DAs are voted. And Morrissey has run unopposed for 2 years. 2 people are running against him next year's election.
Vote that dude out, people. What is wrong with you?
We did send Adam Roberts a link so he can come on.
Yeah.
He gifted 50 Defense
50.
Diary memberships.
That is a banger amount of. That is like a huge, huge donation. Thank you so much, Adam. That's amazing. Wow,
And the
50 people.
Yes, a
New
very
fam.
generous.
Huge family hugs to all the new members. Thank you so much, Adam.
Jam asks, are the jurors able to ask questions about the verdict form? They're able to ask questions about whatever they want. It's how they'll get answered.
What about we ain't got no quit?
Well, I was
family hug. You skipped her.
Oh, sorry.
I took serious.
Oh, I didn't realize that. But yeah, a question about the jury verdict form should definitely be something the judge answers.
Maybe.
Well, depending what it is, I guess.
Maybe.
If they're confused, she's got to clear that up. They
Follow the
express-
form. Read the form and follow it. Thank you.
Texas Sister 2. Hank even said in closing that the white light was all lit up. There's no white light bulbs.
We know
Thank
this.
you. All right, let's
story.
bring Chris on. Let's bring
Let's
Chris
go.
on. Hey!
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on?
Welcome,
Not much.
man.
Yeah, I've been trying to get to this thing all day, but work's been busy, so.
All right. You're not
we're glad
driving
to have
now,
you.
are you? I don't want to be responsible for some terrible
I'm
accident.
not driving, I'm just sitting in my truck.
All right. All right.
Oh, what are your thoughts? What do you got for us?
Give us all the thoughts.
I think overall, I mean, the case, I know I was kind of disappointed for not being able to see Michael Proctor this trial. I just think he was a gift that, man, that you have to unwrap that gift. No matter what, I think he was he's a stain in the shirt that wasn't going to come out no matter what you did. There's nothing Hank Brennan could have done to.
Mustard. He's a mustard stain.
Yeah, I mean, you could have washed it, soaked it, try to shout it out. That stain wasn't coming out. And,
still there.
You know, he would have been probably similar to Dever. You know, she was, you know, I was just shocked when she came on and acted the way she did.
Yeah.
I don't think it helped their case whatsoever.
No, she was a massive turd. There's no question about that. And I mean, her whole comment that my entire career depends on what I say on the stand here today was like, great for us. You know, not great for them. Like, here's my thing on Proctor, man. Like the thing, and I said it after the Barrows testimony when, you know, he got in that ass and like defense attorneys, that's where we make our bread and butter is crossing cops. And like my only concern about putting Proctor up is that you're allowing Brennan to cross him, where he essentially gets to make up whatever story he wants to try to, I don't know if you're going to be able to ever rehabilitate him fully, but you're going to be able to rehabilitate him to a certain extent. And just having Proctor say yes or no. You know what I mean? Like, imagine having that dude doing what he does, just making shit up that's going unchecked and just like making Proctor seem like a little bit less of a turd. You know, like that's where the risk is. Because I mean, I agree with you. It's like that dude was the ghoul. Like he was the boogeyman. It's like it's because somebody was saying, oh, you know, Jen McCabe was the boogie. Like, but she wasn't the boogeyman in this case. Like, she just wasn't. She wasn't nearly the boogeyman that she was in the first case. Proctor is and always will be the actual boogeyman in this case. So from that, I mean, look, dude, we're going to know the answers to whether they made a horrific mistake not calling him in like whenever the hell this verdict comes back. You know what I mean? It's like, because you bet your ass if, God forbid, they come back with a guilty, every lawyer on that team is going to be like, we should have done this, we should have done that, we should have done this. You know what I mean? It's like that's where you live when you try a case and you come back with a guilty on it. You're like just double guessing everything that you did or what you should have done and what you shouldn't have done, you know? So, I mean, time will tell, but I mean, I honestly, I can't disagree with your concept. I mean, he's a hard pass in terms of like not calling him, you know? I mean, it must have been, I think ultimately, if we're ever lucky enough to get any of the lawyers on over here, it's going to be one of the first things I ask them. You know, why didn't you call Proctor? Why didn't you call Higgins? You know, those two, because Bettero's dead, like still saying, I definitely would have called Higgins. I probably would have called Proctor, you know? So, and it's just like trying to get into the minds of jurors is tough business. You know what I mean? And it's like, You know, 'cause I mean, like that's why I keep asking the question: did they dirty him up, proctor up enough? Like, did they get enough in about just how shitty that dude was? You know, it's like,
Yeah. Well, the thing they didn't get in, you know, they got some of those text messages where they weren't as shocking, obviously, as they were the first trial, because we didn't know what was coming in the first trial. We didn't know what these things said, but it also it lost a lot of steam when you had Hank Brennan up there reading it in his, you know,
right,
weaselly, nasally voice.
exactly.
And doesn't say, you know, he just said the C word. He didn't even, you know, say the full word. I know Jackson did in closing, but the one, I guess, I think it was his sister or wife or one of his family members that, you know, they were talking about, you know, Karen should kill herself or unalive herself. You know, I think that was something that, you know, I would have desperately tried to get in as much as I could.
Yeah.
You know, because that just shows
Bias.
the state of mind
Yep.
and the bias that he'd already, you know, he investigates or talks to 3 people without ever seeing the scene, and he's on his way to Dighton to seize a vehicle. I mean, that's just, you know, trying to take shortcuts. He's already come to a conclusion.
Yep.
No
Tunnel
one,
vision.
nothing else is going to change his mind. And
Yep.
you know,
Hey, babe, send the girls Runkle's email. So, Chris, let me ask you, based on that, do you think, would it have been important or something that you find the jury would have found compelling to know about the texts about giving his wife a gift?
yeah, I mean, I think it would have if someone, you know, that you talk to or you're friends with is, you know, asking to give you a gift. I think that goes to, you know, showing exactly how this investigation went. And it just, more evidence that shows that there was something more to that relationship than, you know, what they were trying to deny on the stand.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
I
we know
definitely see that.
Jen McCabe plenty of times. Well, you know, we're just, you know, she's tried to deny it, but you know, all the things that she did, meeting at Link's house and the whole sitting in the car for 45 minutes or whatever.
Do you
Like,
think
I don't
that
buy
carried
it.
over this jury this time, this trial, that they got that? Because they did make a good point of that they went like back to the house and then back past the house. They got a little more into it this trial.
Yeah, it's so hard because actually Turtle Boy had another juror on his show last week.
Not
She was
Ronnie.
not
Not
Ronnie.
Ronnie.
She wasn't a deliberating, or she didn't deliberate, but she had, you know, to hear her thoughts was nice, but to hear Ronnie, man, that guy's, you know, I'm with Bob and he scares me.
Yeah.
Like, if, you know, he goes in there and, you know, and I think a lot of the times I've never been a juror. I kind of want to be because I like that kind of stuff. I'd rather sit in a trial than at work. But
Yeah.
I feel like the last juror, they were like compelled to, at any cost, you know, not solve the crime, but, you know, hand out a punishment of some sort. And, you know, I think that's where they were going. And you know, that's just not the job. It's, did the state or Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt? And, you know, it's no for me every time. And, you know, like Bob says, the science doesn't match up. I mean, dog bite arms, you know, doesn't come from a taillight. And I've always, you know, the whole conspiracy thing, I've never, like, I could see in a world, especially after, you know, I know you guys are still doing the Steve Avery thing, but that was more of a conspiracy than what I see here. But I think it's, you know, logically to think that, you know, he has dog bites on his arm. He was walking towards the house. The dog's not good with strangers. And my theory's always been that maybe he walked into that little door near the garage, that hidden door. He walks in there, the dog's in there because it's not good with strangers. They put it in the garage for the night till the guests leave. John doesn't know any better. He's never been there. He walks through that door. Dog attacks him and he falls back, hits his head on the stairs. A couple hours later, you get Brian Albert or Brian Higgins come by and they see him. You know, there's nothing they can do at that point. He was already pretty much, you know, incapacitated and probably not, you know, I don't think that anything they could have done to save his life at that point. But, you know, the motive with that would be not calling the ambulance is, you know, an accident just happened at your house. And Brian Albert was about to retire, a year later.
Babe, you're supposed to be talking to Chris. You're asking
Yeah.
me to do stuff, and you're
Oh, I
sitting
am
there.
talking. I didn't realize I was muted.
Wow.
And now I forget what I was saying. I think I was just saying, yeah, that Bob was saying there's a lot of liability attached to that. I just don't think we'll ever know because none of it makes sense to me. That doesn't make sense. It just seems like so much to do if it was just something like that and you're just trying to prevent liability. You've got insurance, like
Yeah,
that's
I don't know. And I looked up insurance policies, and they only cover about $300,000 for liability for like animal attacks. And so,
very well maybe
if
true.
it's a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, which probably would have happened, because if John survived that, he
Yeah.
wasn't going to be able to work anymore. You know what I mean?
Right, and otherwise it's wrongful death. Yeah.
And and given the way, and they family could do whatever they want, but they're kind of, they seem
Litigious.
trigger happy about
Litigious.
suing people. They're trying to sue the two bars, and I was like, it's just, I don't know. I've always saw it that way versus, a slip and fall. He could have walked in there, not immediately like jumped, but he was drunk. He gets hit in the eye once, loses balance and falls back. I mean, that's more plausible.
Right.
Like, I don't think he was lured there to fight, but I think he went there, with that exchange between Higgins and John at the bar is compelling to me. And, why are you doing all that? There was something going on. It's two men fighting over a woman.
Yeah,
I
there was
mean,
some drama there by the door. It definitely looked heated. There's pointing,
I mean, it's
waving.
compelling because we know the reality of the situation. If you're looking at that video, not knowing what's been going on with Karen and Higgins, it doesn't mean shit. When you know what's been going on with Karen and Higgins, it means everything. It changes you know what I'm saying? It's like,
they have the text though. They
that's
read
what I
the
mean.
text.
Yeah.
And there's just more evidence that I mean, that should have been investigated. You have all that at the bar going on, then you have Higgins doing that weird thing at 1:30 in the morning at the police department. That's still, I want to know what he got out of that truck, that duffel bag. Some people, made some speculations, but it was a truck where it had a hatch and you had to lift it up. And generally what people were saying was that was a paramedic truck and he was pulling a duffel bag out of there. I don't know because you can't see it in the camera. But there's just too much going on there, and a lot more than Karen driving home and, leaving some angry voicemails and going to sleep.
Right.
I agree, dude. I mean, there's a ton of smoke there. I mean, whether or not it was needed, I mean, we're gonna find out.
And I think like you guys said many times, someone, if they're gonna acquit Karen, they needed someone else to kind of not take the blame, but they can feel like, hey, we don't think she did this because, in our thoughts we thought X person did this, and like you need some sort of that. I think, like you said, they did go pretty hard on the conspiracy the last trial, and they watched and everyone and read all the comments and they eased up on that a little bit and hammered reasonable doubt. But one thing I would have liked to see more was they talked about the diffusers and how they don't light up, but they didn't really
as much as hard.
They should have done that, but I would have shown the pictures. Like, here, these are what the diffusers look like. These were, if they were found at 34 Fairview, then how come her taillight's lighting up at 507? Like, I don't know if that, because a normal layperson, unless you're maybe even a mechanic, you might know, but, how do you know what a diffuser is and what it looks like?
100%.
They kind of didn't really, I thought they would show that through ARCA a little bit more, like at least the pieces.
Right.
But they kind of just pointed it out with the laser pointer, and you can't really see it that well.
Right. And it begs the question, how the fuck did that piece come out? How did that piece come out? I mean, I missed that part of the trial testimony, but didn't sound like they ever explain like that piece doesn't fucking just fall out.
Well, Arca said it couldn't have because it's like there's an inch separation from like where you get to the diffusers from the outer red.
Yeah, that needed to be
cover,
highlighted
cover.
more in the closing.
Yeah,
think.
I feel like
I agree, man. Because like you take the picture of the because when we're talking about the diffuser, if y'all are not clear on it, it's that clear plastic that has the little bumps on it.
Yeah.
Which Lally was unbelievably in the first trial trying to say that maybe that piece is what gave John all the scratches on his arms. That was kind of their theory back then. But to Chris's point, I think you throw that picture up, you say, this is the diffuser. Okay. And then you do it when you had Rentschler on, you say, okay,
Or
does
Wolf.
the light operate?
Wolf did the car.
Does-
Rentschler did the body.
Oh yeah. You ask Wolf, does the light operate if that diffuser is broken? And you have them answer, no, it doesn't. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's black. And then you've laid the groundwork because now the way that they kind of left it, it's more of a breadcrumb trail, which when you've got powerful evidence like that, man, sometimes you got to spell shit out for jurors and just assume that, you got to teach them like they're 5 years old.
All right, final thoughts, Chris. What do you got?
Caution.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Especially knowing someone like Ronnie last time, where it was he was there, she was there, something must have happened. Like, you have to spell it out. And so I agree with that. You definitely, like, even if Arca had all those taillights, have them use one, take the diffusers out, have them plug it in, even if it's on video, and then insert it into the PowerPoint. I felt that would have been powerful if they'd done something like that. But overall, I mean, they had a lot of stuff going for them. You guys are defense attorneys. I don't know how many times you've had a police officer testify on the defendant's behalf saying, hey, this is not the way the taillight looked when I saw it. That to me right there should have stopped every juror in their track, and be like, well, maybe there's something more to this. And then you got Proctor, the Proctor glass that was found on February 11th. 2 weeks after this took place, and it's on the bumper of the car.
Magically.
And this magic hair,
Yeah.
a lot of magic over there in Canada.
A lot of magic. All right. Thanks, Chris.
But,
thanks
yeah,
for your.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having me. I enjoy watching your show through trial 1 and trial 2. I've listened to your Steve Avery podcast, what you have so far. So looking forward to that being finished as well.
We will finish it. I promise.
Hopefully catch some more trials with you guys.
We appreciate
I appreciate it. Yep.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
hanging. Good.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. So Andrea and Runkle are about to join us. Bob, you should put it out there on the X Twitter machine, whatever. So we're not going to take any audience guests during that time period. We're going to be keeping an eye out for Mel. I know you can. I'm sorry. Sleuthy's like, want me to come on for 5.
I see Mandy's lurking in the dark there.
Why is she yelling at us?
I don't know. She's on the loop. You know how she is on the loop. Mandy gets on that loop. She's hiding.
I see her screen. It's crazy because I see her.
I know. I see
backstage, her
her
face. Then she put herself on the screen, and I didn't see her face.
I know. It's weird.
So yeah, Andrea and Runkle are about to join us, and we will be keeping an eye out for Mel. We'll see if we'll be able to make that work as well. And we won't take any guest spots while they're on, but we will be back to you guys. And it seems like this is probably going to go till tomorrow. I just have to say that because there's not, in my mind, no question means they're not done. But obviously, we don't get a question every time, so I don't know why that's what's in my head. And we are at 5 hours and 51 minutes. All right, we got Nicole for the next couple minutes until Andrea gets here. Hi, Sleuthy.
Hey, why am I so close? I have to be like 10 feet from my computer. I won't be able to see you.
I don't know. It's the way I kind of did this, I guess, with the screen.
Yeah, why is she gigantic there? She's
How's that?
What's up, girl?
What is taking so long?
I don't know.
I don't know why. I like really want to question. I really want to question.
A question or some type of something. I don't know how they could still be debating this.
I know it's crazy. It's
It
crazy.
is crazy.
Except I
AB's
think
back there. AB's backstage.
Well, we got to give Sleuthy at least a minute. She just got on here, and
it's
then
no big deal because I'm jumping between you guys and Teresa. But
What's
give
up
us
with
your
Steve?
thoughts. Give us your thoughts.
nothing.
Yeah.
We're bored. We are bored. This is so boring. I don't have the patience for this. And I think, and people are upset about this, but I think adding in that lesser of driving under the influence, I think they're probably going to convict her on that.
I mean,
If that's all she gets, it's surely better than. I mean, I take that.
We all know. I mean, Bev's gonna hammer her on sentencing because she can.
For sure.
I mean, it's gonna be the trial tax that she's gonna pay. But in the scope of I guess if you're Karen, are you thinking, would I rather take the beating on that and be done with this shit, or go to a third trial?
I don't want to go to a third trial.
I wouldn't want to go to a third trial. It's like it's like the never-ending thing because there's no guarantee they'll ever get a verdict. If you're having to go to a third trial, I think it becomes more and more clear that this is potentially one of those cases that can never be brought to a verdict because no one knows what the hell happened and never will.
Right.
It would really be up to the Commonwealth not to bring it again, and we know that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
Unless there's a change of guards.
Yeah, unless Morrissey gets ousted. But I think they're so deep in, there's no backing out of it. It's like waiting 2.5 hours to get on a roller coaster at an amusement park and saying, fuck it, I'm 5 minutes away, I'm dipping.
Yeah.
No one's doing that.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, Nicole, you're gonna have to join us again after this. We'll let you know when we're free.
Yeah,
we love you. We love all you
got a
do.
standing invite anyway. You don't have to.
Yes.
Whenever you want to
And
come on.
hopefully, Mandy, when we put up Andrea and Runkle, she can capitulate us maybe differently so that we're.
It's probably me. I'm probably.
No, I mean, but we need to be like in a block of 4 somehow. I don't know. Mandy will work her magic.
Yeah, like
Thanks,
Hollywood
Let me know.
Squares.
All right, I'll let you know.
Love you guys.
Love you. See ya.
All right, so we have with us now the all-knowing, the fabulous Andrea Burkhart.
Hey guys. Wow, look at me. I'm like
I think Andy's going to be working magic in the background to somehow recapitulate
I think
us.
it's that damn fan that you have up. It's
You
throwing
want me to take
everything
the
off.
fan down?
the fan.
I don't know. I think people will panic, but like you just have to trust us. You have to trust us that we're keeping.
We're going to watch
an
it
eye on
backstage. And now you introduce Runkle because I kind of sucked it with Andrea's.
I thought it was great. It reminded me a lot of what you say when our kids are coming to try on clothes.
Yes.
Like if they've
Introducing.
Introduce it. It's like, when Scarlett's got a new dress. Wait, where'd Runkle go? Oh, there he is.
He's there.
All right. So you know him, you love him. He is our Canadian brethren. He is hilariously funny in his dry humor. His timing's always impeccable, and the dude just knows the law. Let's bring him on. Ian Runkle, what is up, my friend?
Hey.
Not too much. How are you guys?
Put the fan back. Thanks, Mandy.
Oh, and we all look normal. Thank you,
Yay.
Mandy.
You guys both able to stream to your channels? Did everything work?
Yeah, should be good.
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 Awesome.
How you doing, Ian? Long time no see.
Oh, it's been a bit. Just hanging on. I've got some interesting legal chaos going on, but hopefully I can talk about that soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me ask you guys, just because the whole verdict sheet and leaving to the side whether it's confusing, whether it's got too many not guilties, this whole concept of if they are hung on just the standing OUI, the freestanding OUI, how in the hell do they know that? And then, God forbid, they stayed hung on that. If she does nothing, does that mean manslaughter is on the table next time around, even if they decide not guilty on all the lessers that involved a car hitting a human?
Yes, the answer is yes. It's a mess. So this goes back to the last trial. This is a problem that happened during the last trial. We spotted it right away when the first verdict form comes out. Hey, there's no way for them to indicate if they've acquitted her on the greater or like some of the first lessers, and then maybe like they hung on the like you said, the OUI or something like that, one of these straightforward ones. There's no way for them to indicate not guilty to the lesser includeds anywhere on this verdict form. And I found this very perplexing. And so I went down the rabbit hole, and I found that is because Massachusetts doesn't allow that. They don't allow you to do a partial verdict just on lesser included offenses. They only let you do a partial verdict for separate indictments. So they can have a separate verdict for the murder charge. They can have a separate verdict for the leaving the scene charge. But they can't have separate verdicts on everything that is subsumed there under count 2 as a lesser included offense. So yeah, they could get all the way down to OUI, not be able to reach a verdict at all. So count 2 just stays open, and then that means they could retry her on manslaughter, which is
crazy.
Just bizarre to me.
It's insane.
Yeah,
So
absolutely nuts.
I was like, and I haven't reread the whole case. I just like pulled up a little snippet, but I was looking at that Roth case because someone commented and I couldn't remember. And it said there that the judge ordered the verdicts of not guilty be entered as to the offenses as charged and the first lesser included offense on each indictment, and declared a mistrial as to the remaining lesser included offenses. Doesn't that make it seem like she could do something if she wanted to, if they came back and said,
but she doesn't want to.
Well, she doesn't want to, but also the Roth court said specifically the judge did it wrong. The judge was wrong to do that. But basically, having done that, we're stuck with the double jeopardy implications, which tells you everything you need to know about why they don't want him doing it in the first place.
Right. So so going back to what I said this morning, which is under Massachusetts law, they can consider this freestanding OUI the exact same as the manslaughter. And if they do not reach a verdict on all of them, the manslaughter stays on the table for trial 3. And that's the way the law wants it in Massachusetts. Is that everyone's understanding then?
Yeah. Which is insane.
Wow. Yeah. And that's what we said this morning. And then I fessed up that I just read that one little snippet from there. And that's what I was worried about, that might be the beginning sentence of, and that judge fucked it up. We don't want him doing it like that. So thank you, Andrea.
and beyond that, like the punishment for an OUI on a first OUI in Massachusetts is insane. It's 2.5 years max on a sentence. Like Illinois, your first DUI, we call them DUIs here. It's a year max. It's actually 364 days is the most you can get sentenced. But no one ever gets sentenced on the first one. Most clients get supervision, which is where you plead guilty. They stay the conviction. You handle all the shit that you have to handle that was part of the plea agreement, like the victim impact panel. You have to go in and get your drug and alcohol eval. You have to do the aftercare step and pay the fines. If you handle all that, they dismiss the case, so you don't get the conviction. That's typically what we can get here. But I mean, like in here, anything that goes over a year is a felony. Like it's just it's insane to me, the punishment on that in Massachusetts. I've never seen anything like it.
So Runkle, in light of this whole, the fact that if they ended up staying hung on only the OUI and how that now affects that the manslaughter is still there, would you have still wanted the lesser included or the OUI?
I mean, I'm torn on the lesser included because honestly, they might go with the OUI. And I mean, it's really up to Karen at this point because
what would be the worst is if they're really hung on it. That's what would be the most frightening is if they're hung on it.
No, that I agree. And that one becomes a potential concern. But I don't know. I feel like if they need to do some horse trading, if they need to do some compromise verdict there, it's a good thing to have in there because I could see them saying, listen, we can't agree she hit him, but we can agree that every single person in Canton is drunk at all times, and therefore no one should ever be allowed into a motor vehicle in the town of Canton. And therefore And I mean, it's kind of interesting, the difference in the Canadian US aspect, because Canada tends to have punishment, or tends to have offenses that are very broad in nature. And so guess what the maximum penalty for a maximum penalty for a first offense, simple impaired driving, is in Canada?
I'm imagining it's stiff because y'all don't even let us in if we have a
No,
DUI.
yeah, that's true.
Like,
Now I'm going to
you
say it
can't
has
even
to be
come
stiff.
into our country if you have a DUI conviction. So I'm guessing it's stiff.
The maximum penalty, like the theoretical nobody ever gets this maximum, is 10 years.
Oh my gosh. I
But
forgot
nobody ever
about
gets
that,
it.
Bob. We had some musician friends who were like, I've got to go tour in Canada and I can't.
Or they can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
DUI,
thing
I'm
is,
like, tell them you're not driving. You're in a tour
walking
bus
everywhere.
the thing is, though, for a simple impaired with no the usual
Accident
thing of like, it's New Year's Day, somebody's driving home at 2 a.m. They hit a traffic stop. They they end up having to blow, and it's like, okay, you're blowing over, but they're going to get the minimum, which is $1,000 fine. But we tend to have these offenses that are very broadly defined, such that people can get anywhere from, so I guess but it's kind of hard to imagine how you'd get up to 10 years without committing other offenses like hitting somebody, or dangerous driving, or flight from police, or something like that. So it's a theoretical maximum, but I can't find any case law to like ever support a 10-year sentence on it. So it's
that's what worries me about this particular case. If she were convicted on OUI, everything else being equal in a normal courtroom, you'd expect her to get just the same sentence that any minimum first offense person is going to get. Whatever it is, suspended jail time, some community service, like Bob's saying,
she was a
alcohol,
defense,
all that standard
right?
stuff.
She was on the
you have to
defense
do.
bar before.
What's that?
Judge Cannoni was on the defense bar before. Is that?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
you would think that she, that would look.
You would think that she would, if nothing else, just avoid any kind of argument that you're imposing a trial tax here or something like that. However, what concerns me is what Ian is getting at here, which is that it is a way to just backdoor some kind of liability, some kind of responsibility for all of this other stuff in the background that she's not being convicted of. But I can absolutely see this judge sitting up there on the bench thinking, oh, well, it's a minor offense, but look at all this, such unusual consequences that stemmed from it, or just something like that. And then imposing extra time because of all of this other stuff that they weren't able to prove.
And that we spent millions of dollars trying the case twice, which should never factor in. But I mean, let's be real. I mean, this shit's all politics, and when you have small town politics, it's a scary proposition.
We just hope that
I know what I'd be probably doing if I was, if I'm the judge and it's like, okay, she's convicted on that. I'm like, okay, you're going to get a day in jail, time served by the day you were arrested, and off you go. Brennan, I want you to stay around because I've got some questions about my grave concerns about stuff that you've done with the, the shirt and so forth. But
this is Dream World we're talking about right now?
Yes, this is if
okay. Just wanted to be clear.
I don't think that's what Judge Cannoni would do at all. She's going to say, in recognition of the fact that you've got no criminal record and so forth, I'm gonna do 2 years and 5 months. You didn't get the maximum because you got no record. And
I mean, I'm assuming she gets day for day, but still, you know what I mean? It's like, if they get her on the OUI, like, I feel very confident she's going in, and it's like, but I mean, if you're Karen and you're like, cause like, look, we understand what our clients go through. I think it's lost on people a lot of times that the process in and of itself is part of the punishment. Having your shit go 12 months 16 months, 2 years, and living with it every single day, where you're sitting in the shower, where we all do our best thinking, and you're just mortified with this thing that's hanging over your head that is going to impact your life in such a profound way, that part of the process is punishment in and of itself. I think that people tend to forget that. And if you're Karen and you're sitting there thinking, my God, like I can't do this. Like I can't do it. I can't handle it emotionally. I can't handle it mentally. I don't want to do this a third time. I mean, like we have to assume that it was Karen that made the call on that, right? We all agree that ultimately, through advice from her attorneys, but it's just like, man,
they're not making decisions without her. Some clients will just do whatever you say.
Not her.
Oh, she's very active and involved from all indications. I mean, it's highly unusual to have an accused in a criminal trial who goes up for every sidebar and it's clear she's involved. It's clear she's a very interested participant there. She's smarter by far than your average criminal accused, because your average criminal accused is somebody who probably started out with the FASD and did their best to cure it through a lifetime of meth. And, they may not make the best decisions, which is often why they're in that seat in the first place. I mean, I had a client, he was sitting in my office and I was like, so, which approach do you want to go with? Because the Canadian standard, you sort of have to involve people a little bit more in terms of the trial strategies and so forth. And he's like, listen, man, I don't know. I am, he's like, I am damaged. You need to make the decision. I'm like, okay, well, I very strongly recommend this one. And if you don't want any involvement, this is the one to go with. And he's like, okay, like, I don't get it. And that's the average standard. She's
100%.
not that. She's, I don't think there's any way that they're making that call without her sign off.
I don't want to block your faces, but
I mean,
want to
not like
some of your listener, your viewers' comments.
Yeah, I kind of hate that it's blocking their faces.
Well,
but like, I mean, more than that, Ian, it's like if we're gonna kind of be truthful, like I typically can't stand when my clients are involving themselves in the practice of law, because I'm like, look, this is what you hired us for. But Karen's a different beast. I mean, Karen knows the facts, she knows the evidence forward and backwards. She's more in kind of in line with a paralegal, because I mean, typically when we're sitting at counsel table in the middle of a trial and you've got that defendant that's in your ear when you're trying to listen to a cross-examination, and you're like, hey, look, man, I gave you that pad of paper to write your shit down. I have to listen to this. It's like, I want to hear what you have to say. I really do. But I need to hear what's being said right now. Like, that's your typical kind of defendant. And like, Karen's just not that. And going through 2 trials, like I've said, I would not be shocked if she's in fact acquitted. I would not be shocked if she decided to go to law school. I mean, you hear about those stories where people kind of survive these types of cases to where it drives them. It's a driving force, and where they're saying, you know what, like I'm going to get involved with this because what just happened to me, like I want to fight from it happening to other people. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if she decided to pony up the cash and go to law school.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was a law school dean and, assuming she's acquitted and cleared and all of that, I'd be inclined to be like, hey,
come on in.
We've got a scholarship fund.
Definitely.
Come on down.
Well, Reed Seligman is doing just fine.
Yeah, 100%. All right. So Ian, I've seen you since the closings. Andrea, I've not had the pleasure of seeing you. Impressions. I want to hear what your impressions of the closings.
I thought the emotional story was very powerfully told by Mr. Jackson. You always love it when your theme and your case is so consistent that your closing is the same as your opening. It's still the same case. There was no collision. So they had that coherence and that kind of throwback. Remember when? Remember when that's what we were talking about? That it just I feel like that gives the jurors a little bit of comfort in the task that they're about to undertake. Like, guys, it's not wild, it's nothing crazy, it's nothing you haven't already heard. You've known this entire time. There was no collision. That's what you're here to talk about. Hanks was just so scattershot. It was really all over the place. When he first got started, I don't know if you guys have ever been in the position of having to try a case that's just an absolute dog. You got nothing. Your client is an idiot. They got on the stand and like admitted to everything, and the cops got him on video, and it's but they wouldn't take the plea, and so here you are, and you get up and you're about to face the jury, and you're trying to like get your thoughts together, like, what do I even have to say that is going to let me look them in the eye and say
Hard.
And sometimes all you have is just, ladies and gentlemen, the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt is one of the most fundamental values of America. We ask that you apply it. Thank you. Sit down.
Right.
But I got that kind of feeling from Hank. He just felt like he didn't know where he was going to start. He didn't know where to look. He didn't have confidence in where he was going to go. And that's why he started with John O'Keefe was 46 years old. Like, that was the only thing that he could like grasp and hold on to as a truth in this case that he could lean on, and then give that to the jury. So I thought that was just very, very telling in terms of kind of who had more confidence, just coming right out of the gate into the closings. The information he provided, it was just so scattershot. It really wasn't organized in any kind of coherent way. No real discernible theme that came out of the Commonwealth's close. So by and large, I think Alan Jackson, won that head to head by a landslide.
Yeah, for sure.
And I wait, hold on, babe, I had a follow up because I want Ian.
That's what I was going to say too.
Yeah, when you really resonated with me on Friday when we had the super panel over there, and all we were missing was Andrea. But when we have the panel with all of us on there, what you said really, really resonated with me, and I think that you're spot on with respect to Hank's closing, and I want you to kind of restate it so that Andrea can kind of hear your concept, because I think you're dead balls on with it.
I think it was a good close from a very particular perspective, which is that he's not speaking to me or you, and he's not even speaking to the juror who's on the fence. He's talking to the specific, he's hoping there's a juror or two who are pro-guilt, and he's talking to them, and he's saying, don't listen to anyone else in that jury room, because this is a tragedy. You need to be there. You need to be there for John O'Keefe. You need to be there for, and he's talking up the heroism of all of these extremely sketchy witnesses.
Answer the call.
Yeah. He's basically saying you need to ignore everyone else, and I want you to dig your teeth in and just don't move. He's trying to hang. That's what I get out of that, is that he's playing for a hung jury. I don't think he thinks winning is on the table at this point. He's playing for, I wasn't the person who ran the trial where she was acquitted. And, I don't know if it's him who tries on round 3, but the Commonwealth is going to keep trying right up until Morrissey is voted out of office. That's,
Yeah.
So
unfortunately, I think that's the case.
Yeah, no, we agreed that he would take a hung jury as a win because he doesn't think he can get anything else. So, and then Andrew, one of your viewers asks, could the lesser included on count 2 be broken out as their own independent charges? Now, this would be at a defense request.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like that's possible, and that's what the Roth case is that we were talking about earlier, and it's cited in the motion that the defense filed this morning to ask to revise the verdict form. And Roth basically says pretty clearly, because since Massachusetts operates on this grand jury system, they return indictments, and they return a separate indictment for each charge that they're pursuing against her. And so those are the only ones that really stand alone and get to be handled independently. The lesser included offenses. Okay, we went down this rabbit hole on the stream at the end of last week, because I was very confused by this. Okay, I could see a strategy where the defense, wants just the lesser included operating under the influence, because
I don't know if Mandy did something that changed all of that or what just happened.
Can we fix it?
I fixed
think
it.
Mandy's trying to get rid of the bed. It looks like we're all laying on a.
It does
you know,
kind of.
every time I look at it, I'm like, wait, is that
this.
a bedroom? It looks like our bedroom. I thought, I'm like, wait, is
There.
our bed?
Oh, that didn't do it. Hold on. Wait. I
Like
got
the
it.
weird snow thing looks like a
There.
There we go. There, that's better. Sorry.
And then I can put back on the Alessi thing.
There you go. Nice.
All right, continue, Andrea.
Yeah. So anyway, we went down the rabbit hole with the lesser included offenses, because I'm wondering, like, who's requesting these? I can understand. Okay, the defense maybe wants a lesser included OUI. Then I got confused in closing, because I'm thinking, if you're asking for a lesser, it's because you're inviting that compromise. So you can tell the jury, guys, no one's disputing she drove drunk. She shouldn't have. Everybody did, but whatever. She'll take accountability for that. By all means, convict her of that. But, the rest of this bullshit, it doesn't need to take you any time at all. So make it real easy for him to do that compromise. But then they didn't do that. But then that also didn't answer my question about, well, why then do we have all these other lesser included offenses being included as well? The involuntary manslaughter and felony vehicular homicide, whatever that one is.
Yeah.
And so it was, I found the whole thing very confusing, because the Commonwealth very clearly did not ask for lesser includeds in the charge conference. So I was looking that up as well. And apparently in Massachusetts, the judge can do it. The judge can decide to instruct on lesser included offenses regardless of
But
what
the defense said they asked here, right?
What's that?
But the defense said they asked for them.
Well,
here,
I
right?
mean, I'm still very confused about this, because I couldn't hear. The sound on the stream was very bad. It sounded to me like Yanetti was saying perhaps they asked for the lesser, operating under the influence. But if he asked for like all of the lessers, involuntary manslaughter,
That's what I didn't understand.
I missed that, and it doesn't make sense to me as a strategy anyway. Why you would give them that many?
That's what I kept asking. I'm like, if they wanted a lesser
included
included
of a felony.
Right, of an OUI, that I get, but why did they include 2, 3, and 4 plus 5? Like I didn't get either.
So where
but-
I came out of it was, I'm not sure that they did in fact request that, and that it wasn't just the judge decided she's going to instruct on all of the lessers, because the law in Massachusetts allows her to. The parties don't have to request it; they can. But they don't have a right to have her not instruct on lesser includeds if she's decided she's going to do that. Right. So all of this stuff, I found it's very strange over there in Massachusetts. It's a very strange
weird
when it comes to the lesser included. I find lesser included like so problematic anyway, because yes, if you wanted those convictions, just take them to the grand jury. Why wouldn't you just take them to the grand jury? Obviously, they didn't do that. But here we are, debating whether she is guilty of crimes that the grand jury never indicted her on, and based on theories and factual predicates that were never presented to them. And so it's like, why do we even have this grand jury process in the first place if it doesn't actually mean anything by the time you get to trial?
Right. And just to clarify, for whatever it's clever, the defense, what Andrea is describing here is the defense doesn't have the ability to say, can you make a count 4 of just this separate offense? They all have to come through the indictments, each separate charge. So the only thing the defense can ask, and we talked about this earlier when we had someone on, was that is for the lesser included. And then Runkle, what do you think would happen if the jury sends out a note that says, we have some verdicts, but we don't understand how to say them all on the verdict forms? Or if they sent a question like that, what do you see Judge Cannoni doing?
I mean, at this point, I went from giving Judge Cannoni the benefit of the doubt to actively thinking she's sort of intentionally putting things on the scale. So I kind of suspect she'd send something back like, the verdict form is the verdict form, and
Thank
you need
Ian.
to,
That's exactly
I cannot
what I've been
offer
saying.
you any further instruction on it. Which,
Yep, that's what Bob said. You think the same, Andrea?
Go back and reread your verdict form. I mean, that I think is the most likely one. It's
Yep.
it's the one that is least exposure to her risk wise. Would it actually hurt anything to walk the jury through? Well, start on this charge and then decide if you can, if the prosecution has proven her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and if you find they have not, then move on to the next one, and then move on to the, you could give them instructions on how to walk their way through the verdict form. But would she do that? I'm very skeptical that she would do anything helpful like that.
Me too. Me too.
And we touched Andrea Linsky. Thank you. We just answered your question. Was it a bad idea given that it can hold everything up? And then Andrea, one of your viewers asks, or Anna Long, Woody Harrelson as Rentschler, Brad Pitt as Wolf. How do you say her name?
Mine Bialik.
As La Posada. Not that you asked. Were you going over movies on
bad?
Wait,
I
Woody's
got
bald.
Sissy Spacek for La Posada. It's got to be Sissy Spacek.
Well,
that
I like
works.
that. That's a good
That
call.
tracks.
Yeah.
That's a good call. That is a good call. I'm not seeing Woody. I mean, maybe facially Woody's got the Rentschler.
He's just that his personality. He's got that personality that I don't see as
I loved Rentschler. I
do
thought he
too.
was
I just don't
thought
know.
he was a fabulous witness.
I thought he was a fabulous witness.
Yeah.
And
I enjoyed tremendously watching Brennan try to poke holes in Rentschler because
Man.
Rentschler just wasn't having it.
No, he wasn't giving him shit, and it didn't come off as cocky and fucking dense as
Oh, it just came off as
What's
you're
their guy's
wrong,
name?
and let me
Vulture.
explain it.
Vulture.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was fun because it was a situation. We've had this counterpoint with Alessi of an extremely smart person who's able to educate themselves on the technology or the science that the expert is there to talk about, and then literally like have a conversation with them on that level. And you see Brennan now sort of trying to do that. He's trying. He just, when it came to the actual substance of Rentschler's opinion, he couldn't hang, and it was very obvious. Rentschler just very dismissive of him because you can't hang. You don't understand the basics of what we're talking about here.
he asked La Posada twice about using the wrong word, and she corrected him. And then he was like, "But what about?" I can't remember the what he was calling it. Like, didn't you realize that wasn't a thing the first time you said it, and she corrected you? It couldn't stand.
I mean, so were you guys? I wasn't shocked, isn't the right word. I was mildly surprised that Alan did both the ARCA guys, because like I had been saying, the whole time we got Bob Alessi who's going to be doing all the science guys. So when I heard Alan, like when I figured out that Alan was doing it, I thought he did a fine job. But I was a little bit surprised. Were you guys a little bit surprised that Bob Alessi didn't handle Welcher or Wolf and Rentschler?
A little bit, for sure. That said, Jackson did a great job, so I don't think there's any
right.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be second guessing them on that one because it's like, all right, well, they nailed that. So
yeah, nailed it. Jennifer Hill came over from you too, Andrea. She said, I lived in Louisiana for 6 years where they have drive-through daiquiri stands and liquor stores. Massachusetts can never have them.
No, not a
like
chance.
I said, everybody's drunk in Massachusetts.
It'd be a disaster.
Do you guys know about this? The Painted Lady murder?
I don't know about the Painted Lady murder.
That came
Don't
from
know that one.
One of your viewers as well. Unless I can't tell. Are you streaming to yours, Runkle?
No, I'm not. Not at the moment.
Okay, I mean it's up to you, obviously, but
I may have to dip at a moment's notice, and also you guys are kind enough to invite me on. I'm happy to let people come here to find you. So
well, thanks, man. And EB gifted 10 Andrea Burkhart memberships.
Got to give family hugs, Andrea.
Everybody's green today.
Oh, this was Joe Schmo from earlier. Hope it's the last Vallow trial. There was a mic drop moment. The prosecutor said that Melanie Brandon's wife at all times is still under investigation.
At the time.
Oh, at the time is wait, said that Melanie is that
Boudreaux?
Yeah,
Melanie.
Boudreaux's
We've
wife.
slipped into Lori Vallow's
Right,
case.
was still under investigation at the time. Was still under investigation. Wanted his thoughts. We'll have to ask. Well, you have to go to Joe Schmo 88 and ask him. That's his
Yeah.
channel. That's his channel. If Karen Reed was a movie, I'm casting Gilbert Humph as Hank
Humph.
Brennan.
All right, I got to pull up Gilbert Humph. I don't even know who the hell that is. Is he a young head? It's like I've come to realize that young actors, I have no idea who any of them are. I'm like,
No idea.
oh my
Yeah,
god,
I'm pretty checked out on Hollywood, so whenever people name actors, I'm like, okay, I guess that's a person.
What did you guys, both of you, what did you miss from the I don't want to necessarily call it third party, but just the of the shady things that happened, the things that we didn't hear. What do you think would have been the most helpful to have had in this trial that wasn't there?
There's two really. I think the butt dials, the explanation of the butt dials from Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at the 2:30 a.m.
Yeah.
That was big. That got left on the table. It's not huge. I mean, what they did so successfully, I mean, if you can call it success, this time is really hang all of the third party characters, on Jen McCabe, and so she is the only face that the jury got for any of the third party culprits, the folks inside 34 Fairview, and so succeed or fail, their view of the people in 34 Fairview is inevitably going to be colored by Jen McCabe and how she does. And so, Jen McCabe then kind of being outed as, you lied to the FBI about this and that, not so ideal for the Commonwealth. But
Right.
so because of that, I'm not 100% sure that just adding it, hey, and more people lied, lied to the FBI and the grand jury as well. Probably not the hugest thing, but it is just such an important fact, and it shows the scope of what's going on in the background. Like, it's not just Jen, it's not just Carrie, it's everybody in the house. But the other one that I think was really important was the gift, the text about the gift to Courtney Proctor.
Yeah,
that one was really big, and so that had to have been a hard call to go ahead and leave that one out.
Yeah, and I felt the same way, especially anything with Higgins, because I also thought the same with his. If we could get a little more in with Higgins, you could have gotten his car was there, which isn't even third party culprit. It's just how the fuck did she back up 80 feet? Him deleting the text, which also doesn't need to be third party culprit, but could be, why were you and Kenny in the car in the Sally Port with the car for that long? And definitely the gift. I thought that was as well, a little big thing that would really kind of drive all this home without having to go super, deeper into third party culprit, but just important. Like, that just speaks volumes to what was going on with, why are you secretly giving him a gift? And why is he secretly saying you can if he was just doing his job? What about you, Runkle?
The other thing I would have liked to see more of is the phone destruction and the SIM card destruction, because it also would have absolutely gutted Brennan at the end when he's like, what kind of expert deletes all their texts? And it's like, because all of us are sitting there going, well, all of the people in the house are getting rid of their phones, they're, whatever. But the jury hasn't really seen that in this trial. So, and I mean, I just raged at that, because it's like, who gets rid of their texts? I'm like, well, I use Signal for just about everything. And, deleting messages is, my Twitter deletes messages after about a month, and it just does that automatically. And, and it's fantastic. I've had people come at me to take a run at me, and the first thing they want to go do is dig through your DM or your posts from years ago to try to find something and it's like, well, it's not there. So, just doing all these things by ordinary practice is just, makes sense.
Man, like
So
Hank Brennan's thing with making Signal seem so nefarious, like just made me like sick to my stomach. I'm like, me personally, I have a deep distrust for the government, and post Patriot Act when they can get in and they're in our shit all the time. I have no reason not to use an encrypted app if I can use it, not because I'm trying to hide anything in particular, just because it's none of their business. Stay out of my business. And the way that he was able to try to portray that, and I don't know if it would resonate with the jury at all. Maybe because I know what Signal is, I was more offended by him trying to make it seem like Wolf and Allen were up to no good. It was just like, man, like that really bugged me. But kind of along that vein, I felt that Brennan absolutely opened the door with his questions in terms of the defense being able to state definitively who hired.
Oh, I thought that door was not just opened; it was,
blown
kicked.
off.
It
The
was blown
off
like
the casing.
yeah, they brought in the C4 to blow that door completely. And if I was the judge, I would have said, defense, go to town.
Yeah,
it's open. He opened it. You get to go and you get to say exactly who hired them.
Yes.
Because if he's going to hint that there's a because he was hinting intentionally that there is and the judge clearly allowed them to say it's not an insurance, you're not working for an insurance company, right?
Right.
Well, at the point where you're not working for an insurance company is relevant.
Right.
Then they've opened the door. If they made it that's relevant, then and Brendan did it on purpose.
Of course he did.
Why does the Commonwealth never have to deal with the consequences of their actions?
It's outrageous.
It's frustrating. And it's like, I always wonder if it's just us as defense attorneys that are sitting around. I mean, I've taken the beatings for 2 decades plus in terms of just having a clear understanding that the government has all the advantages. They have the money, they have the resources. They typically have, judges that are, going to side with them typically. And, so you kind of grow accustomed to it, but it doesn't ever make it okay to me. And, just seeing it on this level though, because when I came into it, Andrea, from us covering Richard Allen, where, we saw people still don't understand that we were looking at a judge on a different level of horrific bias.
Evil. Yeah.
Evil. And I'm sure you're talking about it occasionally in your lives. I'm like, look, I know y'all don't know that much about the Richard Allen case because it wasn't streamed, but trust us. This judge was next level evil, and
the malevolence that came from that bench, and not just at the defendant in the case and the defense lawyers, and so vicious, going after their livelihoods, going after their reputations. All of us out there, you will starve in this courthouse. You will shiver and suffer on the streets. There was a level of sadism from that judge that you don't see often. And
crazy,
taking people out of courtrooms, denying everybody access to everything.
Well, so Andrea would have to wait in line. All right, and she was her subs came through massively, and she had line sitters. But when Andrea would get into the courtroom, when they took the lunch break, everybody that had waited all night in line they couldn't go eat. They their space wasn't saved for the day. They would then have to go downstairs, run downstairs, and form another line in order to get a space for the afternoon. So it was
that's insane.
It was chaos. And the rules were changing constantly. You never had any idea what you were going to be told on any given day, what the rule was going to be to get in the courtroom. It was this combination of just arbitrary decisions about how things are going to be done, and then hands off. We're not going to decide anything logical. It's up on you guys to sort out things like how are you going to line up outside, and what's the rules of that whole situation going to be. So it's next level. Bev is not a good judge. She is not smart. She doesn't know the law. She doesn't care But it's mainly, you know, my read on Bev is mainly just she's a lazy bureaucrat. You know, she's politically connected. She got into this position for the perks and for the prestige. She resents like hell having to work to actually earn some of that. But she doesn't have that at least I don't see from my read. She doesn't have that drive like Gold does to literally like get enjoyment out of making everybody suffer in this process, like making it worse and painful, like,
and just a complete and total disregard for her role and doing it right. That it was next level.
She's just got such terrible judgment is the thing that to me is remarkable about Bev, because she's not unconscious of the Court of Appeals and the, you know, the potential that's out there that they're going to review it. And you see it with these little comments that she makes from time to time, like with the verdict form when they're going through the charge structure. I was affirmed on that, or this one hasn't been reversed yet, you know?
Yeah.
And so she is paying attention to it, but it's just her judgment from my perspective as the appellate lawyer of like, what should you be worried about in terms of a ruling that's going to stand up, and what should you not be worried about?
And this FBI one was a big one.
They don't compute. Yeah, they really. She just doesn't seem to me to get it when it comes to what is going to be opening up the door for somebody like me to come along and say, you know, you made a huge mistake here and it had massive consequences and so forth.
So would you consider one of those? Go ahead, Runkle.
I feel like that's part of why she doesn't want, you know, objection hearsay, but just objection.
Yeah.
Is because it allows her to sort of do the ruling at random thing.
Mm-hmm.
And later, you know, on appeal, unless they've actually gone up and said, well, we need to approach, none of those objections are going to be anything that they could argue, because it'll be like, well, you said objection. What was the objection? Was it like, you know, objection heresy? Because that's, you know, and it's like, well, I rejected it on that basis. We actually need to know what these are, and it really provides her with this like layer of shielding for any sort of appellate decision.
Yep.
And sometimes it seems like she's just ruling based on like, have I ruled for this side in a while? Like,
right.
You know, because she just like, she'll get an expression, she'll be like, I'm going to allow it. And it's like,
I'll allow it.
I mean, her whole thing with her never really sustaining anything, or like just the way she inserted herself into her judicial rulings was so bizarre to me. Like it was like if she was going to sustain objection, I'm like, when she turns around and asks a witness, can you answer that? I'm like, what in the fuck is she doing? That is not how this thing works.
A principal judge might say that you can't like do objection hearsay, etc., because they are really fastidious about what the jury sees. And but the thing is that principal judge would have three responses. You know, the three responses to objection would be, you know, sustained, overruled, or approach.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
That's it.
And that's all the jury would ever see. But
and there wouldn't be all this side commentary, you know, no comments, Mr. Jackson, you know, just whatever, all this other stuff that's going on right in the presence of this jury that she's supposed to be so concerned about.
And I'll allow it. And can you answer that is just so obnoxious.
It's so obnoxious. It drives me insane. Like,
right, all you needed to say is if the objection was overruled or sustained.
Right.
To your point.
Why
are you asking them? Why are you asking? Why?
Right. Why
should they? The question to you, Your Honor, was should they answer it?
So when that objection comes up, it's almost always because it's a loaded question. It's either got facts that are not in evidence that are in it, or it's asking for hearsay. It's something that otherwise there's a foundational defect to it.
Right.
And so that's almost always why she's like, well, can you answer that? Because if you think like a lawyer, which nobody but the lawyers does, but if you think like a lawyer and you just focus on the wording of that question, and the wording of the question is, do you know XYZ? You know, to a lawyer, you can know everything or nothing, depending on, you know, the needs of the circumstance.
Right.
But they don't understand that nuance, and
Right.
so maybe some of the experts will get it. We saw it with Rentschler when she tried it with him. He's like, no, that question doesn't make sense. I can't answer it. But other folks are not. You don't expect them to sit and parse. Well, do I know that? Do I not know that? I don't know. Can I answer that? It's just she should just sustain it as to the form and require him to re-ask it.
Yeah.
What do
Exactly.
you guys think about, you know, we always say, like, as defense attorneys, you never object during a closing or an opening because
I
it's
never
not
say
evidence.
that. I never say that.
I know, as an
You
appellate lawyer.
absolutely must object during closing when you are the defense lawyer, because the closing is like the opportunity. It's rife with prosecutorial misconduct. It happens all the time. They always go out of bounds. They always misstate the facts. They always misstate the law. They always shift the burden of proof. They always do all of these things that they're not allowed to do. And if you, the defense attorney, aren't objecting to them doing that during closing, I have an extremely difficult time with it then on appeal, because you've waived the issue. So I have to meet the higher standard of, like, it's constitutional and a manifest injustice and like all these difficult things. If you had just objected at the time, then we'd be able to point out all this stuff that the prosecutor argued was not in evidence. These facts weren't in evidence. It's improper, taints the jury. I got a much better case. So no, I've never been in that position. Defense lawyers object during closing.
Well,
we
try not to object over the little things, but there seems to me a lot of things in that closing that needed objections. When he is lying to the jury, for example, he says, I just tried to get Wolf to admit that the arm, you have to do a calculation. Wolf said that, and he kept saying it. He kept
Over and
saying,
over.
I've told you that, sir. You have to, there's a calculation to account for that. And Mr. Rentschler is going to explain that to you.
And Brennan kept saying, but then let's get back to my question. And my question is,
and then he
Oh,
would
I
be,
understand your opinion, sir, but let's get back to the question I asked.
yeah, if you're done being an advocate, let's talk about my question.
I've actually I had a prosecutor who was acting like Brennan, and I kept objecting to the various, and eventually the judge had a remedy, and the remedy I thought was a very appropriate one, which was the Crown, I gets up to continue asking, and the judge is like, no, your cross-examination has concluded. If you are not able to conduct an appropriate cross-examination, it is concluded and you are done. And they're like, and that was, they wanted to appeal it. And then the appeal division got a hold of it and looked at it, and they said, there's no way we can defend the cross-examination that was attempted here. We don't want to make bad case law that this is, so they dumped it.
Wow.
But I mean, the degree to which he was willing to engage in some pretty clear errors was tremendous to me. Like, what kind of expert gets a request to preserve his things and then deletes? And I'm like,
exactly. Object, I screamed. I'm like, object.
I would have been on my feet.
Yeah.
And I mean, my principle is I'll let the little stuff go.
Right.
But if you do big stuff during a closing, I will absolutely get to my feet. And I've had judges tell me, sit down, Mr. Runkle, I'm not going to let you interrupt. But the fact that you were getting up to object, they're like, we have to come back to this now. And then you can say, this is wrong. This is wrong. And I mean, get the curative instruction, if nothing else.
Right.
Mr. Brennan, in his closing argument, told you that this witness, was given the order and then deleted the text messages. That is not correct. The correct sequence of events is that apparently he deleted text messages and then was given an order to preserve them, and they were not there at the time.
As a matter of course. Like, why would
But did you guys notice she gave them that little instruction before they even started the closing, which was, it was almost like she's anticipating. She already knows they're going to be misstating the facts because she's like, I just want you to remind you that the lawyer's comments are not evidence. And so if anything they say differs from what you remember, it's your collective memory as a jury. So she had already washed her hands of curing any of these issues. She basically told them, go ahead and misstate the facts all you want. It's going to be on the jury to try to remember what happened.
And that's all I ever get. When I do object to misstate the facts, that's what the judge just says. What the lawyers are saying, every time I do it, they'll say that, repeat the same words. What the lawyers say here is not evidence. It's your memory that's the evidence. This is just the, blah, 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 blah. I've never gotten anyone to give a curative instruction like, what he just said was fucking wrong. He just lied to your ass, like Runkle said. But that was something very directly, clearly a lie that they could have pointed out. And there was a little burden shifting going on.
There was major burden shifting.
Oh,
I
yeah.
heard like a couple times. I'm sorry, in closing, there's like, everybody has shortcuts during a trial, right? Every lawyer knows. You hear, oh, I was, this she said, or I was told, or whatever, you're instantly on your feet, objection, hearsay. When the prosecutor is in closing and they say, no, there's no evidence, you are on your feet right now objecting because you have no burden to present any evidence at all. They do not get to shift like that.
Right.
Well, and when they say we don't know what happens, I mean, in a perfect world, courts everywhere, and I'm not just going to criticize
right now.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to criticize Judge Cannoni here because I don't know of any other judge that would do it either. But in a perfect world, when the prosecutor on close says, we don't know what happened here, the judge should just be like, okay,
case out.
I'm going to direct a verdict, jurors. The prosecutor has just formally admitted that we don't know what happens, and therefore an acquittal is the only result that you could return. And thank you for your service, jurors. I hope you found this to be as hilarious as I did, that the prosecutor just dunked on their own net. You know what? Because we're ending early, we're still going to get you lunch because we appreciate your,
Thank you for your time and effort.
Budget.
Do you think they renewed that motion on a sidebar or something? Because I didn't hear a motion for a directed finding at the end, and a motion on a verdict of.
No, I think he argued.
They did, yeah.
Oh, they did.
They did.
He renewed it at the end, but it was very brief.
I don't think you were on the stream, babe, at that point.
He knew exactly what the judge would do with it.
Right.
Of course.
I mean, just
like,
say the words.
Compelling as I thought two of the motions dismissed were, where I was pretty adamant if the judge was on the up and up, if all things being equal, even in a light most favorable to the Commonwealth, two of them should have been granted because they were irremediable. Like, to me, and speaking of which, in terms of the curative instruction that she decided to give on the fucking hoodie, I mean, were you guys losing your mind on that shit? Like, she cured nothing with that instruction.
I don't know that I would have granted the motion to dismiss.
Right.
But I would have been like, Brennan, you are going to get a curative instruction that you are going to feel. And you might have some difficulty sitting down for the next week after this curative. And I don't want to hear you say boo about it.
Right.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have just seen Mr. Brennan present a shirt, and he suggested to this witness that these holes could have been caused by road rash. That suggestion was false, and it was inappropriate. Mr. Brennan knew that these holes were caused by the ME. There is no way that these could be road rash because these holes were caused at a known date that is after the alleged collision. Nevertheless, he made the decision to suggest that to you, and I want to disabuse you in the strongest terms of drawing any inference that this could possibly be road rash, because that was false, it was incorrect, and it was inappropriate. Jurors, because when you just say, I
would have loved that
happened
instruction. I would have been fine. I would have been like, oh, well, thank you. Finally.
Yeah. And I mean, at that point, you've got jurors going,
ooh, right.
But instead, the curative was like this little throwaway, like, you know, and the juror was probably sitting there like, what? Sorry, I missed it. Somebody farted and I couldn't hear you over the fart. And the fart was actually longer than your curative. So
we saw a lot of, I think, the curtain being pulled back over the last few days of trial, and the lack of interest in the curing the misconduct was really just one of those, because to me that was such a big throwback to the pretrial motion to dismiss the degrade, you know, the prosecutorial misconduct, and how, you know, that didn't even raise an eyebrow in terms of maybe we should ask some questions about why did we get so many different stories about this Sally Port video and who did in fact have it, and how did it end up stuck in Proctor's file for all this time. And Mr. Lally, you certified that you did a diligent search for everything that was discoverable, and you didn't produce this. What's the explanation for that? There's no curiosity at all when it comes to sorting out the Commonwealth misconduct. And to me, that's been, like, we all know there's like no big reveal that Bev is biased here, but to me it just really showed the operation of it. Look, she's lazy, she doesn't want to work, she likes her shortcuts, and the Commonwealth is right. It is a shortcut that works for her. It's very easy for her. Those are her friends, those are the people that she has to deal with all the time in court. It makes it very easy for, if we just go along with the Commonwealth, and things would go smoothly and we wouldn't have to work so hard. It's because you, the defense, are in here, you know, kicking and putting up resistance. That's what's making this so difficult for everybody. We're having to work on the weekends, all of that stuff.
Stay past
It just
4.
reveals the attitude so clearly.
Yeah, and you know, that was something that Bob and I were screaming about with the inverted video. How in the hell does Hank just say the words, "It was inverted before, here's another video"? Where is the paperwork that this thing was repaired? Where is one inverted video that was tendered to another lawyer, produced in discovery, shown in court, or has the metadata still that predated this? We never saw, she didn't even have a hearing on it. She just let him say it was inverted. If you inverted that one, who's the fuck to say you didn't just invert that other one? Like, show me one you produced.
It was what he does all the time. He just says shit. And there was no requirement by Cannoni for him to prove anything up ever. And that was the most disturbing thing. And to your point, Andrea, like the fact
Your Honor,
is
I will
that,
get to the DNA evidence. Never
like,
gets the DNA evidence.
All these dudes, including Yanetti, who's a Massachusetts lawyer, are all strangers in a strange land in that courthouse, and they were treated as such. And to your point, Andrea, all those people that are in that courtroom, aside from Brennan, obviously, but Lally, McLaughlin, they're there every day. She's like, these are, like you said, these are her people. These are who she brushes shoulders with constantly. And her just complete lack of any kind of comeback adds to the Commonwealth as to anything that they were doing. Like we all say it all the time. We're like, where's her grave concern with respect to, but even not like, I'll take anything even below a grave concern, just
any concern,
mild curiosity would, like, I'm so like, curious. I mean, anything would have happened. It was crazy to me. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Wanted potentially criminal says, and she's talking about Karen here. Every single second, things get quiet in her mind. The fact that she is staring, that this is staring her down, jumps into the forefront of her thoughts. This grinds down people. Most assuredly. And 100%. From one of your viewers, KD Cat, has her driver's license been suspended for 3 years? Does that count towards an OUI possible conviction time served? No, right? As far as you know,
I don't know how Massachusetts law works, but typically not. Like typically, it might serve against like any license suspension that she would get ordered as
not even in Illinois. It wouldn't.
Not here.
Well, that's the Secretary of State. It's completely different operate.
Okay.
You know, it's
So we have two things in Washington. Like you'll have court initiated stuff, and you'll have Department of Licensing doing its own thing. But if they both suspend you for the same DUI, they'll end up running concurrent. So, I mean, you know, maybe something like that. But generally, unless you are getting subject to some kind of restriction that's sort of equivalent to confinement, a restriction on your liberty. You're on home detention. You're wearing an ankle bracelet. You have a curfew. You have
Right.
to, report to
Same here.
where you're allowed to be and so forth.
Right.
Then generally it's not pretrial restraint is not considered the same kind of, incarceration that being in jail pretrial is. So it's like, thanks for the 3 years that you just, spent not being able to live your
Some
life
shit.
normally,
Right.
but
Right.
it's not something that you get any credit for.
Yes,
Exactly.
same thing here. And David James says in New York, they can't even charge DUI when they don't test within an hour of arrest. Don't ask me how I know that. They've got to test within an hour here too, right, babe? That hour is a thing for a lot of places.
Yeah, post arrest. Yeah,
Mhm.
they're required to retest when they get back at the station. I think it's 90 minutes here in Illinois.
We have 2 hours in Washington.
Yep. Jay Coop over from your
It's
channel.
complicated here.
Yes, sounds like it.
I mean, you all hate drinking and driving up there. That is very, very clear. I bet, I'm curious, what is the amount of DUI fatalities up there? Is it super low because the harshness?
I don't
of the
think it's that
penalties?
much lower, honestly. It's I don't know. I mean, I have very little faith that the criminal justice system actually accomplishes much in terms of, saving lives or anything
Deterrence?
like that in
Yeah.
a larger
Just,
sense.
Yeah.
Because I mean, a lot of the fatalities are from people who are on like their 5th driving ban.
Mhm.
And so it's like, and they may have even done some time for it. Like their 2nd impaired, they did, a month. Their 3rd, they did 3 months. Their 4th, they did 6 months. And their 5th, they did a year. And, they get released. And what do? They have a big I'm out of jail party. And they drink heavily.
hammered.
They get in a car and then they, wipe somebody out on the road, right? It's whereas a lot of the people who we actually are catching are people who are like, they're just over the limit and you would never have detected them but for testing and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't know how much we're actually solving with that, but I mean, maybe some. I'm not really sure, but I'm not going to say like stop doing the enforcement or anything. I'm just not really sure that it actually accomplishes as much as we'd like it to do. So,
I mean, to me, there is no more disproportionately punished crime than the DUI in our country in general. In terms of,
you got 10 years from the first.
I mean, well, yeah, I mean, but I'm
nobody's
saying,
ever gotten 10 years for the first. Like it's a theoretical possibility.
Because we're
nobody's ever
talking about a
received it.
misdemeanor here, and in terms of the punishment that is meted out with DUIs, even on supervision, like in supervision again, like here, that's what we call it when it's like delayed prosecution. It's wherein, if you take care of the things that are agreed to in the plea deal, they drop the case at the end and you don't get the
It
conviction.
counts on your driving record. If you get another, it's
Right.
a
It never
second,
goes away on there.
But
Right. It never goes away
you
there.
don't
But
get
it's just disproportionate to every other misdemeanor that exists in terms of the amount of punishment they mete out with DUIs. And, I guess I give MAD a lot of credit for that. I mean, I think it was their lobby, like Mothers Against Drug Driving, that really went in and started hammering in, like kind of nationally, like these laws where they're really hammering in. Because, I mean, what other case can you think of wherein they were able to skirt due process by increasing the penalty in terms of a summary suspension, wherein you're automatically, if you refuse to blow in Illinois, you're not suspended 6 months, which is by the board. If you refuse to blow, you're automatically suspended for a year, and it's based just on a sworn statement by a cop, and that's it. And that's done by the Secretary of State. So they've completely snaked around due process of the law with just this, like, and every one of them reads the exact same. Every sworn statement I've ever seen, it's like they're taught the exact language. Oh, it's slurred speech. It's glassy eyes.
Bloody, watery eyes, odor of intoxicants.
That's it.
On
It's
his
the same
breath.
shit.
Well, here in Canada, they've changed the law so that they can demand you provide a breath sample for no reason at all. They don't need any indicia of impairment or of even consumption. They pulled you over. And I'm concerned because I've got asthma, and I'm like, I don't know how this goes if I have to blow in the thing. But the penalties for refusal to provide a sample are lockstep to the penalties for if you blow over. So if you refuse to provide a sample in a case where somebody died, then you face the same punishment as if you blew over in a situation where somebody died. So it can be pretty serious.
That's crazy.
And so,
stay out
as
of
a
Canada.
lawyer, your advice is always blow. Like you gotta
blow. Andrea, J. Coop wants to know, should we be worried if there's no verdict yet?
I wouldn't be worried. I'm not worried. I didn't expect anything today, guys. That's why, I woke up, I slept in this morning. It was great. I slept all the way in for like the luxury hour of like 5:30 or something. And, have a nice slow morning. I spend some time with my trees, all this good stuff. It's wonderful because nothing's happening, guys. And I know nothing's going to happen. And I check in on Twitter every once in a while because, of course, Twitter is like breaking news now. It's just where you get it anymore.
Yep.
And nothing's happening, and I see the mood. I see the mood. I understand people are nervous, people are anxious, people think it's very easy and it should be very fast. But I never expected a verdict today. My prediction was really always that they're going to take at least a day to just go through everything before they even really start talking about what do they think and where do they want to go with it. This has been a long trial, guys. It's a lot of evidence. Juries take their job very seriously. They want to get it right. They want to be diligent. They don't want to just come in and half-ass it. It deserves more than that.
100%. I agree. I think like my kind of estimation was tomorrow, right around lunch, I think would be what I consider for the length of this trial to be an appropriate amount of time for them to go on through a majority of the evidence together in terms of deliberations. And if it starts getting towards the end of the day tomorrow, then I'm starting to think we got a battle going on back there, but like in terms of just doing the work, which all lawyers want them to do the work. We want them to do the work. Because like I saw Carl Steinbeck was like, God, they're gonna be back at the end of the day on Friday. I'm like, what?
No.
Prediction, dude.
Yeah, we all want that, but as far as a prediction, it's just not likely. You can't bet on that. So
I knew there wasn't going to be anything Friday because even if they all walked in and were like, we are absolutely sure she's not guilty, right? And everybody nods, they'd be like, okay. There is no way we're walking right out here and, in the face of the family and so forth and delivering a verdict in 6 minutes. It's just not happening. And,
Andrea,
there are juries who've been interviewed who have said, like, literally, we just sat there for a while because we thought that we should not come out right away. I would be shocked if we get anything before lunch, because even if they get a verdict at 9 a.m., they're going to wait and hold out for their free lunch.
And I'm thinking we got to get a question before we get a verdict. I don't know why I feel like that. And I know
Allie wants her questions. Like she demands questions. She wants questions. Andrea, I was trying to remember, didn't we have a similar circumstance with Alan, like on the first day of deliberations? Didn't they call it short because they didn't want to get into because we were all, that was the first day, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Where they went back kind of like later, mid-afternoon.
Yeah, they did. It was like 3:30 or something. Yeah. They called a short into the day.
Yep.
And then I think they went the whole next day without anything. And then it was after that we started getting the questions, and that's where the unease starts to bubble up about what's going on here and why is it so difficult.
Yeah.
So did you guys think it was defense attorney Meow says, with Brennan stealing AJ's closing from last time, is that done? I've never seen it happen before. We always see them pick something that we say in that closing. That's almost every time I say something, I try to remember to be like, and I know they're going to get up and try and take this sentence that I've said. And I always forget to do it somehow, like to try and rip that away from them. But they do that all the time. Whatever I used as my like tagline in my closing. but so odd that he built his closing around last time's closing. Don't you think?
We see that more often here because we have more retrials because
Really?
the prosecutors can appeal a conviction here.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And so you'll see them do things like clearly prepare for your last trial. And sometimes it gets funny because you get some prosecutors can pivot, some prosecutors cannot pivot. And I had a prosecutor argue extensively that there was no evidence of my client's alibi, notwithstanding the fact that between trial 1 and trial 2, we'd found 2 actual independent alibi witnesses who were able to testify. And it was just like, you completely missed that this is a different trial, right? So it's not super unusual to me.
Yeah, but he did seem to miss it this time because he focused a lot on like that whole look away. I guess
Look the other way. Yeah, he did. He straight up cribbed the look the other way, and it was just, for me, it summed up the Darvo prosecution. You know, we're gonna just turn around. We're gonna steal what the defense does and appropriate it. We're gonna, you know, accuse the defense of all the bad stuff that we do. And so forth. Hey, the Sharpie S gel with the blue is in fact my favorite. I just accidentally grabbed a box of the black, and so I was stuck with those for like my last few days of trial. It was heartbreaking, but it's okay. I soldiered through it.
Thanks, Martha. Thanks, Martha. Brad Blankenship says, if Karen is acquitted, could lawsuits be impending? If so, against who? I'll let either one of you go.
Proctor is the main target. We went through on the last week of the stream on my channel. We went through the Ninth Circuit Court has this wonderful 1983 outline that they produced. It's one of those things where the staff attorneys have gone and created like a manual, like everything you would need to know about how to sue the government for depriving you of your rights. And it's actually really everything you'd want to know about how you can't do that, right? There's a law that says that you can, but there's 250 pages of this outline with all the case law that tells you why and how you can't. But anyway, so we went through a lot of that the last couple of weeks of trial. And this was mainly why, because the first thing that you have to show if you were prosecuted after some kind of action that is a deprivation of your civil rights, you have to show termination favorable to you, the claimant. And so it doesn't necessarily have to be acquittal, but it just can't result in a prosecution. So if she walks away with an acquittal, that you know, that element is met. It just kind of also maybe goes to show a little bit about some of the urgency to try to get her on something, to try to get her convicted on something, to preserve
the
an
OUI.
argument
She
that,
can't sue on that
yep,
basis.
exactly. Take away the lawsuit.
Yep.
And there have been cases where that has been something like trivial, like, okay, we can't get you on like the you know, murder of a police officer, but we can get you on spray painting a wall. So,
right.
you know, it's like, okay, great.
Nick Starrow says, physics is not a conspiracy theory. If any still say there was a collision, prove physics wrong, go outside, flap your arms, and see if you can fly.
Or better yet, just blast off into outer
Blast
space.
off into outer space.
But first, you got to paint those arms blue because
right. Got to be blue first. Beagle Rescue's mom from your channel, Andrea, says, I think I remember from first trial, the lesser included were mandatory.
So they're not mandatory. They are optional. I was able to verify that. It's just that they seem to have a lot of discretion that everybody can ask for them. And there's no real recourse. If you don't want them and they give them anyway, it's like a too bad, so sad. So I don't think that they're mandatory, but for practical purposes, they may treat them that way, or maybe Bev treats them that way.
I've never had a judge. I've never even looked into whether a judge can do it here because I've never had a judge say.
We have different law on this in Washington where the judge is getting very much out of the judicial role to instruct on a lesser included that is not that's not requested by one of the parties. If either party requests it and the standards met, then you have a right to it. But the judge doesn't get to just decide themselves in spite of like the theory and the strategy and everything of the parties that I'm going to go ahead and do this regardless of what they think.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I've never
All
seen
right,
it.
y'all. It sounds like, and there's nothing to be read into it, but it's there. People are saying the defense team is headed back to court.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I'm
it's 4 o'clock, so I'm guessing that everybody's being brought in to send everybody
Calling
home
it a
as
day,
opposed to a
right.
verdict.
and I got the court TV's got the camera outside. So I'm looking at that right now.
I do also want to mention, because I know I've seen a lot of comments going through about there's no court on Thursday because it's Juneteenth, it's a federal holiday, and I think there was some confusion about court on Friday or not. Sue O'Connell is saying, according to court staff, there will be court on Friday. So hopefully it won't matter because we'll be done by then, but just in case.
Right. So there is
It's
no
on the
court
horizon.
on Thursday, right?
No court on Thursday.
You
Okay.
might see some pressure to come to a verdict like Wednesday evening because they might be
Yeah.
like, we want to be done by,
Right.
for the days off. And if it would be even more so if Friday wasn't going to be a court day.
That's true. Hope says, love this panel, and Allie and Bob so cute together. Thank you. Free Karen.
Oh, imagine you guys in person. Like in person, it's so adorable. You like almost choke up a little bit.
Oh, that's
Aw,
so
you're so
sweet. From
All right,
Andrea's
one question I've been asking everybody: do you guys think that they dirtied Proctor up enough for not having called him?
Yeah, I think they did a
Yeah.
genius job. And I was kind of saying from the beginning, as soon as it wasn't clear that the defense was going to call him, I'm like, I love that. I love the invisible boogeyman, that you can just project anything you want to on him. All they have are the texts and just the attitude, the decision making, the choices. There's no explanation for any of it, no justifying any of it. You've got this surrogate that they've put up on the stand with Yuri, who is
why that little gift would have been just a sprinkle of gift to his wife Tess mentioned earlier.
But that's the thing. If you put him on the stand, then the jury is asking, well, here's this real person, this real flesh and blood person. And what do I think of them? And would they really do that? And people just tend to be disinclined to believe that about other people. It's much easier to think about something you've imagined up. So I loved that call. I thought they handled that extremely well.
All right.
I think they got what they needed to. The only one, like I mentioned before, that was like, oh, I hate leaving that on the table is the gift one.
Right.
But they had so much already with just the bias and the decision making, the cutting corners, the weird shady shit with the why not just put this stuff in evidence. I mean,
Right. Exactly.
what do you think, Bob? Did they dirty him up enough?
I'll let Runkle go first, and then I'll get in. I'll jump in.
I was initially not super thrilled with the decision not to call him, and I've really come around on that one, and especially because watching the way Brennan was cross-examining like Deaver and so forth, which was basically Brennan testifies and then gets the witness to go, yes, and then Brennan testifies some more and then gets the witness to say, yep, that too. Brennan would have done a real job at, A, humanizing Proctor, B, explaining everything away. I think it would have been a mistake to call Proctor. And as the sort of mystery boogeyman, they've got his texts, and his texts are going to look bad. And they may see the other stuff in the text that they might go, because they didn't cover every text, but they put in a whole bunch of texts, and they might be sitting there going, the one thing I thought that they should have done in the closing was to note, you've seen his texts, and they are so bad that his best friend was sitting in court and would not repeat them.
Wouldn't read them.
His best friend would not allow those words to come out of his mouth because
They're so bad that
foul.
even the prosecutor turns out didn't have the balls to go
To
ahead
say the
and
C
read
word.
Yeah.
of your own lead investigator. You didn't even have the balls to say it, what he said.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
No, for sure.
So my thought, same, but for me, kind of my light bulb moment in terms of you can't put Proctor on definitively is when Hank
crossed Barrows. Like, so, because I said it on our channel, I'm like, all right, as soon as, because Barrows, dude's a Dighton cop, he's independent, he's got no reason to come in there to lie. The guy's like on the up and up. He's what you want cops to be. He's just coming in there seemingly as truthful as the day is long. And Hank did a nice job doing, dirtying him up a little bit in terms of his memory and his recollection. And I'm like, at that point, I'm like, all right. I said, this is a guy who lives for crossing cops, as all defense attorneys do. We love to cross cops. And Ian, to your point, when you know that Hank is going to take advantage of being able to create whatever narrative he wants about Proctor in terms of trying to rehabilitate him as much as he can, he's going to do it. And he would have created any kind of story he wanted. It made it impossible for them to put him on. And I agree, Andrea. I think that there was enough done with Proctor. I think that the most powerful text, as much as I agree with both of you guys on the gift thing, that's a tasty little tidbit that's really hard to explain that I would love to have gotten in there. But the she's fucked is powerful. He's a Boston cop. He's going to be fine. Powerful shit. And then you stick him behind the Lexus in the Sally Port, like a weird specter back there. You get it out that the guy had his hand on every piece of evidence. You have it that he's got pieces of, collected evidence in his car for months. You got a lot in there that was really, really powerful. And I think that Alan, I agree, Andrea. I think that they're playing it kind of like Spielberg does. I always make this analogy Spielberg did with Jaws in the first half of the movie. You didn't see that fucking shark and you didn't need to. You were terrified of that beast. Because they gave you enough to know that you should be afraid of it. And I feel that it's the same thing with Proctor. And I hope that it hits home because he's the X factor. As much as I didn't want them to bring up the conspiracy and at the level that they did the first trial, because I thought the science was that powerful. I thought, like, why murky it up with creating this quasi de facto burden for yourself and having to prove this conspiracy when you have this exceptionally powerful evidence, and just let the jury come to their own conclusions on it by what they've led them to. I thought they did a masterful job with that. I think that they laid that foundation for the jury to make those conclusions on their own. And I'm just hoping that it sunk in, but I have no reason to think that it won't, because I thought Alan's closing, in all honesty, was a masterpiece. I really did. And it's like, I'm a law dork, so I'm sitting there like on the edge of my yoga ball, just sitting there like, it's amazing. I mean, then within like 3 minutes of Hank's shit, I'm looking at my phone. Like, to me, that's the litmus test. Like I was riveted by Alan and his closing and Hank, and I didn't want to look away from Hank. I really wanted to be riveted by his shit because I was fascinated. Like we were talking about this. I'm like, I can't wait to see how this guy's going to handle this shit show that he's put on. Like, how is he going to me, like from a purely legal perspective, I'm like, man, I can't wait to see what he's going to try to do. Is he going to be able to correct this turd? And, so like, he couldn't do it, man.
Yeah. Well,
I thought Alan struggled a bit in the first third, but then he was so good for the remaining 2/3 of his close that by the end of it, I was sitting there going, I remember there was a bunch of stuff I didn't like in the first third, and I actually had to go back and rewatch it to figure out, like, why was I thinking that? Because he did such a good job of, like, once he gets into his stride, and I think that the weakest part was, Higgins and showing us the video of the grab ass. And I was going, yeah, this isn't really landing to me because I don't see this as like, I see this
incriminating. It's not incriminating. Like, guys do that kind of thing. It's not that big a deal.
Constantly.
It was more suspicious at the door when they were leaving. It was like, at least there was something there. Like, it seemed like a little angst, and like he grabbed him by the arm. Like there was something there, but but we had a friend who's a lawyer, and he said he found that fake wrestling very suspicious.
I would have said something along the lines of, this kind of horseplay can turn into a real fight real fast. Because the number of times I've seen
That's
situations
true.
where people are at a bar and they're having fun and they're, joshing each other and then
Play sparring.
Yeah.
well, and then suddenly, they're sitting there, they're doing this, and suddenly somebody accidentally, because they're super sauced, is gonna throw a fake punch, but he boops the guy on the nose, and then the other guy's like, "You what?" And then now they're, now people are getting punched.
Gets a
people are
little too
getting glassed.
enthusiastic with the abdominal thrusting, and he's like, "What? I'm not your mom. What did
If
you
you
what did you think
guys
I am
saw-
here?" And
No. Now we need to bring this up. Hold on.
They put that shit to shame. It would be
Wait,
absurd. I'd
Bob.
be convicted of everything if you saw pictures of me and my friends when we're hanging out. And I'm talking about my dude, like Gara and the crew. It's insane. We can't keep our hands off each other. It's constant headlocks and all kinds of shit. And it's and I'm a 55-year-old man. I'm too
you
old
guys
for
are
that
crazy.
shit. And it still never ends.
When
It's
Andrea says the words thrust, I'm sorry, Bob. I needed to cut you off immediately. I have never laughed so hard when Andrea said,
"Oh, that."
Yeah, we know
phenomenal.
about thrusting, Brennan, and we wish your mother didn't do it. I was like, oh my God. No,
yeah,
didn't.
that one got clipped. That one made it to the Twitterverse. It was
Look,
great.
if he's gonna feed me up a softball like that, I'm gonna swing at it. Okay,
That was awesome. But there was a couple things that I thought was missing from Alan's closing that I would have liked to see focus on a little more, like the length of the drive to One Meadows, and that the longer that they want to keep pushing out his last movement, the shorter the drive is for her to get there. And we kind of talked about that. The key cycles, Hank didn't even touch them.
No one
that was
touched
his
them.
whole case. But
Yeah.
I still think there was something there. But Higgins' car parked. I understand that there were two witnesses who said it wasn't there, but at least there was the one who said it was. And I wish that would have been something they could have gotten in. I mentioned that earlier, but there was at least something there he could have used from Jen McCabe saying that the car was parked there.
That's a tough one, though, the Higgins Jeep one, just because I thought Maxon was so
I know
believable. I just
sure.
out of everybody they put on the stand, she just really struck me as an earnest, truthful person who I don't know how that plays out. I guess from the defense side of it, we don't really care.
Well, then I just wish Higgins would have got they could have called Higgins just for that. But I understand Andrea's goes right to Andrea's point. He's better as an unseen boogeyman.
Okay, I'm sorry, but when he shows up at trial and the jurors Karen said that guy is hot, no, no, sorry, guilty.
It diminishes her credibility because she assessed him as hot.
Right.
But so one thing I didn't like, so when AJ argued that the glass came from inside the house, that when the police came and he wasn't wearing a jacket and they had a glass that could have come from the kitchen. I think he should have clarified there because the police didn't know yet. They didn't know yet that John O'Keefe had brought a glass, because then Brennan was able to flip it around and make it seem like, even though that's not what the defense was saying, that the defense was trying to pull the wool over the jury's eyes when the glass came, when John O'Keefe actually brought the glass. So I wish he would have just clarified that right there and been like, at that time, they didn't know yet that the glass came from the bar. They should have been asking to get in.
100%. Because what is your inference if somebody's found with a glass near them in front of a house? I mean, without knowing anything about what happened the night preceding, your natural instinct is to be like, well, clearly he was in the house. Right. I mean,
I guess I'm the only person whose first instinct was, where the fuck is the rest of the glass? Where's the rest of the glass? Where's the rest of the glass?
Right.
Where is it?
Been saying,
and the thing is
If
that
it's
actually
not on the front yard, isn't that why we should be going to look in the house? Where is it?
That actually probably would have been enough to get the warrant too. When they say we couldn't have gotten a warrant, because they're we found a partial broken glass, and we believe that there may be evidence of the remainder of the glass or similar glasses found inside the house. I've seen warrants granted on, we just want to see if this glass matches the other drinking glasses that are found in the house,
Right,
because if
there's
they're
a
the
knife
same,
found in the driveway. We need to go see if they've got similar knives in the home.
Similar
Exactly.
cutlery.
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
And so I think they could have gotten the warrant on that,
Mm-hmm.
and then, you know, go in, have a look. We're only allowed to look for anything that could hold a glass or a fragment of a glass.
Right.
It's like,
and that was
while
the
you're
point.
in there, you're gonna see or hear a dog.
Right.
Don't mind us breaking their clothes.
But that's what the defense's point was. And then Hank was able to twist it around and make it seem like the defense was trying to hide the fact, or make it seem like that glass didn't come from the bar when they all saw him walk out with it from the bar. And then I didn't like that he insisted she didn't say I hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Just say it. Who cares? Even if she said I hit him, it doesn't mean anything. You heard the trauma response. Like I didn't like, just don't say she absolutely didn't say I hit him and she only said, did I hit him? Just say.
and Brennan did an excellent job eliciting that trauma response thing. If you assume that he was working for the defense team,
Right.
because if he's on the prosecution, then that was a real fuck up.
The defense would have never been able to get that in. Ever. Ever. He really
Never in a million
stuck it
years.
right in his own ass with that one.
That
And
was,
then-
I loved that moment, because that, to me, that was the moment when Dr. Russell really blossomed now into an expert witness. You are now officially an expert. You have handed the prosecutor their own ass when they came at you with something that was unexpected, and you were on it. You turned it around. You got that win. That's the mark of a good expert. We saw Rentschler jump on that. We saw La Posada jump on that. They're old hats. They've testified a million times.
Man, I love
that was her like birth moment.
Right. And Hank was trying so hard to not to be the opposite of the defense and let them just say things. She said, I'll answer you if you want. He should have said, we'll save that for your, but he said, go ahead.
Yeah,
and
go
he
ahead.
did that every time he did that. And he shouldn't have. He got his ass handed to him because he was trying to show I'm letting the experts answer the questions. Well, you're also fucking your own case.
You really shouldn't do that. Like it's rule 101 in trial. You never
Especially
let
when
the
she
opposing
says-
witness explain. Never let them explain.
She said, I can answer that if you want. I mean, she told him, you don't want me to say this. And he said, go for it.
Yeah.
The way I always explain this to like new lawyers when I'm is never ask a question that where the answer could hurt you. And so there are times when I want a witness to explain, and that is when they're on their like fourth version of events this trial.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, please explain. Like,
Explain
I had
away. The floor is yours.
I had a trial where the prosecutor objected because I asked the complainant to. I just was like, can we take it back to the beginning and tell the story again? And they're like, objection. He's done this like 4 times. And the judge is like, and he's this old sort of crotchety guy, but he's like, while the questions are repetitive, I think Mr. Runkle is entitled to keep asking until the answers become repetitive.
Yeah.
And
get a consistent answer to his consistent question.
That was like subtle hint, prosecutor, you're not winning this one.
No, you're not. But then my other issue was, well, first of all, the hydraulics. The extra 2 inches, I thought that needed to be focused on more, that the whole blueprint was just off. But the big one for me was the arm. I thought it was a perfect opportunity for Alan Jackson to set Brennan up and say, what about Brennan asking Wolf over and over again about the arm weight, the 50% arm weight that his own expert used.
Yeah.
His own expert used it. He tried to convince you. He tried to impeach that witness. He tried to make him seem not credible for using the same weight percentage that his expert used and that you heard Rentschler explain is standard. There is a formula built in to do it. And I bet you he's going to get up here after this and try and tell you again how Wolf was wrong because he couldn't answer why he used the 50% arm. I
But the
would have
thing
liked
is,
him
Welcher
to,
used 2 dummies in his testing.
Right.
So you have to address the second dummy as well.
So those were the couple of things that, to me, but obviously, he did a great closing. And Andrew Hansen from your channel thinks Dean Winters from All Star Chaos Guy should play AJ.
Oh, so he's the chaos guy. He's
Chaos
the
guy.
dude. He was in a couple of flicks that I really liked from back in the 90s. It was like maybe the Brothers McMullen. Like I always liked him, and he kind of like drifted.
They're in the courthouse.
All right, I'm pulling it
Stuff's
up.
happening.
Pulling it up.
I got it up. It's right there.
Where? Oh, sorry.
Oh, now it went away.
My fault. All right, we're back.
Let's see if we can make us on the sides. So
She's got her White Claws at the ready.
See, it's still humid over there in Massachusetts.
Thick.
All right, jurors, we appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your heads. Beautiful day. Get some fresh air, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay?
Have a White Claw.
All right, so
man.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Not even a question.
Not
Not even a-
unexpected.
No.
Not unexpected.
I think it was totally expected.
Yeah. Let it play just in case she's got something to say to the.
She's not
lawyer.
saying shit. She's running to her claws in her chambers.
I think we might see something happen tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at too. That's where
Yeah.
I'm at too.
Right when I'm in court, I got to be in court an hour away at 1:30.
Hey, it's either that or while we're at Great
All right.
America for
So we'll see everybody tomorrow morning, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
I kind of hope we don't get a verdict tomorrow, though, because I have a thing tomorrow evening.
Yeah, that kind of hurts the recap.
Yeah, I've got a, what is it? I do fundraising for like every year for the children's hospital, and they're like, please come out to a dinner to say thank you. And it's like, I can't blow that off. That's not, that would not be a good idea. So yeah.
Hold on, I'm moving.
You can't be like, you
Bob
mean the
Alessi's
tens of
flexing.
thousands I raised for you last year wasn't enough for you people?
Well, it's actually kind of funny because they have a challenge coin for the Stollery Children's Hospital, and the highest level they have on it is a 10,000 coin, and they're like, "We're gonna need to do another one of these because
We need the Runkle coin. The Runkle coin.
Yes, the Runkle coin.
Yeah,
I'm up to a $250,000 at this point." For
Yeah, I mean you're pretty epic, dude. So like here, this is the one thing that it was probably my biggest criticism, but I was thrilled that he brought it up because I thought it was such a huge, to me, it was low key one of the biggest pieces of evidence that came in terms of his argument was the fact that if the diffuser is cracked, that light does not illuminate at all. And I would have liked to have seen him beef that up just a little bit because it's determinant. The Commonwealth can't have it both ways. You can't have that thing shattered in the front lawn of 34 Fairview and then have that taillight illuminating at 5:07 in the morning or whenever the hell she's leaving John's house. You can't have both things because
I mean the
light
thing I
doesn't
really
work.
wish that they'd done the video clip where Brennan is like, and stop.
Yeah.
And then it's like,
Oh, no, wait,
you know,
back up.
don't-
No, wait,
don't you see
not
a
there,
whole bunch
not
of white
there,
here?
back up.
I would have liked them to be like, okay, we're going to go through frame by frame. Red, 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 white, red, red, red. Okay, so Mr. Brennan clearly stopped it on the only white frame in this because it's when you actually watch it like in slow motion and you watch it go through, it's pretty clear that it's a red tail light that catches a reflection of something, probably a house light, and that makes it look white briefly. But you can see red before, you can see red after, And I'm like, this is highly misleading.
Yeah.
And I would have loved to see the lawyers go, well, let's you agree that 2 frames before it's red, right? And you agree that 6 frames after it's also red, right?
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
But if the diffuser's cracked, it's black. There is no illumination
No,
at
right.
all. Not red,
Yeah.
not white, no nothing. And it's like that Be in Trouble 31 when he did the testing. That was what clued me in on it. And that was what I was begging for the first time. Like, I didn't realize until I knew that ARCA couldn't do any additional testing. Cause I'm like, why are they showing us how this? Cause LEDs, man, it's a whole different beast. There is no glass in there. It's like them interchanging glass and plastic was irritating the shit on me. Both sides did it a little bit, but there is no glass in that taillight anywhere. It's all plastic, all of it. But to me, that it's such a powerful point because there is a gap. They got into it. They're talking about, from the cover, the red cover to where the diffuser is, there's an inch there for that kind of shattering to have that thing be found in that lawn wherein they're showing you. And it's the clear plastic piece with the little bumps, the thing that Lally opined maybe caused the scratches on John's arm in the first trial. You can't have that be in the lawn, because if it's in the lawn at that point in time, then that right passenger tail light is not illuminating at all. At all.
I don't know how it gets to the lawn no matter what, under any circumstances, under any scenario, how the inner.
Well, and that to me, there were like the things that the defense didn't talk about in closing that I would have liked to have seen more. We're a little bit about the law enforcement story in this, the investigation, this evidence, how it appears, where it appears. Okay. We heard that of all of the taillight pieces that were collected, Ashley Valier went and did the reconstruction, and she's able to put 23 of those pieces of taillight back together onto Karen's. So what are the other 24 pieces then that you found on the on the Lard? I want to hear about the missing taillight. Tell me about the missing taillight, okay? Because that has no business being anywhere on the grass. That just reminds us, okay, all of this went through Uri and Proctor's hands, and it went through Uri and Proctor's hands while they are unsupervised on their own, not, being accountable to anybody or anything. Let's talk about some of the other stuff that has just gotten weird when law enforcement gets a hold of it. Like, I don't know, the Ring camera video that should have Karen leaving that morning with Jen and Carrie, and that's mysteriously missing, and it should have her leaving that afternoon for Dighton. And that is also mysteriously missing. And then there's the Sallyport video with the mysterious 43 minutes missing off of the video. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more focused on those types of details, because no, we're not going to go into the nitty gritty of the argument of the conspiracy and the cover up to nearly the extent we did the last trial, but we want the jury to be asking those questions themselves. I mean, ideally, that's going to be the most persuasive process, is the one where it crosses the jury's mind independently. Okay. You don't have to tell them maybe somebody planted it. If it occurs to them, wait a minute, there's all this plastic on the taillight that doesn't belong there. And there's all this video that's gone missing. And Proctor's over here in the group text talking about how, the girl's fucked and the the guy's not going to get any problem because he's a Boston cop. Are these like some dirty cops that are planting stuff in evidence dependent on here and going in and deleting things that don't work with their case? Like, you want the jury to be thinking along that mindset to acquit. But it's a tough sell. It's a tough sell convincing a jury, that the cops are dirty. So
I know.
I might not have gone.
This kind of got underutilized given where I think they want the jury to end up.
I might not have gone full like they are, but I mean, things like Brennan was able to spin the missing ring footage as and I would have said, like, there's missing ring footage, there's missing Sallyport footage. What does everything have in common? Trooper Proctor is nearby.
Yep.
They're going to, and I would have even said, they're going to try to tell you that this missing ring footage is Karen Reed.
Exactly.
But how could Karen Reed also be responsible for the missing video at the Sally Port. She can't. And these two things are in common. It is, you should conclude that these two things are done by the same person. And that's Trooper Proctor, who had access to both of those things.
Exactly.
And then, you know, you completely gut Brennan's argument on that one.
Right.
But I mean, this
can't
is with the
help-
benefit of hindsight. So
I can't help but think that all would have come in had Easter not been shuttled by Bev. Like,
oh, that's
to me, like,
crazy.
her keeping Michael Easter out of that trial
Mhm.
was probably
Absolutely insane.
Insane.
What do you
Like,
think?
this-
Appellate lawyer, is it going to be a huge appellate issue if this were not to be not guilty?
I was tearing my hair out during this whole issue because it's one of these issues where I think there's a very, very clear legal error. You can argue legal error on this one easily. The law is very clear that with the Bowden, the defense has the ability to present affirmative evidence of it. The general rules, if it's relevant and not unduly prejudicial, you get to put it in. So you don't need a special case that's out there saying applying these principles in this exact context says it's okay. Sometimes you don't have a case on some proposition because it's so freaking obvious already. You don't need, a high level appellate court deciding that in a published decision. But I was extremely unhappy with the record that they made as far as prejudice goes. I don't think that there is a good record here to overcome the burden that you have on appeal, which is show me that the error isn't harmless. Show me that it affected the outcome. Because what they did is they presented a lot of very general kind of information. Well, they testified about procedures and they wouldn't admit they got it wrong. And Michael Easter would have testified about procedures. It wasn't a good offer of proof. For an offer of proof, I need to know details. I need to know exactly, like, what's the policy that they violated? You said in your motion you're going to talk about Massachusetts State Police procedures, their protocols. Well, give them to me. Like, put them in my record so that I know what they are. And then, if I'm up explaining to the Court of Appeals why this mattered, I can say, because Yuri said this and Michael Easter would have testified that the policy is that. And so it would have shown that Yuri, the supervisor who's in charge of the policies, either doesn't care about the policy or is making a special exception to this policy or whatever. But I need a good record of what that is. So I wanted like an affidavit from Michael Easter, like give me his testimony outline, give me his exhibits, tell me what policies you're going to rely on. That's the kind of record you need on an evidentiary issue like this. So unfortunately, I don't think it's going to end up being a strong appeal issue, because even though legally I think it's a very strong argument, we don't have the fact record to be able to overcome the harmless error objection. So
well, that's scary.
Yeah, that's scary. Because I mean, we're talking about a case where, obviously the four of us understand the importance of a chain of custody, wherein a chain of custody, for the most part, is completely non-existent here. If I had to hear Hank Brennan talk about the field of debris one more fucking time, when I sit here today having no idea where they found any of that shit in the yard,
or how it got there, how it got over there.
That was so infuriating to me, the having it both ways, where it's like, no, we know exactly where the taillight is. Really, Yuri? Where is it? In the general area.
Like, what? Oh man.
Yeah. There. And here's
around in there.
But here's my
I
question.
mean, I mentioned it before. The thing that drove me nuts was blaming the snow, because the snow is not an excuse.
Yeah.
And there's a whole range of things they could have done. Well, let's say they were just like, we don't know what to do. I mean, even if they just gone in and like literally just thrown tarps over the area and been like, all right, well, the tarps aren't the best, but at least they're going to prevent anybody from walking on it or throwing anything into the area or whatever. That would have been better than what they did. Because what they did was just like, well, it's snowing, so get out the leaf blower and then release the scene, and then we'll just drive by it every so often and have an eyeball out the window. Like,
take a peek.
You're spotting
What was
shit from
so
the window.
weird about that explanation is that then that didn't end up happening anyway, right? That it ended up just being Buchanan and Proctor that come in with more. So do your guys suck? They don't pay any attention to
Right.
what you say, and they didn't do
I
what
thought
you
they
said.
were
They
all
just
supposed to be
disregarded your
driving by.
orders. Yeah. Or are they blind? You know, they couldn't be bothered to stop. Like, what's the story here?
Right. And can someone explain to me this? Somehow you've got a glass that breaks and you've got a tail light that shatters. Somehow they get every single piece of that fucking tail light. Every single, they rebuild an entire tail light, but for the pieces that would have been on Meadows, but they find like 2 pieces of glass that match. What? How did you find every piece of a taillight to rebuild it and like 2 pieces of broken glass?
Yeah.
Well, here's the other one that just astounds me. If their theory is that he's got like glass in hand, I think I've got a glass here somewhere. Here we go. He's got glass in hand and he's hit and the glass breaks in his hand.
Where's the blood?
How is his hand not burger? Because I've seen what glassing injuries look like. They're horrific. There is no way that a glass shatters in his hand and he doesn't have deep cuts where you can like see bones, see tendon.
Or his
Instead,
knuckles were smashed on the other side. It's got to be one or the other. Either he's got glass in him or his hand is
I mean, it's
hamburger.
got to be both. And yet at the end of this, he could still be a hand model. I don't get it. Like it's
Red's daughter says, in my opinion, uninterested attorneys should be available in the jury rooms to answer questions, explain legal terminology and questions in all trials.
No,
I
it's gotta
understand.
be,
Right. Well, we understand where you're coming from with that.
Uninterested is aspirational.
Right. And you got to know what's being said because not every lawyer can say no, but we understand like your point, but yeah, it wouldn't work in
even
theory.
judges make big mistakes on that. It's got to be something where, you know, and it's I've seen literally, you know, a judge instructs a jury like the law says X and a lawyer goes, no. And the judge goes, oh, right. No, the law actually says Y.
Right.
Disregard
All
what
the
I just
time.
said.
All the
You know?
time. And Lake dude, I'm sorry, but no. Mark Wahlberg, he's got a little spot in my heart, and I'm not feeling it. Sorry. That came from your channel. That one's out. Out.
I can see maybe Edward Norton.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
I like Edward Norton. That'd be a good one. Yeah.
E. Koala T. I think Alessi might be too technical and was going to confuse the jury. That's going back to Bob's comment earlier about were you guys surprised that Alan Jackson handled ARCA?
I thought it made sense that Alan handled ARCA since he had from the very first trial. You know, he was the point of contact. It was already prepped for him. And then when I thought about it too, it kind of makes sense that Alessi is mostly the other guy's expert guy. You know, he's there to cross experts far more than he is to prep his own.
Right. Yep. All right. Now you got a Christian Borle. How do you say that?
I don't know this one.
As Rentschler, spitting image. Well, Bob will look it up when he comes back. Vanasser says, I'd write in not guilty on the verdict form if we ruled out some of the lessers so it accurately reflects what we acquitted. Thoughts how it would play out. We tossed this around earlier. Is it possible that some jurors might be like, all right, we're saying no to this. We're just going to X through it. Bob said, or write in not guilty. But jurors do like to follow the rules and it'd be like, we weren't told we were allowed to do that. So do you?
And the instant they start coloring outside the lines is a potential for the judge to be like, well, the jurors have gone rogue. Mistrial.
Mistrial. Yeah, this is disaster. Unfortunately, going and like modifying the instructions, the verdict form, any of that stuff. This is spelling disaster because it's not following the instructions of the court. And then what does it mean? And you have to sort through what does it mean without actually being able to ask the jurors what it means because you don't get to ask them about what have you been talking about there back in that deliberation room that you've decided on. We're supposed to just defer to this verdict form. So what you're going to end up with is a prosecutor, a defense lawyer, and a judge sitting there
I'll walk
arguing
into a
about
bar.
what does it mean that they did this and having different interpretations about the significance of it. And it's just going to unsettle the whole process.
Yeah.
They're going to look for, a way to say that it's erroneous, or the jury misunderstood, or the jury disregarded
Right.
the instructions or something like that if they can. And then exactly like Ian said, oh, they're not following the instructions. We're done, mistrial. See you
Right.
back for round number 3.
Exactly. And Prime Finder from your channel wants to know, could juror in seat 1 refuse to be the foreperson?
Yes, they were asked.
I don't see why not.
Right. I think they could have. I have no idea what happens when that does happen, but
Juror in seat number 2. Will
Right.
you be the
Okay.
foreperson? I think
Right.
that's what. Yeah.
Probably. Greg says Jim Parsons for Hank Brennan and Kathy Bates for Dr. Russell. All right.
Yeah, we like Kathy Bates for Dr. Russell.
Yeah, that's a good one. Caitlin C. Retrial scheduled this week. No court Thursday or Friday. Wait, but we've already said. You said there is court Friday.
Sue is reporting that there is court on Friday, just not on Thursday.
Right.
And it says, let me see if Jess Machado is saying no court Thursday or Friday. So we have mixed
I looked on
information
the
here.
legal holidays says Juneteenth is June 19th, a Thursday. That's all it says. Doesn't say
Mhm.
anything about
Also
about
Friday.
Right.
No, that seems like a Bev thing.
I mean, that the number of times I've seen judges go like, and we're just going to take an extra day off because I happen to want to be at the cabin. But I mean, I don't know that she would do that on this particular trial at this
I would
particular
hope
juncture.
not.
This
She's
particular
been
trial.
like, she's been. Mary Loughran says AJ worked for 5 years as a jet mechanic in the United States Air Force. I think that's why he was the best one to talk to ARCA. Good point. Good point. And Sue from your channel says there is no court in the Karen Reed trial this coming Thursday nor Friday. If a verdict is not in by Wednesday, we'll be back next week. So we're still trying to figure that out. But thank you. The rural juror from your channel, from your
The tongue
channel
twister.
says, right? I think of AN. I think of AN as the real life version. What's AN?
That's got to be AJ because N and J are next to each other on the
got
keyboard.
Got it. Okay. Version of Raphael Barba from Law and Order SPU years back. He was a prosecutor turned defense attorney who was very charismatic. Yeah.
I could see that. I mean, I really think that's Mr. Jackson's primary skill that he has as a lawyer. And it's a very powerful skill. It's one you can't really teach. It's one that not very many people have. But it's, I think, just very, very notable how charismatic he is. He's able to get in there and talk, and people listen to him, and people pay attention to him. He's got excellent rhetoric, just in terms of like being able to construct a speech and convey the emotion and all that type of stuff. It's funny because in some of the technical respects, he really isn't that great of a lawyer. Like, he struggles with details about things like getting things into evidence and how do you impeach a witness and the difference between this is a demonstrative and this is a regular exhibit and stuff like that. So like his actual technical skill isn't elite, but he's got that charisma that I think carries him through.
Well, when
a
we
lot
did
of those problems.
When Runkle and Bob and I were on that super panel, the local lawyer, Tom, said they thought some of his rhetoric might have turned off some jurors, that he used too larger words and that people would have connect better with Yanetti. That's what he thought about the local jurors. So Hannah
I love Dave Yanetti. I love his whole vibe, man. Like, he's just I just like his tone, his tenor, and just like his everything that I like the way that he argues. He's pleasing to my ear. I don't know how else to put it, but I enjoy listening to him argue.
My pick for Yanetti in the movie was a young Harvey Keitel, and I stick with that because like that's his whole attitude. It's like if young Harvey Keitel had become a lawyer, he would be David Yanetti.
There you go. Hannah A from your channel says, citing Miss Debris Field in Cancun with Rescue Randy. And Ray's Hail HTTR. FYI, court closed Thursday, Friday this week. If no verdict, we'll be back. We're still working through that. We think
Yeah, we've got conflict between Jess and Sue. Sue is saying that she was told by court staff that they do have court on Friday, just not on Thursday.
Yep. And Sarah from your channel says Amber Heard to play Rescue Randy, no stunt double. Man,
that is the range of her acting ability. So,
zing, zing.
Wow. Sneck says everyone in Mass has at least a family member that killed someone drunk driving. It sucks here. That's a scary thought.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. This is from your channel. I'm not gonna try that name. Go ahead, Andrea.
Ruiry. We play with them, you know. You get what you get if you have a name. I try to say it.
I mean, I do the best I can. The butchery
That's right.
sometimes is epic.
Do you think the jurors are thinking or have an idea that the FBI was involved in this? And do you think it would have helped the jury if they were told directly they were involved? Hello from the UK. Well, I think they definitely know.
I mean, they heard FBI enough, right? They heard FBI enough when it came to the other proceeding and the other agency and that type of thing, that you would think that they would be able to put two and two together.
I'd be shocked if there weren't jurors back there doing some math on that one.
And also just the fact that the jurors have such a bigger knowledge base this time than they did in the first trial. Far many more of these jurors know more about the case because of the first trial. Knowing about the case wasn't going to get you, automatically thrown off the jury. So it's not impossible that people are on the jury who came in already knowing that the FBI had been involved because they were familiar with that fact from the first trial.
That's true.
Is it going to help them? I don't know that it makes a huge difference. Honestly, I really don't.
No, just with ARCA maybe though.
Yeah, exactly. I think with ARCA, it would have made a much bigger difference. And as far as that piece of it goes, I don't know. It was oblique enough, but they're also, that agency, that independent agency that hired you, the word games that they played. It would be hard to miss it, I think.
It
but
would.
if they want to be back there not speculating, then maybe they haven't figured it out.
Got a friend from your channel over here. Robot Glock says, since you phony grifters apparently value money / views over disappointing a 2-time orphan and her baby brother who lost their third parent thanks to Karen Reed, have some money. Sad seeing y'all choose grift over integrity.
Ooh, can I address this one?
Great.
Yes.
Cheers. Enjoy your day. Well,
here's the thing. First of all, it's the Commonwealth job to prove things, and they haven't proven shit. So if you're upset, we're not the people to be upset with. You should be sending your nasty grams over to Hank Brennan, and he could probably use the $10 because this might not be the best move for his career. So he could use the $10 too. But
just going to put it out there that when you're the one adultifying the children over their expectations of the adult criminal process, you're probably not the good guy.
Yeah, victim petting. Gross.
The other thing is, yes, we don't actually do verdicts to make anybody happy, because if we have to actually prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, you shouldn't send somebody to jail for life just because you're like, well, some kids will be real sad if we don't. That's not how this justice system works.
If you expect anybody to be like happy and joyful because they've got a verdict and everything is okay now and all is right with the world, I'm here to tell you, you probably haven't lost a loved person to crime, because there is no verdict that is going to suddenly now make this a happy situation, something that we're glad about. There's no fix to the tragedy that already happened that all these people will have to live with for the rest of their lives, regardless of anything that happens here in this court.
Now, those are all thoughtful answers, and here's my response.
Your mama. Oh,
yeah.
I thought he was going to say your mama. That's one of his favorites. Leah M from your channel says, how disappointed will the jurors be if they come back with any guilty votes and then they learn the facts after the fact? Thoughts?
There have been a number of trials where jurors have come back and been very upset about what they've learned, in the aftermath, and Yep, there are. It happens.
Mhm.
It certainly happens, and I mean, it happens both ways. I've seen cases where like the jury was forced to acquit because it turns out that like the body was excluded from evidence or something, and then they learned that like, oh right, the body of the deceased, which they never heard, was found. They just heard
Under the bed
all
of
of the
the
corollary
defendant.
evidence.
Right.
Yeah, was found like literally like in his bathtub next
Right.
to the bone saw, and they're like, well, we would have voted differently. It's like,
Right.
yes, you absolutely would have. That's why it was excluded.
Yeah. Lake Dude comes back from your channel. I approve this message. You missed it, Bob. This Lake Dude suggested Mark Wahlberg for Turtle Boy. I was like, nope. But in a movie, who would play Rescue Randy? I think in an ideal world, a young Arnold Schwarzenegger to visually signify the strength and bravery.
I'm putting Jeremy Renner out there for Turtle Boy. I think Jeremy
Renner's
Renner.
not bad. Renner's not bad.
Yeah.
Well, she also said, what's his face? Who'd you say just before that?
I forget. Did I say one for Turtle Boy?
Yeah, you
I
said
said Edward Norton for.
Edward
for
Norton.
Yeah,
Okay,
Bob said
Runkle
Edward
said it.
Norton.
Okay, Runkle said it. All right. Amor Alessi. Amor of Alessi. Bob's the same. You know who uses Signal now? All the McAlberts.
Yeah.
Irish Rover coming over from your channel, Andrea. If you're changing phones, wouldn't you just go to the provider store and transfer your data instead of going to a base to snap your SIM card?
You would think.
Well, that's if you wanted the data transferred. And I'm pretty
Correct.
sure they wanted that data annihilated.
Annihilated. Chad Smith says there's so much. What's RD?
Reasonable doubt.
Oh, duh, Jesus. Even if the verdict form has it.
Wow. Al, you're on top of your game, baby.
I got my brain fog going on, you know. Patricia McLean says Hank error, young people use Signal. Yeah.
You know, this is one of those things. I wondered if sometimes when you're a lawyer, you don't think like normal people. Okay. You think like a lawyer. And so you get caught up on legal details and things that really, really matter to you. And they might be really significant for legal reasons, but they don't matter to anybody that's not a lawyer. And I wonder if that's a little bit of what is going on here with the Signal thing.
Yeah.
Hank takes it so personally that he didn't get to read the text messages between Dr. Wolf and Alan Jackson, that he's just like seized on it as this critical, important, nefarious thing that absolutely nobody cares about except Hank. Like, is he just he not capable of having that perspective?
I think everyone believed him when he said we talked about literally 2 scheduling things and that was it. I mean, I think everyone believed that guy when he said that. Or, you know.
Yeah.
So no, I agree with you 100%. And also from your channel, William Hughes says, not Jen McCabe, the soccer mom. That's going back
normal
to
soccer mom.
going back to when you said all the third parties are kind of built right into Jen McCabe.
They really are. And you know, and we talked about that too, how I did wonder if this was a little bit deliberate, because they really have potentially hung the success or the failure of the case on her, right? If they can't get a conviction, I think they're in a pretty good position to be able to go back and point to Jen McCabe and be like, look, bitch, you couldn't sell it. Like, you had the opportunity to come in and, you know, be the witness who just laid it all clear, how this is completely preposterous, how there's, you know, nothing to see here except just a normal party where a guy never showed up and you never had any idea. It was really put on her to sell the third party culprit defense. And so if she can't do that, it puts him in a position to be like, we're never going to be able to fix this. We can't do another trial. We're not going to be able to fix this. Jen, you're still going to be a problem the next time.
Right.
Because I
Just
wonder
do a
about
public
who's
statement like Morrissey's hostage video, where they say, we tried twice and it has become clear that we will be unable to secure a conviction in this matter due to the decisions of many individuals involved, like Mr. Proctor and his texts, Jen McCabe and her decision to lie to the FBI, and and just like list those out and be like, it's all of those people's faults, not ours.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Victoria
the
from
other
your-
part of it too is because just I mean, we know who's blowing up the phone at the Norfolk County District Attorney's office, telling them you got to retry, you got to retry this, you got to retry this. It's freaking Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe. We already know that.
100%.
Right. LaQuaria from your channel says Jess Mikado drove by someone holding a sign. The FBI hired Arca on her way home from court Friday. Could that be an issue if a juror saw it?
The juror would probably be well advised to report that they had seen that sign to the court. And as long as the jury says, I don't pay any attention to it, it doesn't matter, it's not going to affect my verdict one way or another, then there wouldn't be any issue with it at all.
All right. Good to know. Irish Rover asks, after watching this trial, I now understand how the Salem witch trials happened. Seems nothing changed, much favoring the prosecution.
I suspect that the Salem witch trials had better due process, so it's not a fair comparison.
Better advocacy.
Ouch. Whatever's clever says, count 2. What happens if returned with errors?
We don't want to think about that. We really don't, because it gets real messy. It depends on what the error is and what's the significance of it. There's a whole complicated body of law that gets into like constructive acquittals, like is what they did on the verdict form, even though they didn't explicitly say something, does it like implicitly mean something else? You're probably going to find yourself, in that morass of case law. It's going to be messy is the bottom line. And that's why everybody wants a verdict form for count 2 that is clearer and easier to follow, so that we don't run the risk that the jury is going to go in and like try to modify it or try to make sense out of it or something like that, and then create a problem that we have to sort through.
Right. Dharma Lama, also from your channel, says, I'm in software development and Brennan yammering on about the data almost killed me. You can't equate the data to the science in this trial. Ugh. I mean,
well, his whole approach was one of equivocation. He loved to equivocate, and he would do it with all kinds of different words with the experts. He would use these mixed meaning of words like event. Remember when they were talking about the triggering event, and I forget if that was with Matthew DeSogra or who exactly it was, but the event is not the event because you have the data event, but then you have the real life event, and it just went into this very confusing line of questioning over his own equivocation about the words he was using. The data is real similar to that, because he's using the data when really what he means is our experts' interpretation of the data. Okay, if the data is just the data, we don't need any of your experts. We can just put the text stream thing right into evidence and hand it to the jury, and you can just rely on that. So it's just one of the tricks that he does to use words that he can load up with a kind of meaning that he'll argue as if it's just implicit and understood, that of course that's what that means, but you don't have to take his word for it.
That's for sure.
You can understand it as meaning what his expert is saying about the data is really what he means.
So Schmo says, Andrea, I met you in Delphi, Bob and lawyer Lee too, but I totally fanboyed our meeting and probably made it awkward and uncomfortable. So I apologize. I'll try to do better next time.
The thing is,
Joe,
very
you're
forgiving
awesome.
of that.
I don't remember being awkward and uncomfortable at all at that point. The only awkward and uncomfortable was, the sleeping on the steps. So
yeah,
been there.
Yeah. Amber H says Hank Brennan intentionally said wrong things to get the expert to agree with him, then contradicts and impeaches them and strikes their testimony. It was the CW's only hope.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Allie writes, any action/jury questions? Nope, nothing today. Nothing.
Nope.
Full day of deliberations, theoretically. Abacus Finch from your channel. Andrea, can you guys talk about how every advantage given to the CW in this case backfired on them? Would be fun to hear your thoughts and things that you specifically recall.
We talked about this a few times, how just Bev gave him these incredible gifts that he just like couldn't hang on to. He just had to destroy the advantages that he got. La Posada, Dr. La Posada, I think was a big one. You know, he had gotten so cornered in and limited with what she was going to be allowed to say, and then your dumbass invites her to be like, well, there wasn't even I don't really think there was a collision, you know.
He brought it. She was barred from talking about dog bites, and he fucked that up too. So it was
and like Dr. Russell, she's not qualified. She's not going to get to talk about injury causation as to motor vehicles, only dog bites. But you're going to just go ahead and open up the door and invite her to talk about how there's no injury like that. So
come on in. The water is fine.
Yeah. Like she did so many things to set the stage for him to not have to deal with some of the damaging stuff that the defense had. And he just couldn't take the gift.
Yeah. I mean, some would call it shitting the bed. Thank you so much, by the way, Abacus. Casey at the
one of many things that Brennan seems to have in common with Amber Heard.
With Amber Heard.
Casey at the back gifted 5DD memberships. Thank you very much, Casey. Appreciate you always. Andrea from your channel, Truth for Liberty. I estimate 99.5 of free Karen Reed adherents would convict Kelly Dever of lying based solely on conjecture, speculation, and innuendo that grabbed their ears, giving reasonable doubt consideration to Karen Reed, but not Kelly Dever. Well, Kelly Dever's not on trial, and she changed her story under the premises of a false memory, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. I mean, look, I mean, like, had he not gotten her to say that my entire career depends on what I say in this courtroom, I don't know.
However you slice it, Kelly Dever should not be a police officer, because either she lied for story 1, or she lied for story 2, or her memory is so fragile that she cannot be trusted for testimony for anything. This person pulled a gun on me, then ran, and then we didn't find the gun. Well, that could be that the gun was thrown away, because people throw away guns and they don't always get found. Or did she have a false memory of seeing the gun? Did she pull a gun herself and shoot at this guy several times based on a false notion that he had a gun? Like, if she can't be trusted to give credible and consistent accounts of things, she should not be a police officer. So you can absolutely say, I think she's innocent. I think Dever didn't lie. But if you think that her story of having had a false memory is a credible story, then you should be demanding that she not be a police officer anymore, because anybody who she encounters is potentially subject to, her false memories.
Yeah,
I thought the issue with Kelly Devers wasn't so much that she was lying. It's that she told a little too much truth. She said the part you weren't actually supposed to say.
Right.
That was her real downfall.
Yeah, do the right thing, Kelly Dever. Do the right thing. So, and here's my thing: with great power comes great responsibility. And believe me when I tell you this, that badge and that gun are great power. And any defense attorney will tell you that it's always been, up until very, very recently, it has been a foregone conclusion for most jurors that they find cops to be more credible than the average citizen when they're in that room on that stand. And I hold them to that account. And if they're going to get on the stand and change their story like that, I hold them to a different standard. Now, I think that has changed, as we've seen that not all cops are good guys. Cops lie, cops cheat, cops plant evidence. They do those things.
I mean, the number of times body cameras have caught cops now, especially the body cameras that do things like when you turn them on, they get the like the previous 30 seconds or something. Because the number of times there have been officers who are like, body camera off, and then like, you know, throw gun into car, and then body camera on, and it captures the previous 30 seconds, so you can see the gun get tossed, and then it's like, oh, found a gun. It's like,
yeah,
really. But I mean, here we mostly do bench trials. In Canada, we have far fewer jury trials. They're mostly for, you know, and what we see is even judges do this. There's a decision that just came out where they've excluded all sorts of fun stuff, a gun and drugs, based on finding that the officer's evidence was not credible. Well, the only way the officer's evidence in this case is not credible is if the officer is lying. But they don't say that. They provide every excuse for the officer must be mistaken. And no, just say the officer is lying and end their career. Because if the officer lied to you, end them. Like, get up there and do it. Because either you should be ending their career or you should be accepting their evidence. And that's really those are really the alternatives. So
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
So, and this was the end of Two Truth for Liberty. If we want a better society, that has to change. That was in relation to the last comment. Thank you. Two Truth for Liberty. I mean, we all want a better society. I think we'd all agree on that. We may disagree on how we get there, but your point's taken. Andrea, from your channel, John Johnson. Andrea's I'll allow it is the new gold standard, baby. Yeah, that was like my Lally, my objections. Like I had mastered Lally's objections from trial one, so that was
nice.
I like to think that was the gold standard.
My favorite, my Lally. I've been throwing back to Lally like from the very beginning. Whenever I need a little remembrance of what trial one was like, I have his opening line from his opening statement. It's almost as good as John O'Keefe was 46 years old as an opener for closing. But let me share it with you guys. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Isn't it like 20 minutes long though? That first sentence.
So as your honor was telling you, this is one of the two opportunities I will get to address you. Doesn't that just take you back to the innocent days of Lally?
Yeah, I mean, the irony of like yearning for Lally, like midway through that trial, was just too much to handle. I was like, I actually miss Lally.
Oh well, then he gave us that wonderful question. God, where was it? Now I gotta find that one. That question he gave us
during one of his crosses in this trial.
Okay, here it is, guys. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you ready for the Lally question? Now, if you know how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
Huh?
You just remember that question? This is why I could not condemn Carrie Roberts for having the answer. I misunderstood Lally's question in the grand jury. That's why I gave that answer about the Hosslong to Diane Cold search. I didn't understand Lally's question. Then we get a gym like this. I'm like, I can't hate on her. Like, I get it.
What if
I still love the one that the chat identified, which was who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance.
Yeah.
The robots. It was a Tesla self-driving ambulance. Amy's positive pathways. No Slappy from Goosebumps as Hank Brennan. Scott Wolf as AJ. All right. Thank you, Amy. Jay Bean's meant for 2 months. Love you all. AB, best comment with Hank. Mom not thrusting. Agreed.
Yes.
Yes.
That
The
was
hilarity that ensued from that was epic. Dance Kinetics fan, Mia Beto. Jess
Hey, Mia
Machado
Beto.
just posted no court Thursday or Friday, so that's an ongoing battle.
right.
I
That one's
know.
still old. We're still
don't know.
pretty back at
We have
far in
no
time.
idea. We have no idea. That makes no sense to me, but you know, who knows? Nothing does.
I'm going to put my faith on it's not going to matter because Friday is going to be irrelevant.
There you go. That's
we'll have something figured out before then.
I like that answer. I like that answer. Greg asks from your channel, Andrea. Bev is literally the three monkeys.
See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
Indeed.
Yep, when it comes to the
Except she
Commonwealth.
speaks plenty of evil.
Right. We can do it. We've heard her do it.
She's two monkeys at best. Come on.
Right, because we saw her get snippy with Proctor. She's like, you said the words, you read the words. We've seen her bark at the defense attorneys and rant and rave and have grave concerns. She just doesn't do it when the prosecution.
Babe, take over the supers. I got to make sure Scarlett's getting ready for softball.
Okay.
Oh, well, question answered.
There she is.
There she is. She's
what
ready.
are the Justin Wright says, what are the other lawyers' thoughts on Auntie Bev getting that award from State Bar that was sponsored by Aperture, who got $4,000 for this case? That's from
guys, this is the club. This is the club. Welcome to the club. This is routine. This happens all the time. There is nothing weird or unusual about this. It's probably a little unseemly for the judge to go in and like show up at this dinner and accept an award when it's being sponsored by somebody who is appearing as a witness in her court. But it's not a direct financial conflict of interest. It's not something that disqualifies her. It looks bad, but that seems to be the least of their concerns among the judiciary in Massachusetts.
Yeah, and Aperture's just trying to get business. I mean, that's why they sponsor shit like that, because it's a room filled with lawyers.
Right.
Yeah.
The Joss girl from Andrea's channel also says Bev interviewed jurors one-on-one. Bev denied motion for transparency. Bev picked the foreman. If hung, jury, there is definitely a plant. You know, we talked about this earlier, Runkle, that when we were on the super live panel, that Tom said it was very unusual for the judge to pick the foreman before they do the randomizing of who's going to be, who's going to be the alternates and who's going to be on the jury. And I looked up the rule because somebody put in our chat, well, the rule says the judge chooses first. So I looked up the rule and it says the judge is supposed to choose the foreman after the jury is impaneled. So no, after they're sworn and impaneled. So that could be before or after, because technically they're all. Wait, are they not sworn until they go in?
What, the jurors?
Yeah.
I thought they were. I mean, here they're sworn when they're impaneled, right?
Okay, so I guess they're sworn and impaneled. So it could be. I guess it doesn't matter then. It could be before or after. I don't know why I was thinking earlier that it was that meant after they were like officially on, but I guess they're getting sworn in the beginning. So I take it back from whoever's comment that was earlier that said that. Might have been Lana. So it could be either way, before or after, I guess.
So we've got a different system here that's very, very different. The jurors pick their own foreperson.
Well, that's what happens in Illinois.
But also the jurors also evaluate who gets to be on the jury. So if you have a challenge for cause, that's heard by some of the jurors.
Wow,
You've
really?
got a rotating thing to decide if if this juror is acceptable to be a juror. So it's actually pretty cool.
That's wild. That is interesting. Peace Geek says in New Jersey, first time DUI is just 30 days is the max. That's a stark difference. Mion Bete, I think it's French and I'm not doing it right. Has anyone, are you like French Canadian? What do you have there?
Monbet.
Monbets. All right. Has anyone ever witnessed a juror voice an objection in open court? What would happen? I don't think I've ever seen that. Have you ever seen that?
Not witnessed, but I've heard of mistrials happening from that.
All right, then a mistrial might happen if it.
I have seen a juror step up in open court, and it depends on exactly what they do. And have you pissed off the judge or not pissed off the judge is the best answer that I can give to that. But it's very much a big it depends. So in my particular case, it was a juror that jumped up because he very much wanted to know if the defendant was in the country legally. or not. And fortunately, you don't get to know that type of thing in Washington. It's not relevant to whether they committed the crime or not. And it's not really a great thing to be bringing up in the presence of the rest of the jury. So in that particular case, they removed that juror and just sort of, brushed over the rest of the issue. And I think on appeal, I argued it should have been a mistrial. I don't think I won that one.
There was a case in Canada that got mistrialed where a juror midway through trial remembered and decided to announce to the court that he'd been a witness in a previous trial against that particular accused. And he's just like, I didn't recognize these, like, judge, I didn't recognize him before, but I was a witness against him
in his
a
other
previous trial. Is that a problem? And they're like,
mistrial.
That's the kind of thing you need to, like, send a note. Like,
Right.
Like,
Yep, it's all poison now. Goodbye, you're done. Sneck says, my sister killed a man DUI in Massachusetts. She got 3 months because she was pregnant. Wow. That's a shame on all counts.
that's very low for the sentence.
Yes, yes. I'm Kelly and I grow it. Bev had to save face for Morrissey. Didn't he get her the judgeship? Thank you for your coverage. Runkle is the best.
I disagree that I'm the best, but
He is the best. I don't know. Someone else try this name.
Marie Bergqvist.
There you go. In Sweden, the limit is 0.2 and only have 52 persons killed last year. Well, that's, I mean, I don't know how big Sweden is, but that's a pretty low number.
Well, Sweden, it's also like $50 for a pint of beer. So it's you got issues working on both sides on that one.
It's like that whole thing. Just raise the cost of bullets and we'll have gun control. Susie Q became a YouTube member. Oh, thanks, Susie Q. Patrick Henry from your channel, Andrea, says, I was a juror on a semi cut and dry SA case where the state failed so miserably to prove the case. It took 4 hours to finally speak out about all the crazy shit. Yeah, those are hard cases, especially when
they are.
Those are the hardest. Ocean Beach says there's no court Thursday or Friday. We'll
That
see.
needs to get to the Cape.
Yep, needs to get to the Cape. Greg over at your channel says Brennan literally said, no one knows how John died. How is that not cause for a directed verdict? It's a good question. I mean, I was literally like, what is this guy doing on the cross-examination when he was like, my experts didn't try to prove anything. How could they try to prove what happened when they know no one knows what happened? We don't have any details. We can't figure that out. What's wrong with these people trying to act like we're figuring stuff out? We didn't try to tell you what happened because we don't know what happened. What? No. Huh?
Forgot his role for just a second there.
Yeah, just a second there. Ocean Beach says headed back to court. Oh, yeah, that was at 3:00. Thanks for the heads up. P401, Runkle and Bob hot wing challenge between you two.
Money on Runkle. I don't even care. I don't even care what else is up with the challenge. My money's on
Challenge
Runkle.
accepted. Challenge accepted.
He's got his hot
Okay.
sauce right
I
there,
love you,
babe.
Bob, but my money's on
Oh,
Runkle.
Drinking hot sauce. I'm gonna have to rethink this.
Ghost pepper sauce.
Ghost pepper. Ghost pepper.
All right, I'm gonna have to seriously rethink this. I mean, I can put some hot shit down, but drinking ghost pepper hot sauce is a
Bob,
whole different
you did
level.
not realize you were getting in the ring with Mike Tyson hot sauce.
Two Truth for Liberty says, I think Hank has heard that any prosecutor worth his salt in the DOJ can convict a ham sandwich. Maybe he's trying out for an AUSA job. Were you eating your ham sandwich and then you went in the corner? Wait, did you laugh, sir?
Did you laugh a lot?
I
we
actually
had
thought
him
it
on
was
video. We had him on video laughing.
I thought it was super bizarre that he's like, isn't it true you were all laughing at me? I'm like, do you
Yeah.
want to tell the jury that everyone laughs at the prosecution here? Like,
My moment, I was praying. I really wanted if Rentschler was more of that guy and not like just, a generally nice, decent guy who's there to do a job and be professional or whatever. If he wanted to cut some bitches. Okay. When Hank Brennan asked him what's so funny? What's so funny? Remember he had that chuckle?
Ooh.
What's so funny? I would have loved for him to just answer that. I would have loved for him to answer that question. In fact, you, Mr. Brennan, in your entirely ridiculous case that you spent 30 days wasting all of our time on when there's never even been a freaking car crash, Mr. Brennan, that is kind of funny when I think about it. It's amusing. It hits my funny bone. I guess I got that kind of sense of humor.
I know. I mean, he really just was inviting a lot of answers, and he was walking a fine line with the how did this stuff get there then? I mean, he was begging for them to say your cops planted it.
Yeah.
I mean, well, there's a lot of ways it can get there.
What he was trying to do is bait him into saying that it was planted, and then he could be like, so you've got the defense theory. You've clearly been communicating with them. And I'm like, all this is going to do is blow up further in your face because you could really get the witness deep into explaining exactly how corrupt your officers are.
Right.
There's an analogy here that I want to draw, but I can't yet. In a month, come back to this. And I will tell you about some massive own goaling.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Says I've got some stuff going on, but I can't tell you yet. The rural juror. I wish we could have gotten the I hope she unalives herself text between Proctor and his sister. Yeah, you guys just brought that one up too. Grin for Me says Hank seems like bangs with his socks on type of guy.
You lost me at Brennan Bangs. No.
Hashtag feed Bob. Daniel C. The cross of Barrios showed me exactly the manipulative behavior behind the scenes displayed by Dever. Immediately knew why she flipped. And what did you guys think of Brennan's closing about Dever? I think I asked you already, Runkle, but Andrea, what the hell was that? Like, do you think that anyone on the jury thought that was that's not how they saw Barrios? It's like he just was like, oh, this guy wants accolades and attention.
Yeah, the whole it was the irony to me was that it's literally about 5 minutes before that when he's talking about these people come in and just doing their jobs and the defense is out here accusing everybody of being liars, and then we're like 2 minutes down the road and now we're talking about Barrios, and why would Barrios say because he's a liar? Like,
Barrios is a clout chaser,
come on. He's got no self-awareness.
He's really off the hook with that one.
No self-awareness. To have those two sentences right back to back like that, what is there what is literally wrong with you?
But I thought that what Hank actually did on that cross-examination, that was really his high point of the trial. I think the cross-examination of Officer Barrios. That was really extremely good. Well done. It was very well done. He got the point. You were wrong. And that's the way he handled it, the way that I kind of always preferred to handle stuff like that on cross-examination is I don't have to argue with you about why you were wrong. I don't have to call you a liar. The jury doesn't have to decide they hate you. They don't have to put a black hat on you. They just need to decide they don't believe what you said. And so any reason
to that, he gaslit him into that.
Yeah.
And the thing is that's the job sometimes.
He said, I don't think I was asked that question. I think 3 times.
Yeah.
And then Hank made him think for sure he had been asked that. So he's over there assuming, well, if I had been asked it, I sure as shit know my answer would have been, it didn't look like that. So he believed he was asked the question because Hank kept insisting he was. It was
and it's funny because we watched him, like you're saying, kind of induce the false memory and then go ahead and say it's okay. It's probably just a false memory you had. These things happen.
God, it was he literally.
The thing is, he did a really good job because when Barrows started his testimony, I was like, we are done here.
Right.
Goodbye. This is a bombshell. And Brennan actually managed to wind that back a lot.
Yeah, he did.
was like,
He really
wow.
mitigated that significantly.
I think that should have been something that they focused on, because he did say, and I think it was 3 times, I don't think I was asked that question.
Mhm.
Before he pushed him into acting like he was asked it. He said that.
Mhm.
I don't think they asked me that.
Mhm.
It was crazy. Brown-eyed girls, going back to when we were talking about them play fighting in the bar, she says, I think it was more
Oh.
like peacocking.
Yeah.
Higgins
Yeah.
was trying anything to Karen to look at him for.
Yeah, he can't, just stand there and like flex,
Right.
so he's doing the next best thing with his
Thrust.
wingman.
And for the guys out there, don't. The rate at which this gets guys laid, as opposed to the rate at which it causes women to go, I will go home with literally anyone other than these people,
Right.
is very poor.
Yeah, I agree. We ladies concur with your assessment there.
Not
Rumpel.
with that weak ass jab.
Andrew's like, I could take him out.
I straight up believe she could.
Yeah,
Yes.
me too. Me too. Ellie says, I love this panel. I'm always going to with the hard science. It's more objective than people's false memories. But do you
Mhm.
think the jury could struggle with the basic physics based on education?
Yes, and that's the expert's job to get over.
Yeah.
I thought they gave, like, for even all different jurors, all different things they could focus on to just find that it doesn't fit. Like, even if they don't get to the same piece, like, something's going to stick with each of them. And then the people that do, because some people were saying maybe there seemed to be like someone who does have a science or an engineering, like some kind of technical background on the jury, you can help those people will help kind of flesh that out during deliberations, while the people who that didn't really connect with are thinking about, you know what, Barrios did convince me. And you know what, that weird piece of glass that had nothing to do with nothing, that does stink of Proctor. I wish they would have pointed out again how Welcher said, well, wait a minute, if that glass isn't from that glass, I kind of want to know how that got there.
I want to know that. Yeah.
He said it twice. I was like,
Yeah.
he's actually thinking. I'm like, yes, you don't ask a question you don't want the answer to, but I almost so wanted to be like,
yeah,
you find
And
that
I've-
fucking strange as shit, don't you? If
Yeah.
I've heard through
That
the
would be your
grapevine-
question right there, Ellie. That's all you have to ask him. Dr. Welcher, are you saying you find that strange as shit?
Right, exactly.
I've heard through the grapevine that Aperture refused to return.
Is that, when you say grapevine, do you mean people talking out of their ass, or like?
I'm not going to name sources, but I find it credible.
All right. Well,
And
I
I mean,
mean-
we'll find out more later post-trial, I'm sure, but
that could be one of the things that played into it for them, or
that's
the
the thing
X-rays.
is, if Aperture said we're not coming back, it might be the glass. It's almost certainly the X-rays being a big part of it. Going,
Mhm.
you set us up to get humiliated.
Mhm.
We're not doing that.
Mhm.
Because I mean, the defense played this really well because they set it up so that the rebuttal evidence was going to be an absolute humiliation conga for Welcher.
Mhm.
And it sounds like Welcher may have gone, I'm not into that. Like, that's not my kink. I am not that into humiliation that I want to come back for this yet. So
That's interesting.
but they actually put it, I mean, if it's not the case, if Brennan made the call not to, to do the, then what we've got is that the defense so expertly set it up that Welcher was unsavable
Mhm.
that he couldn't be brought back, right? So either way you have it, it's just like the
I need
defense
to hear
set it
about
up
this afterwards.
with
I need
like
to hear
just
about
way
this.
too much in the way of landmines.
Runkle says,
All right,
he's-
wait, I got to dip. I got to go. Like, I got a softball game I have to coach for my 12-year-old. I adore you both very much. babe, you know I love you with all
I'll
my
meet you
heart.
there in an hour.
All right. I love you guys. Have fun. Everybody, thank you for hanging with us. And we'll see you tomorrow. See you guys.
See you
Bye, babe.
guys.
So that, if they refuse to come back for real, I mean, I saw whispers of that I disregarded, but now you're saying it, that really does say a lot. And it
I mean, I can't say for certain, but I believe what I heard there.
Right.
So, yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, honestly, because it's sort of clear in retrospect that it was always going to have to be a one shot with Aperture. Because how can they come back and be like, no, your testing that you did is terrible compared to the no testing that I did is so much superior. Like, they were always going to be in a very precarious position trying to come back and respond to ARCA.
And we were talking about it with Betterow when Runkle was on as well, that, if Welcher got x-rays, he very likely would have said to Brennan, hey, I got all the x-rays but the right arm. Where's the right arm? And
yeah, of course.
Did Brennan say to him, there is no right arm?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And that was just such a weird thing. Like, when they said there's no x-rays of the arm, I'm like, so they x-rayed a whole bunch of things, but the part of his body that's got marks on it,
the only
they're just
one.
like, nah. Because if they hadn't x-rayed that also suggests something weird going on. It's like, we're investigating a murder and we found a gun at the scene, but you know what? We just decided that was unrelated, so we threw it in the garbage. You'd be like, what kind of investigation is this?
In his head. Right.
Well, we kind of went around in circles a little bit trying to sort out if there's any sort of significance to the fact that Dr. LaPosada hadn't seen the x-rays, right? She's the one they introduced him through, but she says she only saw him for the first time about 2 weeks ago. And so it was right about the time when Welcher is doing this testimony. So she hadn't seen the x-rays before that. What's the source of the x-rays that we have? It seems to be from Andrew Rentschler. He's the one that like had him from day one. And it just we were very curious. There will never be an answer to this question. I mean, unless the defense like comes out and tells us, what's going on behind the scenes a little bit, but it just seems
a Brady violation.
Like if there are x-rays that were taken as part of an autopsy, they are an exhibit to the autopsy report. You are giving your autopsy report to anybody who is doing expert work on your case. And so how on earth could the defense have been in a position where we're going to be providing autopsy materials, the file of the medical examiner? You're the forensic pathologist. Like, that's directly who you're responding to. And yet you didn't see the x-rays in all of this. And so it did make me wonder, is there a possible universe out there where the Commonwealth had withheld those x-rays during the discovery process? The defense didn't even have them and got them through the back door because, the FBI got a hold of them with Rentschler, and that's how Rentschler was able to feed him back into the defense team. No idea. We're just like imagining pathways of how these x-rays could have moved around where like different people have seen them and different people haven't. And is there a coherent story to that or not?
I see some people in the chat saying they were in the autopsy files. So
don't you think we would have heard some sort of Brady argument unless it was all in a sidebar? Like
well, that's the whole thing. Yeah. So much was done at sidebar that we really don't have any idea what the actual issues have been that got fleshed out in the case. Yeah. I would expect if there was something like that, it would have invoked a Brady issue and there would have been mention of it.
Right. Or I think like a filing, you would think, because they're not shy about filing things.
I would have gone nuclear over that. Like if they had disclosed that x-ray midway through the second trial.
Well, especially because, if they had done that, then you would have expected a mistrial because then Brennan presented perjured testimony.
Yeah.
Because this guy, either way, Brennan
I would have
expected
a mistrial, but we wouldn't have seen a mistrial.
But you would expect it to ask for it, be asked for.
Yes.
He put his expert on to say there were no x-rays of this that make people think that there was a fracture. But Sorty Bello took those x-rays, and I don't remember her mentioning them on the first go around, and
No.
I don't remember the defense asking about it. So
Well, that's the thing. Like a lot of people were, why are we just learning about this now? Well, it was never an issue before. The first trial, nobody contested. She testified no fractures below the neck, and nobody contested that. It was Dr. Welcher's the first one to come along and say, well, there was a fracture in the arm. Maybe, maybe that is an issue. So there was no need to go down that road or really explore that before.
Right.
But it was just a peculiar state of affairs. It may mean nothing at all. But it's just weird that Dr. La Posada hadn't seen them before.
yeah. Huh. So Misfit Joy from your channel says Hank Brennan reminds me of that saying, when you roll in the mud with pigs, you both get dirty, but the pig enjoys it. I hope I never hear that voice again. Free Karen Reed. Yep. And Blue Varo says, drove 85 feet straight back in the dark, in bad weather, with tinted windows, but the road is curved.
And supposedly while drunk.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, I couldn't do this sober. And
you're not on the grass or hitting another car. Trevor Maverick. The glass isn't proven to be from the bar, though. Well, but we do know he carried a glass out of the bar with a black straw, and the woman, the criminologist said it was consistent with a glass from the bar, didn't she?
I don't remember that. I think they asked, didn't they ask the bar owner about their glassware? Maybe not. No, I don't think they did. That might have been in the first trial.
I thought at some point they said that it was consistent with the bar, but I could be wrong. But I mean, I'm taking it as he left the house. He left with the glass. Karen said he left the car with the glass. I mean, where else is the glass coming from? But I hear you. I hear you.
I just want to know where the rest of the glass is. Where's the rest?
That's what
of the
I want to
glass?
know.
If it's not there on the yard. Where did it go? Did it apparate out of Canton with the people?
They
in the
found
solid
all
board?
those tiny little shards of plastic for the taillight, every single one of them.
Yeah.
The Squid says, Runkle, the cops knew that morning that John O'Keefe was invited to the Albert house the night before. That alone would have gotten the cops a warrant. But of course, the cops don't investigate their own. It was going back to you saying you thought the glass would get them a warrant.
I mean, they should have had the thing is if I'm a police officer and I'm investigating the death of another police officer, I don't care if my basis for a warrant is super freaking thin. Like, if I can put in, like, hey, I heard a bird chirping and it sounded vaguely like you need to look in the house, I'd put that in.
The bird was saying, there's weed. There's weed.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to say it. If there was a dead police officer on my front lawn, there would be police officers in my house right now. And it wouldn't matter if they had to say, like, oh, yeah, we heard a gunshot from inside the house, or we smelled weed from inside the house, or, they'd apply for if nothing else, I would absolutely be wanting to be able to tell my superiors, I asked for a warrant and I was denied a warrant.
Mm-hmm.
And probably I sent in 3 or 4 requests for a warrant, each with new information, in a desperate attempt to get a warrant, and the mean old judge said no, but they don't even bother.
Right. They don't even bother to ask for a consent search. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they asked for a consent search of my house because a couple of houses on my block got broken into, and they're like, can we come in and look around? And I'm like, no. But they didn't even go to that step, and that's just like break-ins in the neighborhood.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
From your channel, Kazara Scam. I'm saying
Zarsasm. Zarcasm.
Oh.
We have great usernames on the channel, Zarcasm.
That is a great username.
Yes, it is. You would think a body on the lawn would be enough for a warrant, not to mention a fellow officer. Andrea, I've enjoyed watching this with you. Thank you so much for your coverage, for covering this and your commentary.
Thank you.
T Mac was asking Beck at 4:20 Eastern time, is the only fan feed on real time? It was. Ex Poindexter, Dr. La Posada came across as above reproach. I'd agree.
I loved her. She was just such a great witness. She could play the game better than Hank. Hank, you want to ask the same question. You want to play this game where you ask the question and I give you my explanatory answer and you say, I'll ask my question again. I will just very calmly and politely answer the question the same damn time every single time you want to ask me this question, Hank. And we can do this all day.
Right. She had him by, she was leading him around. More of Alessi says, I can't stand to hear Hank is a good attorney. His whole toolbox is actually just a bag of dirty tricks. He's a danger to our justice system.
Yeah, he's a menace.
Yep. Jennifer L. says, in my opinion, Hank did such a horrible job playing prosecutor. He really had me wondering if he was secretly trying to get Karen Reed acquitted at multiple points. I mean,
the thing is if that's what he was doing, then he would have played things differently, because there were plenty of times when he fought hard for a conviction.
Yeah.
Like when he wasn't trying to keep Ark out. I mean, I'm not trying to.
Oh yeah, I don't care if they testify. I don't care if Ark testifies.
Boy. Every time he says, I'm not trying to whatever, he's trying to do that thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, if he ever says, I'm not going to kill you, you should run like hell. I'm not going to hurt you. Oh,
To Truth for Liberty says, everyone is susceptible to false memory, better described as unverifiably true memory, and all memories to some extent rely on assumption.
Memory is messy. I mean, we talk about this a lot, how, testimony is like really the worst form of evidence. It's you have the talk is cheap factor, and then you have the just inherent fallibility in what people remember anyway factor. And it's amazing that we even allow it in trials at all. If we're being honest, if you want reliable stuff, you wouldn't go with witness testimony. That would be like the last thing you'd put on.
No, you're creating a memory every time you think of something. And if you think of
the
it,
number of times I've seen witnesses completely flip because they just testified to something that is, not true is lots. But it's still concerning to, the thing is I don't know how many of those are false memories versus false testimony, because false testimony is also a huge problem.
Yeah. Driving 782 from your channel says, holding a glass and supposedly using his phone at the same time before he was hit. How's that even possible?
Yeah, what was in his right hand? That was a great point. What exactly was in his right hand? Because if he's checking his messages, I don't think he suddenly just went southpaw to hear from Jen McCabe.
Right. Your mama. Angela Lansbury as the dog bite doc for the defense. I actually think that
I like Angela Lansbury for Dr. Russell.
I do, but I kind of still like who you said before earlier. No, I forget who it
Kathy
was.
Bates is good, but Kathy Bates is almost maybe a little too hard.
rough.
Like Angela Lansbury has the softness. That we get from Dr. Russell.
Yeah, that's true. Whatever clever. Thoughts on the X-ray gate? I mean, that was the worst.
I gave my rabbit hole. Like I will entertain all of the wild possibilities about why did Dr. La Posada not have the X-rays? I don't know.
And I just like, how did it is just so weird, because how did Brennan think that was getting past the defense unless he thought that nobody had it?
That's what I'm saying. Like, why would you slip that through unless you thought you wouldn't get caught? If you thought they had it, then you know that they're going to catch it.
Right.
So if you thought they didn't have it, like maybe because you didn't give it to them.
Right.
I got to wonder about this stuff.
Yeah, we need to know about this. This is crazy. It's crazy. To Truth for Liberty, Devers Sally Point oh God, Sally Port memory may still be 100% true today, but she no longer believed it was true. And she may even change yet again to believe it is true. I mean, I just could, for the life of me, I don't understand how she could be convinced that she made up a memory in her head.
Mhm.
Such a detailed memory, such a
Mhm.
specific memory. Like, do you think you left? You got off, you said you worked overtime. If you did not see video of you getting in your car and driving away before the time that that car got back, then what the hell convinced you that it was a false memory? I mean, that's just so insane that you convince yourself. I just don't know if I could believe that she believes it, but it seemed like she believed it. Do you think she believed that she created a false memory?
No.
No.
No, I don't. Not for a
See,
second.
sometimes I'll still be a sucker, I guess. It's like she was just doing what her chief asked her to do.
I think it is a thing that happens. It is a thing that people do, not deliberately, of course, but it very much is a thing that happened. People remember wrong stuff all the time. People get their memories tainted by, information acquired after the fact, all these different things that are very well understood and studied.
But you don't think this is one of those times?
Well, no, I definitely don't think that this is it. And there's
It
for a
also
couple
has
of
none
reasons.
of the hallmarks of it. Like, yeah.
Such a specific memory.
Allie, when
Well,
we were in Delphi, and we had the defense put on that expert about false memories and false confessions, the false confession expert, and he talked about some of the hallmarks, ways that you can tell the difference between somebody who has talked themselves into believing something versus something that is sincerely true and you're just responding to it. And he described how with a true memory, it will have all kinds of associations with it. It will be sensory experience. You'll be able to put yourself there and live it. You'll be able to describe things like how you felt and, just those levels of granularity that speak to the experience of that moment. When you're trying to talk yourself into it, it's more of a story that you tell. It's, I think this is what happened, or maybe this is how it happened. And it was ironic because it was just so like on point with
Right, because she said it was weird.
It's like it's like explicit. But so that was kind of the description between how you can just sort of tell from the narrative that you get. You can have some hints about, is this likely to be sincere? Is this likely to be something that's confabulated? And so with Kelly Devers, she had all that level of detail, guys. She had that experience. She remembered watching it on the screen. She remembered feeling that it was weird, and and she thought it was strange at the time. It had that memory of having experienced that moment was built into her report. So I think she was right. And then the same thing too with the resistance that she was showing to exploring. How did you see it? What screen was it on? Was it on a screen at all? Were you watching it?
I have no idea why I'm here.
So resistant to like even talking about if there are screens in the
Yeah.
the
That's
room.
liar behavior, not
Yeah. This was, I don't want to talk about this because I'm not prepared to address in that level of detail how I would have formulated a memory like this. It's all too true, and I can't deal with that on the fly.
Yeah. She's like, I have no idea why I have no idea why I'm here. None.
Yeah.
It's like, exactly why you're there.
You know exactly why you're here.
I mean, you guys threatened me with perjury. Well, yeah, after you lied.
Yeah, if you lied under oath, sure, you'd be threatened with perjury.
And then she's like, well, I asked them, is that perjury if I just said it wrong the first time? She seemed like she really wanted to think that she believed it. I don't know. It was so crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, it's super interesting how she's like, I need a lawyer to make sure I'm not, that my defense here is not perjury. I'm like, yeah, that's That's interesting to me.
That's interesting. Mark Ruffalo as Dr. Rentschler. What do you guys think? Mark Ruffalo, good choice. Good choice. Allie
I'm
says
like, I'm trying to remember who that is.
I know I need Bob for all that. I recognize the name, but I can't picture the face.
Yeah, I know who he is. I can kind of see that. I'm trying to remember something that he was in, but I'm coming up blank.
Like it's like I have it on the tip of my tongue, but if we pretend this is normal court and Brennan closed first, what would each of you choose to respond to? Well, I mean, I would have definitely pointed out I mean, there's so many things. I can't. One of you go first. Because he would have gotten to go first. No.
The phone thing, I probably would have gone to first.
The phone thing?
Oh, that he just tried to tell you that he deleted it when the order, after the judge gave him an order. And I would have pointed out the arm, and then there was that other lie that we talked about earlier that was so blatant. That now I can't think of it, but we brought
the hoodie they did kind of bring up, right? And Alan Jackson issued the dare with the hoodie. He's not even going to get up and talk about that, and then he didn't.
Yeah, but there was another thing that he flat out, like a real obvious lie, like the one that Runkle just pointed out, that could have been thrown back in his face that I can't think of right now. But definitely the arm, and the fact that his expert used the 50-pound arm. And I can't think right now.
I think for me, the only thing, I don't know if this is even really responding to Brennan, because it's something the defense could have done regardless of the position that they were arguing in, and maybe just didn't as much. But just remind him about the dog bites. Why is his arm dog bitten? Like, that's just it. Okay. The entire Commonwealth theory. Where is the explanation for why his arm is dog bitten? The medical experts are in unanimous agreement. Those are dog bites. So how does that fit in?
Crazy.
They said that this is how it's possible, except that the point of that demonstration was not to show how it could have happened. So I guess that demonstration was just like kindergarten show and tell.
I mean,
to
as
a
far
car
as
that wasn't the right height.
This direct question, what would you choose to respond to? I would choose to respond to the admission, as I see it, that they have no idea what happened here. That's what I'm responding to. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the prosecuting attorney here has admitted that even they don't know what the hell happened here. So how are you supposed to solve it? You're not.
Which goes right into what Dippity Doo says, which is he wishes AJ would have reminded them that it's not their job to figure out what did happen. Per Ronnie, that's where the guilty voters were stuck in one. And we hope that they did that a little by backing away from the third party culpability and focusing more on reasonable doubt in the closing. But yeah, to spell it out even more clearly like that, like, you don't need to figure out what did happen. I don't need to prove to you what did happen, but if you've got questions, and he definitely said that, if you've got questions, that's reasonable doubt. But yeah, Dippity Doo, they could have brought that home like a little bit more.
And use that. You can tie that in so well with the burden of proof and the presumption of innocence and all of that, that it is their job to prove what happened. It is not your job to go in and try to do what this special prosecutor has been paid $250,000 to try to figure out. It's not your job.
Right. That's what they were supposed to prove to you. So it's kind of crazy. It's definitely crazy. From your channel, Sandrine Vox Services says, oh, okay. Yes, Bernadette Peters is Bev. It's a good one. Greg S. says, Uncivil Law replayed the interview with Juror 1 from the first trial. Scary answers. Yeah. Yep. That Ronnie's scary. Sean at Potentially Criminal says, never once did they ask any cop, is this how you were trained to collect evidence?
Yeah, they didn't. This was my complaint with the Easter stuff. Really from day one is that if they did want to like make a good case for reconsideration, to re-raise it once the prosecution closed, they needed to be able to demonstrate that, Bev, you said in your order we'd be able to get all this done through cross-examination. So we tried every which way to cross-examine on this, and we weren't able to do it. And I'm quite confident that that would have happened. You could see the way that Yuri behaved on the stand. He's never seen this document before. He doesn't recognize this. He has no idea if the defense has fabricated something on this piece of paper. He's not going to authenticate anything that they show him. So yeah, it would have likely gone the way you wanted it to, where he's not going to acknowledge what the Massachusetts State Police policies are, let alone how they apply in this particular situation. And so now that's how you go back to Bev at closing and say, look, this is why we need the expert. He wouldn't even acknowledge that these are the policies that he's governed by. But they really didn't they didn't do a whole lot with the foundation to show that why Easter was necessary.
Yeah. Your point about the record is well taken, because it's a good issue, but you need the record. You need to know what he
really
would have
need the record
done. How does the straw, now we're talking about the sipping straw, survive the wind and a plow truck?
The straw found on the 3rd. The straw was found on the 3rd. The straw is found like 4 days later. How many times has the plow gone by and the straw is still supposed to be just there? Where is the DNA on the straw, by the way? Like, where's the DNA that shows this straw has anything to do with any of this?
Yeah,
and
why
it's not
didn't
just
they
like
test the
some rando Starbucks coffee stirrer?
Right. I don't know why they didn't.
I'm guessing that the straws that are in use in one restaurant are probably in use in more than one restaurant in town, because Kenton doesn't really seem like the sort of place that has like 7 or 8 restaurant supply companies.
No,
Right. They probably
nor do
have
they
like
seem
one.
they seem like a real, farm to table kind of dining sort of place. Like the Cisco truck shows up, it goes to every place in town, and
right. It's just Lola on the good dog says, what do you think the holdout issue is with the jury? I think that right now they're just still going through everything.
They want some more lunches.
Yeah, they're going over the evidence. I think is very likely here.
They're not going to walk out of there without being able to say, we went through every single exhibit again. We did our due diligence. We went through everything. We considered all the arguments. We discussed it. Even if everybody was in agreement, they're not walking out of there in 15 minutes. Like, everybody online who conjectured they're going to be out of here before, because she gave she sent the jury off to deliberate at like 2 p.m. Anybody who thought that they were going to finish that day, it just wasn't going to happen. Right.
And we know by when they left early that they actually they didn't get through anything. So it was a worthless day.
Yeah, I mean, they're just they're going to take a while. And even if they were all sitting in the back room right now going, we all are in favor of conviction or acquittal, they're still going to make it seem like they're going to take a little bit, because this isn't like an impaired driving. This isn't like if this was some kid hit a mailbox with a baseball bat as he was driving by in his car, they might have, ruled by now. But that's not what we're looking at.
Yeah.
So... yeah.
Skippy one asks, serious question in 2 parts. Any of you believe Karen Reed drove her SUV 24 miles per hour in reverse forward? It says 100. I think it's more like 80 something. I mean, isn't it true that the whole slippage, that could be accounting for some of that, or no, it definitely went?
I don't see why not. Like he explained some of the things that he saw on the tech stream that he called slippage, and that was because the engine acceleration, the RPMs were going up, but the speed was staying constant. And so the engine's working harder, but the car is not going anywhere. So that means that the wheels are spinning. I don't see anything about that precludes the possibility of the wheels are spinning at an ordinary engine speed. the
Right.
RPM that you expect. You're not hitting it any harder. It's just doing what you normally do when you drive your car, but the wheels aren't catching the pavement because it's, we've got the cat's track of snow, which incidentally is like right when it's the most slippery, because you
Yes.
have all of like the oils and the brake grease and just all the crap that ends up on the street, and
And
it
it
gets that
comes
thin
up.
little layer of moisture on it, and it floats on top, and everything's real slick and spins and that kind of stuff. I mean, to me, this is the most reasonable explanation for what's on the tech stream data. A question I had too that it didn't get raised and nobody really argued it, but I feel like there should be something significant in the fact that we have this one, high acceleration trigger event that we're saying, was a severe, extreme speed backing into a person that caused their death, and we have just minutes before another unusual acceleration event that was a perfectly ordinary 3-point turn, like perfectly ordinary, nothing unusual about it whatsoever. What in that maneuver even would have caused this type of event to trigger? And if it could happen in a perfectly ordinary driving maneuver like that, then why are we assuming anything was unusual, about the second one? It's just
Yeah.
weird. The data's weird.
Yeah. And then they want to know, do you think the jury believes that she did? I think probably some jurors do believe that she backed up 80 miles per hour. I don't know why give up on the key cycles so easy. I still think those key cycles could mean that this reversing thing was, or the 3-point turn was what was happening in the driveway with the car getting on the thing. The key cycles still don't line up to me. Am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy. And I attribute this. The reason why they didn't challenge it, I think, is because of the new data acquisition, now they have the times, the dates associated with the, the infotainment off and on. And so they can like tie those together, I guess. But I always had a million questions about that. I'm super sus, by the way, of the new acquisition, that there's just somehow an SD card on this board that all of these professional forensic people, Maggie Gaffney overlooked it, Nicholas Guarino overlooked it. Like it's an SD card, like it's something a layperson like you or me would be able to see on a board and recognize that's
I mean,
that's a thing that has memory in it. Like that will have a thing.
They never knew this before. It was not a thing, didn't exist before, because Brennan kept acting like his guy discovered something that it sounds like at best he stumbled upon, and we're not even sure if it's.
Yeah, I'm suspicious of all of that. I really am, and the information that they found on it.
I wouldn't be suspicious in any other trial, except the problem is that this trial is so covered in grease that it's basically about to be a chip fire. It's insane.
If we're already entertaining the possibility that cops went out and smashed up the taillight and sprinkled it on the lawn and took some random glass and stuck it on the bumper, then why would I think, but they wouldn't fabricate data and put it on an SD chip and then pretend that SD chip just got overlooked on the board. Like, that's where they're going to suddenly draw the moral line and clutch their pearls. Like, no, of course, if they would do any of it, they would be capable of any of it. So it's unfortunate to have to be this suspicious, but it's their behavior that put us in this position.
Yeah. Chopped Trial says, do you think they would prefer the OUI over a mistrial? Absolutely, which is why they stuck it in there to begin with. That's for sure. To Truth for Liberty, crime junkie jury channel held mock deliberation, resulted unanimous not guilty on all counts. All right. Crime junkie jury channel. I'm not even familiar with that. All right, we got another. Odin's Martyr says Paul Rubens, Pee Wee Herman as Brennan. That's a good one. Pee Wee Herman as Brennan. Lola the good dog.
Don't do that to Pee Wee. I love Pee Wee.
Sorry, we take it back. Can't do it to Pee Wee. Fun fact, AJ was a producer on the show Ray Donovan. Oh, is that true? Wish Karen Reed had a real life Ray Donovan to fix this injustice. Yeah. I just need a latte. Ben Stein for Hank Brennan. Loving this panel. Ben Stein. Legal onlooker. My theory is Brian Higgins and Brian Albert in the garage. John O'Keefe winds up dead. They put him in the Ford Edge. They wait until 2-ish, pull to the side of the road to pull him out on the lawn to blame the plow. Jen calls at 5 a.m., call changing to blame Karen. What doesn't work with that stuff is even with the fairway bag, if the phone is being moved around and oriented in some way, it should be showing some sort of activity internally, right?
Depends on how they move it, right?
I guess so. What about you, Runkle? If his phone's in a Faraday bag,
Faraday bag.
Does it still internally track some sort of movement?
Yes.
So
if you put the phone in the Faraday bag and you spin it around, it's still going to register like the changes in orientation and so forth. Because like this phone, when I pick the phone up, it opens up the sort of display, right? I'm not going to show you the display because it's got a bunch of text on it, but like the display lights up. That gets recorded in there, right? So it doesn't need an internet connection to record that on board, but
it's just that's why this to me it's all just so unexplainable, because none of it can piece together right for me. I can't figure out how the hell it happens unless it's just the other thing that I've said is that maybe after Karen left, someone associated with that house knocks him off his feet somehow, does something, and then they still have to drag him to that spot, and they still have to plant all the stuff because the glass doesn't get over there, the pieces don't get over there. Like it's like, there's just not enough movement to get into the garage, and then. But what about getting back out to get into the house and then back out? It's like none of the stories make sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just difficult to come up with something that even would work. My Mini 67 says Lee Pace for Runkle, Liv Tyler for Andrea, LOTR cats.
Too kind.
There's no justice in this trial for either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed.
Nope.
Yep. No.
Sad.
Legal onlooker, she's continuing from an earlier one. If they talked to Lucky right away, they could have tested the car for trace evidence. Looked like fingers on those tiny shards in that container. Looked like fingers on the tiny shards. The ones in the little tin.
The little tin.
Yeah. Steve's on for Aiden. By the way, WhatsApp is encrypted. iMessage is too. Yeah, that's very true.
Just about everything you do online now is either encrypted or stupid.
Right.
Because if it's not encrypted, you probably shouldn't be doing it. It's everything is encrypted. You log into your bank, it's encrypted. You send a message, it's encrypted. Anything, it's encrypted. And the reason why is because all of these companies have recognized that if they don't encrypt things, they might actually have potentially some liability, in the sense that if anything is super easy to overhear, and they're selling it, because they were starting to get lawsuits about you said that this was a private message, and it turns out it can be overheard by the dude at the coffee shop with a packet sniffer, then, that was becoming an issue, and people were getting like their bank accounts hacked and so forth.
Oh, yeah.
So, everything is encrypted to some degree or another. And I mean, sure, Signal does it better than many of the other things, but it's just another messaging app.
Yeah.
Like, I actually think that they should have had to, we could have seen Signal by filing a notice or a motion to intervene, like, hey, we're being slagged here. We would like to have,
right.
We have an opinion.
We have an opinion. And Try Bull Girl, I think she said this twice. Maybe I didn't say it the first time, but Bruce Valanche for Bev.
That's a mean one.
Yes, I don't know who that is, but I can tell it's mean.
Yeah, it's a mean one.
HBA, what about Carrot Top as Madam Court Reporter?
I don't know that you'd really cast Madam Court Reporter with anything. So, yeah.
Right. Lola the Good Dog. Hank thinks he's entitled to everything because the Commonwealth deserves a fair trial. Hat in on it, Hank. Yep. I mean, he does like to say that the Commonwealth has a right to a fair trial. It's like, well, the Constitution protects the citizens, not the government. So the system's supposed to be fair, and the defendant deserves a fair trial. T. Shaw says Higgins blamed CI. Who's CI? Info.
Oh no, his explanation in the first trial for why he had to get rid of his phone was because he'd given his number to the CI, and then the CI like popped up, but then it was like a month later. The whole timing didn't work. It was like how Brian Albert got the new phone for his birthday, but his birthday was a month before.
Yeah. Yeah, a confidential source was trying to contact me. I needed to ditch the phone. I do remember that.
Wouldn't that be a reason to not ditch the
your
phone?
Yeah.
Because if the CI is trying to get a hold of you, that's normally something you actually
want to happen,
or may need, because like CI's calling and he's like, "Hey man, they discovered me. I need help." And you're like, wrong number.
I'm going to ditch my phone on a military base. Alexa G says Mario Lopez should play Dr. Wolf. That shows how old we are, that Mario Lopez is still our like hottie. Mario Lopez. That's wasn't that that kids show he was on?
Yeah, Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell, right?
Mario Lopez is big. He's a big boxing fan. He knows boxing real well. He does some commentating and stuff on boxing.
Yeah, he's still pretty hot, right?
If that's your type.
Okie Angel says, so the ones that know about the FBI from the first trial, are they able to talk about that in the jury deliberations? I mean, they probably can't talk about what they knew outside of trial, but a lot, if they did know it, they could just reference that they figured it out in this trial because there was enough hints about that with the, the agents. I think the FBI was actually said by Dever, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I think Dever said FBI. Not a number of them. A number of them said FBI. Like so many of them said FBI. I started to lose track about who all said FBI.
Hanny, I try to keep conspiracy to a minimum because John could have slipped and hit his head accidentally. Then I think of the behavior of his friends, and it's impossible to square with honest people. That's the other part that makes no sense. I mean, there's just too much weird shit.
Mean, there's
sex,
all sorts
butt
of
dials,
possibilities.
butt answering during sex.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the possibility that he walks in, is like, "Hey, everybody," slips, falls on his head, and then they're like, "Well, shit." Or he walks in and the dog goes, "I don't know you," like goes after him. He slips, falls on his head, and they're like, "We don't have a good explanation. Like, we're just going to make this go away. We're going to put him out in the snow and it'll work out." My larger suspicion is just that, he gets into a fight there. He falls. They don't want to explain that he got into a fight, but they probably don't think he's dead at this point. They're probably like, "Look, he's still twitching. He's going to be fine. We're just going to put him outside and, he'll wake up later and go home." That to me is a credible possibility. But the thing is I have literally dozens of credible possibilities, which is acquittal town, right? Like, most of my trials, I'm not at this point of like, there are hundreds of possible scenarios where my client is innocent. Usually I'm at the prosecution has presented one very credible theory, and
I am
maybe it
carefully
isn't true, right?
I am carefully navigating a Scylla and Charybdis of
Yeah.
arguments for innocence.
I mean, there's so many possible things. That's where it's just like it makes me think I just can't see not guilties. My only fear really is that somebody doesn't want to stay so dug in to not give OUI and others want it. That's like my fear at this point, is that someone who wants not guilty on all is going to stay fighting on just a regular standalone OUI, and then we're stuck with a manslaughter count that never goes away.
Although I do suspect that in this case, we're going to very much see the defense going, we would like to pull the jury. But as you said, if the lesser and included hangs the entire charge, that's rough.
Yeah. That's not a good place. Yeah.
But if they watch the first trial, they might just realize that, gosh, that they just have to give. Hopefully it would be like, all right, fine, it's only an OUI. She really was drunk. Just
yeah.
I'm concerned that there's going to be like 2 people on the jury who are just going to be locked in towards guilt, and they're going to be facing a room of 10 other people going, clearly not, and they're going to say like, you heard Brennan's speech. I can't move from this. And we get the hung jury. I just don't know, right?
2 solid guilts are the worst situation. If you just have one nut job, there it's
One,
pretty
they'll
easy
fold.
to go and push him over and get it. But when they have 2 and they got a buddy in there having their back, it's a lot harder to break that. So that is the scary situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, one person folds, 2 people can fight till the end.
Texas Caddy says, I know a bunch of IT security folks and people who don't like the government reading their texts that use Signal. Neither groups are lawbreakers. Right. I mean, Lil
The more
Coy,
you know about technology, the more likely it is that you're using something like Signal.
right. What do you guys think about Hank asking Dr. Wolf if he thought the taillight shards were planted? And I think you touched on it earlier, Runkle. You said you thought that he was trying to bait him into saying it so you could be like, oh, so you did talk about this with the defense, or you are really an advocate for the defense, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that was my theory on that one. I don't know if it would have worked out for him, but I think that's where he was going. And I think part of it is that Hank seems to be making some of his decisions not so much based on what is the best trial strategy, but I think Hank is genuinely mad. And so I think that question was that him trying to bait him there was because he was actually pissed off. And he's like,
I think so too.
I want to fight you and not I want to win. And it's not a good place to be as a lawyer.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on with that, Ian. He's come across as very emotional in a lot of these, and doesn't necessarily show up in the kinds of ways that we'd like expect. You know, you have an expression, or you show something on your face or whatever, but you can see it with where he goes with the questioning when somebody's really gotten under his skin. And I think you're absolutely right that's what happened here with Dr. Wolf, that he got pissed, and so he was going to try to push him into a corner of you're going to adopt and take on, like Bob was saying at the beginning, that implicit burden of proof that you kind of inevitably end up with as a defendant if you're going to argue, well, no, don't believe this stuff because the cops did this or because the other people did it or whatever. As soon as you come up with your alternative theory, now you've implicitly assumed a burden of proof to back that up. And so I think that's what he was doing, is he was trying to put him in a position where he'd put that out there and he'd entertain it. And then Hank would get to argue with him about it and fight with him about it. And he's not the expert on the planting theory. So if you get Dr. Wolf on the stand saying, well, I don't know, it's possible. Well, now then Hank can come in and, cross-examine him on all of the details of the case, like the CERT team was there at 5:45 and the first piece of, they were there at 5:30 and the first piece of tail light shown at 5:45. And so, he would be able to do the same thing he did with all the other witnesses, where he just listed off the facts of the case that they don't necessarily know anything about, but he gets to tweak them, to support his theory. So he would have just backed the defense into taking a position that they're trying very deliberately not to, because they don't want the burden of proof this time. They're just focusing on these are possibilities, but then also just would have had that opportunity to once again kind of make his case, belittling the defense argument with the expert who's the least equipped to be able to effectively argue that position anyway.
Yeah. Whew. Should we call it till tomorrow?
Yeah, guys, I think it's about time.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. So,
are you going again tonight, Ian?
No, I normally do a Monday show, but I'm not today. There's no recap, and I've spent the last week doing like recaps, so I don't have a show prepped, but I do have a video recorded. So when we wrap here, I'm going to throw that live. And if anybody is interested in Proven Industries versus Trevor McNally, it's a fun little bit of civil suit over this lock. Proven Industries is really unhappy that the Trevor McNally has been showing that this lock is not great. And the thing is that they're like, what this doesn't show is that you need a super custom shim, and you need all of this knowledge. And I wasn't exactly able to replicate their technique, because when I tried it, I didn't get the nice
a whole new way to break the lock.
Well, I didn't get the nice clean open. What I got is the bit of like aluminum can broke off, but it broke off in such a way that the lock was jammed open. And so I was like, well, if I was a meth addict trying to steal your trailer, I'm driving away with your trailer right now. Like, it might not be as nice and clean and pretty, but I'm still walking out with a trailer.
They might sue you next. Now you're trying to show them.
I mean, they might. I actually addressed them in my video, basically going, hey, if you guys feel like, filing a DMCA or anything, remember, those are under penalty of perjury. And the fair use are the fair use implications on this one are super obvious. So,
watch yourself. Right. All right, guys, go to Runkle's channel and check out the live Runkle of the Bailey.
It'll be it's a pre-recorded, but I might set it up as a premiere. That actually makes a good idea. Maybe I'll just do that right away.
Is there Mandy might know how to is that something we can portal to your premiere?
Yes, once I get it set up properly. I just need to do that right away. I'm going to set it up for 5:30. Set as premiere and scheduled. So I think you can link to the premiere now. So that should be fun. So then I can be in the chat and be like, yep.
Tracy's
I'm actually kind of looking forward to covering things that aren't Karen Reed, because
gotta have your brain think about something else.
I know, it is a real shift.
This case is kind of depressing, because even if she ultimately wins, she's been dragged through an incredible hell.
And they'll never know what happened to John O'Keefe.
I mean, this is the thing, is everybody who's like coming at me going, don't you care about Peggy O'Keefe? I'm like, I really do. And you should too, because caring about Peggy O'Keefe and caring about John O'Keefe is wanting a good investigation and wanting to get to the truth. And anything other than that, even if it gets you to a conviction, is not that. Because I also want, for all those people who are haters, think about this. Let's imagine Karen Reed goes to jail, and then 10 years later, somebody's sitting at a bar and they're having a few drinks and they get a little bit too talkative, which happens in a lot of wrongful convictions. And then somebody goes to the police and is like, hey, guess who was getting chatty? And they end up flipping the conviction, and other person goes to jail. How do you think? Do you not think that that's just additional guilt and suffering to impose on the family, the children, all of that? There is no real satisfaction or healing that comes out of seeing somebody convicted. But I can tell you, there is some real guilt and, and suffering that comes out from seeing somebody wrongfully convicted. So, all the people who want to come at me with that, they can miss me with that. Because, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we will see you guys all tomorrow, and hopefully something exciting will happen. Everyone's going to get portaled over to Runkle's premiere starting in 4 minutes. What do you?
No, sorry, an hour and 4 minutes.
Oh, an hour.
We've got a time zone issue.
Sorry. Okay. Andrew, you have anything to say before we go?
Not really. Just, patience, folks. This is the hardest part. It's the worst part for everybody. This limbo stage where you're just waiting and you don't know anything, and you want to know, and you try to guess, but you can't. All you can do is just accept it and try to roll with it. This is the process. And it will come to an end one way or another. It will come to an end. We just got to wait for it. So I'm kind of taking the same approach that I took today, which is I don't have plans to go on and just stream to stream. Like if nothing's happening, I'm not going to go on. But if we get a question or, a verdict, definitely I'll go live for
on
that.
and you'll go live.
Yeah. But otherwise it's just going to be, I'm going to be playing it by ear. I'll see if people are putting panels together or whatever, if there's anything like that to jump onto, but don't have any concrete plans to stream this until there is something that's happening to talk about. So stay tuned. I will be Wednesday though. I did figure out that the Kohberger hearing is on Wednesday. I had it in my head for all this time that it was today. Is not today. It is Wednesday. So I will be live streaming that. That's the hearing on the defense's motion to continue the trial. Kind of a big deal right now because of course we're all getting ready to buy our plane tickets and stuff, right? Everyone's heading to Boise for jury selection starting July 30th. Well, we shall see if that ends up being the case or not.
Seems like you think they'll continue it because of the coverage?
I think there's a pretty good chance. I think the coverage gives them the out that they need, but the problem is they already have a layup with ineffective assistance for not being prepared. She's made the record that she cannot and is not prepared to move on to a punishment phase if that should be necessary. So you're handing up an issue on appeal when you have a record like that and an attorney saying, I'm not ready. I'm not done. There's more I need to do.
Yep.
It's an easy way out, and they can yell at her and be mad at her and make it her fault as much as they want to. That's part of the role of the defense attorney is to just go stand there and be shat on while being the excuse for everything in the case. It's fine. But I think the coverage and the timing of all of that as well, it does potentially help them out, particularly given that the court does seem at least getting a nod to, concern about the leak and the fact that it does seem like, somebody probably in law enforcement did violate the gag order to go in and reveal a bunch of stuff that shouldn't have been revealed. So I think that gives them an excuse to be able to do it. But the reality is they kind of need to anyway, as soon as you have the defense lawyer making a case for ineffective assistance on appeal.
All right. Well, don't miss Andrea's coverage on Kohberger. She's always on top of everything. So that'll be good. All right. Well, thanks, mods. Thanks, members. Thanks, guys. And see you tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Allie.
All right,
thanks,
bye,
Bob.
Guys.
See ya.